is equal to N2 times the sine of theta 2.
It says it's a law for a given pair of media.
Yeah.
Pair to media.
Where does it say that in the law?
Brenda, you can't escape. This is what Snell's law says. You can't change Snell's law because you say so. It's just a law, and you can't change it. It's what it is.
The law doesn't say anything about media.
Yes,
it says N1.
If you want to know where, I'm reading it on Wikipedia. I can give you the link.
I'm not talking about the text. The text is not the law. The text is not the law.
Yes, it is.
No, but you're talking
about
math.
It's outlining the freaking law.
Equation. Yeah, the math is describing an interaction.
No, the math is the law. The text is the interpretation.
The math is how you're using to interpret what happens.
No, the math is the law. That's the law. It says N1 sine theta 1.
Yeah, but the law is applied and it's a practical.
What does N1 mean? What does N refer to?
Oh my God.
Media 1. Media 1.
No. It stands for index of refraction. The refraction index. That's what it's talking about.
Yeah,
I'll have to go back and look. You want me to read the whole thing?
Go ahead and read it. I mean, Brenda's just gonna keep rejecting the fact we do this all the time with people that think that the Earth is a globe. We always show them this. They deny it. That's fine. You can deny it all you want. It's not gonna change the fact that that's what it states, and that's a fact.
So N1 and N2 refer to two different places that have a different refractive index.
Snell's media. On my short car trip, I learned about Snell's law. This is why this is interesting.
Yeah, exactly. No worries, New Dawn. But
let me
read
it, Brendan. Let me read it to you. It says that the theta is the sine of theta. That's the angle of incidence. Yeah, right. We got multiplied by the refraction, the index of refraction.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the index of refraction of the air 2 meters above the ocean is different than the index of refraction of the air 1 meter above the ocean. Therefore, Snell's law will apply, and it's just the air, but it has different indexes of refraction because
air is one media. Air is one media. It's not two.
It doesn't say anything about media. It says incidence. The incidence of angle, the angle incidence that it's coming at, and the refractive index.
And what that has to do with the seeing real things in reality?
Because this governs how we see things.
Yeah, it's governed like this. I see something on 10 miles, that it's on 10 miles. I see that, okay?
Yeah, we're not talking about that. Try to track the conversation.
You were talking that there is a horizon on 3 miles, but there are observations that horizon is on 10 miles. Now you're speaking something about light and the air. There is no air making the horizon with in a distance. It's a physical.
That's literally how refraction works.
Can I finish, Brenda? You said that horizon, it's because of light, it's there on 10 miles. No, we have a horizon on 10 miles with the physical water making with the sky that horizon. That means no light, nothing. That thing is what I see. That in this case, ocean, making the horizon on 10 miles. That's the point.
So this is exactly how that works, is due to refraction.
Exactly how eyes and reality works is like this. If you see something on 10 miles, that is what you are seeing. It's not some kind of magic,
It's not magic. It's a scientific law, right? And it explains why you can see things. The hilltop drilling platform at 10 miles.
How you will see a 10 miles horizon if Earth was flat?
Sasha, let me just real quick.
There would be no horizon if the Earth was flat.
Hold on, Brenda.
Great. Are you crazy?
Sasha,
no, that's literally how it would happen.
Hold on, guys.
There will not be horizon if Earth is flat. That means you have a water, but it's flat.
Oh, Sasha.
Sasha, pay attention.
Sasha.
I stopped.
Okay, I'm gonna put something in the text channel. That's for everybody, not just for Brenda. Once my stupid thing is processing, I'm gonna put a little snippet of what I got from the internet, but it does say exactly what I just outlined. But Brenda's
Yeah.
gonna keep denying that. I think that's the part
I'm
of
not
the.
denying anything. Well,
But
I'm
but you
denying
are.
your interpretation. I'm denying your interpretation of the law. Your
Okay, so
interpretation is incorrect. It
okay.
states only, right, the theta, which is the angle of incidence, and the index of refraction of the material that it's going through.
All right,
And
did you?
if it changes, then the angle will change, right? So the index of refraction of air changes depending on how high you are above either the ground or the ocean, depending on circumstances.
Well, you could just.
It doesn't demand that there be different mediums, right? By definition, having a different index of refraction is a different medium.
Okay. Well, that's how you feel, but that's not what
No, that's how the
Snell's law
science
is.
actually works.
No,
I'm
it's not.
correct. You are
You're
incorrect.
not correct, Brenda. Look at that. Look at what I just posted. Now, this came up from my Google search, right? So it says Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by the ray of light and crossing the boundary of surface of separation between two contacting substances and the refractive index of each. The law was discovered in 1621 by the Dutch astronomer and mathematician Wilbert Snell, also called Snellius. It's what it says. I mean, you can. It's Britannica, right? So I mean, anybody can click that link.
Right. So say, I'm sure you've seen the laser through the aquarium tank filled with sugar water. That's all one medium, right? Why does the laser bend?
Because it's sugar water.
It bends because it's refracting.
Well, I mean, you get that refraction happening just with water. You don't need to have.
Right, right. It can
Yeah,
be just
it's going
water.
through
If
medium.
if the
But
water is denser towards the bottom, it will
well,
refract, won't it?
yeah, but think about it because
So
you're
that
actually.
contradicts what you just said. That
Yeah.
contradicts what you just claimed.
All right, take a breath. Well, all I'm saying is, like, when you're shining a light through a fish tank, it's going through the glass of the fish tank and the water, so that it's going through more than one media or
Yeah,
more
but
than
you
two
can see
media.
it literally bending in the sugar water.
That's fine. It's going through a tank,
That's called refraction. You're
of
claiming it
course.
has to be different mediums, and it's not. It's
Uh-huh.
just sugar water.
No, but the light's going through the fish tank into the water, so
It's
it's
not
more than.
bending when it hits the sugar water from the glass of the aquarium. It's
Yeah,
not
but
bending there. It
the
goes
light.
straight through.
No, it doesn't go straight
It
through,
does.
Brenda.
It does. It goes
Does
straight
not
through
go straight
because
through.
it goes straight through because when the light is perpendicular, there's no refraction.
So you mean to tell me that when light hits another medium, it's not going to refract? Because when
If
light
it's
hits,
perpendicular, it goes straight through.
nah,
Yes.
but that doesn't make any sense. Because when the light hits the fish tank, that refraction will start to occur right at that
It
moment. It
happens
doesn't have
in
to
the
go through the
sugar
water.
water. That happens in the sugar water, not at the boundary of the glass of the aquarium, because the
Well,
light is
no. Yeah,
entering
I mean, I get what you're saying,
perpendicular.
but what I'm telling you is that, I mean, it's exponential was what you're saying, but it does
There's no
happen when it hits the.
exponents. There's no
Yeah.
exponents in the
Yes, it
formula.
is. Yes, it is. No, I'm
No,
saying
there
when
isn't. It's
listen,
multiplication.
when you add the solution, right, that you had with the sugar water, it's gonna be more. It's gonna happen a lot more. So what you're doing there is you're
Yeah.
making light do something with that solution, right?
You're changing
So
the index of refraction of the water
with the
based on its
solution,
height above the bottom of the aquarium. That's
with the
correct.
solution that you have sugar
Yes.
water in there, right?
Yes,
So
it changes the index of refraction.
okay, but
And
I'm not.
that's all that Snell's law mentions is
No,
the angle of incidence and the index of refraction. That's
yeah,
it. There's
but the
nothing
light's
else in the
traveling.
law.
How many? Look, light's going through air, right? And then it
Yeah.
hits the glass of the tank,
Yeah.
and then it hits the water, the sugar water, the
Yeah.
solution. So it's going through all those things.
Yeah,
But
it hits the glass of the aquarium perpendicular. That means at 0 degrees. 0 degrees index, angle of incidence. That's zero,
but
right? So
as it go,
0 times theta is 0, isn't it?
as
So
it
it
goes
doesn't
through,
refract. It doesn't
Brenda,
refract I'm explaining this to you.
Yeah, I know,
Zero
but
times
when
zero times the theta, or actually, the index of refraction times zero is zero. Right,
is
so it
light,
doesn't refract when it
yeah,
hits the. It
oh,
doesn't refract when it hits the glass of the
yeah, it
aquarium.
does.
It
Yes, it
refracts
does.
when it travels through the sugar
Okay, that's a
water.
lie. No, the sugar water is a part of it, but it's not all of it. The glass is also contributing to it. So when
No, it
light
does.
hits,
It contributes zero
Brenda,
to it.
yeah, what are you talking about? When light hits glass, it's gonna show something on it. The
No,
light's not
not
just gonna
when
go
it.
straight through without any obstruction, as if the glass wasn't there. The glass is gonna cause the light to actually refract.
Not
It
when the
will.
angle of incidence is zero.
It's going to refract, Brenda. It's hitting
It's the
glass.
angle, right? When it hits, when light hits a medium perpendicular to the surface of that medium, the angle of incidence is zero.
Okay, think about it like
Right?
this.
So
Yeah,
you're
think about
getting
it like
n1 times the sine of theta 1, and say
I
theta
know
1 is
that.
0. So
But listen,
n1 times 0 is
okay,
0.
you're getting worked up. But here's the thing.
No, well,
Yeah,
because
you
you're
are.
not listening.
Well,
You're
if you
trying.
have listen, if you have sugar water solution and you don't put it in the tank just yet, you only have the tank. If you were to shine a light to the tank, that light will refract because it's hitting another contacting media. So it's not
No,
going to refract. Yes, dude.
it
So it's not.
doesn't. It doesn't refract because it hits another medium. It
Yes, it
refracts.
does.
No, it refracts because it hits it at an angle.
It's gonna change its path. It will be distorted once it hits that
It
glass. You can't
doesn't
say
change
that.
its
Yes,
path if the angle is 0.
dude, it's hitting glass.
Right,
That
it's
glass
hitting
is
glass at
yeah.
at 0. Theta is 0.
It's not gonna traverse through the glass like if it's not there. It's gonna
Yes,
like
it does.
no, it doesn't.
It slows down
You
because
well,
of other reasons, but
well,
it doesn't change
it's
its angle.
yeah. What are you talking about? Oh, you need to go test this. That's all I'm saying.
Mr. Amish posted an image that shows when
Yeah, I know.
when the theta in the yellow portion is 0, right? Then the index of refraction,
You're
then
just
the
wrong.
angle 2, theta 2 or theta 1 in this one will also be 0.
What do they call eyeglasses?
They're lenses.
I know, but they're called refractive lenses.
Yeah.
Aren't they?
They
Right.
vary in thickness, don't they? So
Yes.
that the angle of incidence varies, doesn't
That's
it?
my point, Brenda. That's
But
my
it
point.
doesn't when it the wall of an
What now?
aquarium isn't a lens. It's a flat
well,
plane.
It's still glass.
That doesn't change anything.
Yes, it
It doesn't
does.
it doesn't
You're just
refract
wrong.
because it's glass. It
Yes, it
refracts
does.
because it changes in thickness.
Listen, if you were shining at nothing, I would probably be like, okay, so the light's just traveling. But once it hits something, then it changes.
Not if the angle of incidence is 0.
No, you're just wrong. That's all.
Whatever. Okay, that's fine. I'm fine with that. I'm not
No,
worked up
and
or
this
anything.
and I know, but in this particular example, you're wrong. You might say that with the sugar water, you're gonna see a curving light or whatever, but that solution is gonna cause
That's
the light by a laser.
that's
You
because
know,
the index of refraction changes in the sugar water, unlike the wall of the aquarium, which is a flat plane and it doesn't change, and the light
oh my
isn't
god,
hitting
dude.
it at an angle, it's hitting it at 0
Well,
degrees. Theta
well,
is
you're
0.
yeah, but you're just wrong because light will do something when it hits that glass. So you saying
No,
it
what
will do
law
nothing.
says that? What law
What do
says
you mean?
that?
What law?
Yeah.
It's glass. It's another media.
Yeah, but what law says that? No,
That's fucking Snell's
cite
law.
the
What are you
law.
talking about?
No, that's not what Snell's law doesn't say when light hits a media, it changes direction.
Oh,
It doesn't say that.
fucking, that's what it says. I just read it
No,
to
it
you. You want me to
doesn't.
I'll post it again. How about
No,
that?
it says n1 times the sine of theta 1. It
Let's
doesn't
post
say
it.
anything about media. It doesn't say
All right.
anything
So
about what you're talking
there.
about.
Yeah, it does. It does, and you're just refusing to acknowledge it. Let me read it again. Snell's law in optics. A relationship between the path taken by a ray of light crossing the boundary or surface of separation between two contacting substances and the refractive index of each. You're
That
just
is
wrong.
not Snell's law.
It's
Snell's law,
Snell's law that
it
I'm
is
reading it
not.
from. What are you talking about?
Snell's law is n1 times sine of theta 1 is equal to n2 times the sine of
Yeah,
theta 2.
Hey,
dude.
Miggy.
That's
You're
Hey,
just
Miggy, why are you
freaking
listen,
wrong,
Miggy?
bro.
Why are you wasting your time with this? Right?
Hold on, Vlad, be
this
careful,
thing.
okay?
Hold on. Yeah,
No,
I
Vlad,
know.
don't do it.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna go to sleep anyways.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do
okay?
what? Don't do what? What am I gonna
What I
do?
think you're gonna do, okay? Just keep it
What am I
comment
gonna
to
do?
yourself. You're gonna insult someone's identities. Don't do it.
I'm not insulting
No,
anybody.
it or whatever, okay? Just
What
don't
I'm trying to say is you're arguing with somebody
don't
that
do
doesn't
it.
know the
No,
difference or the definition of a fucking
no,
woman. That's the problem.
ain't.
What do you mean no?
I told you not to do it.
That's not what I said.
Politics server is pretty strict on these things. This is not your
Whatever, mute
server.
me.
This is not your
That's
server.
it. But that's what I'm trying to tell you, Miggy. You're arguing with somebody that doesn't know a
I think that
definition
the
of.
owners of the server have some things to say.
Dude, it's like, don't be an ass, man. It's like people, like, the world's becoming more and more inclusive. I mean,
Yeah,
be the better globalists than these globalists are. They're
Yeah, you
toxic
should be.
assholes.
You should be. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with you.
Yeah, Brenda, your worldview is contradictory. You sit there, you want to be
What's the
open to all.
contradiction?
You want to be open to all identities and all people, but yet you constantly silence and you'll do these weird things towards flat earthers.
I'm not interested in this debate. So
But you see
I
why
wi-
people respond angrily towards you
I,
because you're.
I don't care. So I win about the Snell's law issue. You're wrong
Well,
about
you're
that.
just Brenda. You're just wrong because it says so. Listen,
I cited the
and this
law.
is coming. I cited the actual law.
No,
The
you
one-
cited
not-
the text that interprets
Yeah.
the equation that
Okay,
is the
so
law.
why do they actually put it out there in Britannica for everybody to understand? That's what it is.
Well,
Why?
normal people can actually understand this. We're talking about
What
flat
do you
earthers.
think?
You're not normal.
So everybody that's reading this is not normal. Is that what you're saying?
No, most people can understand this.
What does that mean?
Well, you can't because you have an ideological predetermination or preconception of what it should be.
No, I'm actually just reading the text for what it is. If it actually said something else and I said, you know what, because the earth is flat, I think it means this. No, I didn't do that. I'm just
text-
reading the text for what it says, and it is what it is.
The
Like
text
you're the
isn't
one that
the
wants to
law,
make
Alpha.
it. You're
The
the
text
one that wants to
isn't
make
the
it be
law.
something else. What are
No,
you
the
talking
text-
about?
The text is not the law. The
It's
law
telling
is
you-
the math. The math is the law, not the text.
All right, the math
Both.
describes the law.
Incorrectly, it does.
What?
Yes.
Okay, you're just all twisted up. I don't even think you understand what you're saying. But I'm
We're
telling you
going
that
to
this
have
is
to
what
leave it.
is.
We're going to have to leave it at that because we're at an impasse. So I'll just end it here. I'll bow out. I bow out.
Well, fuck, dude. I don't know what you bowing out for. Is what it says.
Yeah, it's like you're ignoring half of the description, so
Yeah,
you can
N1,
use a math that you don't even understand to begin with.
It's very clear that Brenda has it incorrectly because it says what it says. The text is. I didn't make it up. There's no flat earther that co-signed this and put it up on the internet. What are you talking about? It's weird. It's funny too. Like it's only those with the mindset that no flat earther can say anything correctly because this didn't come from me, man. I'm just reading the text, and you disagree with. Oh, where'd she go? She left. Huh. Anyway, we told New Dawn that New Dawn actually learned something new, and New Dawn's a globalist. So even though I would say in this particular statement that for Snell's law, that ray of light is also a convention. It's not something in and of itself, but that's probably another conversation. It's crazy when you got all the facts, you got citations, and you got all the information to support your case. You know, they still find a way to say that a flat earther is incorrect. How is that possible? Like, that's weird. It is what it is, I guess. Shout out to the room. What's up, guys? Got Amish in the house. Flat Lloyd. Aries. What's up, Aries? See what I gotta put up with, Aries? every day, man. Every day I'm hustling.
Yeah, I heard the whole thing.
Yo, man, it says that right there. You can type in what is Snell's law, or like just type in Snell's law, and it gives you all this information. So it's what it is.
What I got I don't understand any of this shit. I'm gonna keep it real with you. But what I just don't
Yeah.
understand from what she was saying is, she's saying that the definition is the wrong definition of the actual.
No, not even. This is what Brenda's saying. Okay, Brenda comes in here to say the exact opposite of whatever flat earther says, until some flat earther gets frustrated and then misgenders her. That's her whole shtick. Day in, day out, nothing new under the sun. Exactly the same playbook over and over and over and over, and it's for years, literally for years, the same exact shtick.
Yeah. She's one of the first anti-flat earthers, actually. To be honest.
That's what you're gonna see every time she comes in here.
But for me, I don't care if I'm speaking to somebody that identifies as a fucking turtle, dude. I'm gonna show how wrong you are if you think that the Earth is a globe. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really care. Like, all that I care about is that people understand that the ones who claim that the Earth is a globe don't have any evidence, well, justification. But like, even here, this information that stands out, none of us put it there. That's what it says. I mean, once you start disagreeing with information that's out there as in a citation form, or, what the source says, and you're not arguing with me anymore. You know what I mean? Like, when it comes to like how we understand optics. And, there's other phenomena that we can talk about, but I mean, in this case, it was brought up. Snell's law was brought up, so. And with every discussion, like if we bring a specific topic up, just do a little research, man. That's all I got to do. And basically, Snell's law, Aries, and I'm gonna just break it down to you as kind of simple as I can. If you have like a glass of water, and you have like a straw that you put the glass of water, or inside the glass of water, what happens when the straw enters that water is that you're gonna see refraction in action. So the straw is gonna look like at a different place once it goes through that water.
Oh, okay, I got it.
That's refraction. It changes the path of the light that hitting the object once it goes through that other boundary. But prior to that, you were looking at a straw in the medium of air, and that's not changing. But once it goes through that water, guess what happens? Refraction.
I have a question though with the mediums. So
Sure.
I know you guys were talking about the fishbowl is one
Thank you
medium,
for the
right?
explanation.
What's that?
What?
No, I said thank you for. No, I was saying thank you for explaining it. Now I understand a little bit better now.
Yeah, we can get in depth a little more. I think there's probably more to talk about, but go ahead, dude. Who wants to? I think you're at the bottom of the channel. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what kind of light is being like where's the light emanating from? If that makes any sense. Like what source? Like where are they getting the light from? Because a lot of lights are projected through lenses as well. So I don't know if are they using a flashlight?
Oh,
Or
for the example that Brenda was talking about.
yeah,
I don't know. What were you here for the whole conversation? I'm just assuming that you were
only
here.
the end. Only the end.
So what did you hear? Like that way I can know if I could fill in the blank or.
I mean, you guys were mostly just talking about the mediums. He was talking about the sugar water inside of the bowl, and
yeah.
And you guys were pretty much just arguing about that. You were arguing that there was the bowl itself is a medium, so it's refracting from that particular point. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. So two contacting media. That's all you really need. So basically, the medium of air, the glass, and the sugar water solution. So you have three things, right? So the three media that are because it's two contacting media, or probably more if you want, but those two right there, we're going to make that refraction occur. But even if we didn't have that sugar water solution, we'd still see a bit of refraction as it hits that glass. I mean, that's obvious. I think everybody should come to terms with that. It's like for us to say that it's Brenda was arguing that if it goes straight on, that it's not gonna refract at all. Period. Like zero refraction. I was like, nah. If it does refract a little, it's doing so because it hits that glass. I mean, shouldn't everybody know this, or like does anybody agree with Brenda? Like there would be no refraction when that light hits that glass. Because I was talking about not even putting the sugar water solution in there. So prior to that, you guys following or no? We're just talking about because the light that was being used here was like a laser light, like one of those pen lasers.
Is
Hello?
that enough light?
Well, I mean, for this particular test, it would
Okay.
be sufficient.
I would think like a flashlight or like this.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you could do that too if you want, but this is like a focus beam. The focus beam
Okay.
would give a better path for the light. You know what I mean? Like it's going to show you
Mhm.
the path. So focus
Yeah,
beam
yeah.
would help kind of differentiate whether or not you see something occurring when you shine it through that. Well, in this case, the tank was already filled with the sugar water solution, so it was, you know what I mean. You couldn't tell if just by the tank itself, but it does. Even if it was a minuscule amount, refract as it's hitting that fish tank. And my thing was, do people know that or not? I don't know. Like that's why I'm asking the room. Like, do you guys know that happens or not? Or do you agree with Brenda that even the fish tank has no effect on that laser light as it goes through it? I'm interested because I'm like, does anybody else think like that? Because I don't think anybody should, not according to Snell's law.
I'm not trying to. What I was trying to say earlier is I think the pen itself, like the laser pen that they're using to like even beam the light through the fishbowl to cause it to refract or, not to refract, I think that may even play a factor as a medium in the particular case that we're talking about. Because they use certain lenses on these lasers and they're not flat lenses always. Sometimes they're a little curved around the edge. So, I mean, that could play into it.
We could, yeah, we could think of something, but at the same time, I think what's happening is that the the light that's being emitted, whether or not it's passing through a smaller little lens that's at the tip of it, or it's not, you know what I mean? Like in and of itself is a part that lens at the front is a part of the actual beam, like focus, like it's helping the beam focus. So I don't know the exact, you know what I'm saying? Like where the light's actually getting put through, or those little it's got like a little adapter that changes the thickness of that so you can get a better concentration on the beam. I don't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? The only thing I know is that when you shine that light and it hits another media, that's where fraction occurs. So whether or not that little tip of the pen light, laser light changes, anything. I don't know. We'd probably have to look into that. But like you might have a point, but we're still looking at the light traveling and hitting that fish tank. And that's the main part because it's traveling through the medium of air, hitting that fish tank, it will refract even a small amount. I'm not saying it's going to be like all refracted or whatnot, but yeah, it will start to disperse and change once it hits that fish tank. Obviously, right? Like, not unless you guys think that doesn't happen, like, because that's what Brenda was saying. That doesn't happen. It just goes straight on. I'm like, no, it don't, man. It's hitting glass. And according to Snell's law, that's correct.
What do you think about the image I posted in side chat with the lasers and the lenses?
Oh, wait. It doesn't show your image.
Oh, that's weird. It converted it into a .avif file. Yeah.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah. I converted
yeah.
it. I don't know why I did that.
Regular lens, Zenny blocks lens. Is that the same pen light, right? It's the same pen light.
Yeah, it's the same pen. It's just different lenses.
Yeah, I like this. Don't worry. I can make a
Yeah,
screenshot of this.
I guess the argument I was trying to make, or the point I was trying to make, is that the lenses that we shoot these lasers from have a very, like, they heavily impact how the light, refracts just from
Yep.
that point. So, like,
Yeah.
even before it even gets to the fishbowl or the sugar water, it's
Yeah,
already being
it's already
refracted.
refracted.
Yeah.
Yeah, but check this out. I'm gonna post this for everybody. This is actually my argument with Brenda. But the gentleman just posted it, so I clipped it what he sent. That's exactly what he was trying to put in the text chat, but I put it there for everybody. That was my point. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, if anybody denies that, I think we got some issues, right? With somebody's like cognitive dissonance or something, because it's like that's what happens. That's just what happens. Don't blame me for it, just because I'm telling you, and I know that Earth is flat, but just because that's the case doesn't mean that's wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, hell, you could be a globe earther and I'm a flat earther, but we could agree on that. Or no. You know what I'm saying? Is there anybody out there that doesn't think that is real? And I have the example right there. The gentleman just brought it up. That's what I was trying to say in the argument. Hello? I guess I'm the only one that thinks that, I guess. It's just obvious, man. When light hits that fish tank, it's gonna change, like its path. Just the fish tank alone will do it. Like once you add this sugar water, it's gonna really show it because the solution's gonna make it more exponential than what it already was. You guys get what I'm saying, or where's everybody at today, man? You guys sleeping in the text? What's going on? Wake up!
We're just thinking about how profound Brenda is and contemplating.
Yeah, but did you see my point, Jemsy? Like that. See that little glass? That's on that image.
I'm actually not looking at it, but I will in a second.
All right.
Okay, go ahead. I'm in the chat.
I say it's about 35 minutes after the hour.
Alphabetical
Yeah.
Seni block lens.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, I mean, those are lenses, but obviously glass will still have an effect on light. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the light is going through that medium, which is the glass,
Yeah.
then through another medium, which is water with sugar. I think it was the example.
Yeah.
I mean, it's coming from, actually, well, there is a medium of air and then the glass of the water with sugar, right?
Yeah. But I was saying that even if the sugar water is not inside of that tank and we still shine that pen laser, you'll still have some refraction. Maybe not a lot of it, but the glass is going to cause it to refract.
But what about a vacuum? Just kidding.
You sound like you got a robot around you, man. There's a killer robot next to you.
Who, me? My bad.
Is something? Is somebody vacuuming or something? You got some.
No, it's actually I'm near the window and the vehicles, the trucks.
Hey, open your window and tell them to shut up.
Yeah.
like a crazy person. Hey, shut up!
Shut up, you friggin' trucks!
Yeah. Oh, refraction's a thing. But... I don't know. Sounds like somebody said it sounds like a robot dog.
My voice or the background?
The background, like there's a robot dog.
That's weird.
You should hear what it sounds. You should hear what it sounds like on our end, dude. It's
I'm gonna
weird.
go check it on the live stream. I'll be back.
Yeah. It's crazy, bro. Well, that was that conversation. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be heading out though, but anyway, everybody here. Good talking to you guys. Shall return.
Later, Miggy. Take care.
Later, brother.
Alpha.
I check. Anyone in here still under the globe spell? So, you look through the list of names here, so everybody knows. You know you got a question, feel free to ask. If you do not know the answer, I'll take. Still looking for any empirical evidence of the globe model we allegedly thought we live on. Everybody thought it was fact, and you actually dig into it, and it's all assumptions and stories. Anyway, somebody else talk. We're done. All right, I guess nobody else is available at the moment. No big deal. Dead Air Dave reporting live from Kentucky, middle of USA. Sunny day, a little bit on the cool side, but I'm not bitching. Whatever this is, Creator has given us a blessed day, sunshine. Sun is definitely in the sky. Observed it today, and it's still don't know what it is. But it's one thing we can all agree on: if the sun wasn't there, we wouldn't be here. Anyway, if you got anything you want to talk about regarding this subject seriously, and you're not a troll, click the link, come in here and start a convo. People will talk to you. Dead Air Dave. Somebody else talk now or don't. Nobody's got a mic. If I got cooties or something, people just don't like me, do they? I should just shut up and not come back on here. And still won't make it a globe. So while I have some ears listening, and obviously if you're following this subject, there's a InfoWars audience is going to be exposed to flat Earth correctly, hopefully. I mean, I trust Wits. That goes without saying, in my opinion. He knows how to represent what we know, hope, and just pointing that out to more ears and eyes that are not aware this is actually a serious subject is a good thing. So everybody should support what Witsit's doing on InfoWars tomorrow. I believe it's going to be, could be wrong, like 10 o'clock in the morning, Eastern, 9 Central. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, or I'm shutting up now. We still need empirical globe evidence. It's not too much to ask for after 10 years. First claim, it's a ball. Ball has curvature. We still have not substantiated and verified the curvature. All right, now shut up.
Hello. Wow.
Hello? Maybe I need to. Is anyone speaking? Um. Okay.
No, people are quiet. I can hear you.
Cool. You praying or something? Is it a prayer? I'm just kidding. Has there been some action here today? May I ask why are people in here? I'm just waiting for some Glober to come or something.
I
That's
don't
the
know
reason.
about anyone else, but I'm hoping and praying, as you said, to listen to good conversations. Like I'm not good at having them, but I'm a good listener.
I'm not good at starting them. But I can be good at holding them sometimes. Yeah. Hello, Phantom.
Going on?
Silence, it seems. Maybe you can fire it up a bit.
Perhaps. I usually come here to listen to both arguments. If I can
Cool.
find the usefulness in it.
That's great.
What do you think the shape
Was
of it is, man?
level.
So it would seem, right? The Earth
Yeah.
is 70% water.
Certainly. I mean, certainly that's the most logical explanation, given that with the standard globe model, it doesn't hold up due to we can see too far. High precision gyroscopes that aren't ring laser gyroscopes don't precise, and numerous other things that disprove the globe. So the most simple explanation without multiplying entities beyond necessity would be flat Earth.
Which then raises a lot of questions, right?
Like what? What's the contradiction?
Not necessarily a contradiction, just it leads one into question other
Yeah,
parameters of their
I'm not
paradigm.
changing my position until there's a contradiction with it.
Right. I understand, man.
Yeah, if you can measure like curvature, then I might have to rethink something and look at it more and study. I mean, some people say just as a coping mechanism. Usually, they just say, "What if it's like a bigger globe?" Then would have to be like super, very, very big. Which is, I mean, nobody really holds that position. But I guess it's technically plausible, but it's not the simplest explanation. Simplest explanation is just flat Earth. So unless
Well,
you find a
if it
contradiction with
was
flat Earth,
bigger than
then
the census of scientists
huh?
deceitful in their measurements.
So what do you say? I didn't catch that.
Said if the Earth was bigger and round, that would mean that the consensus of the Earth's measurements was incorrect, and proclaiming it to be so would be deceitful. So we,
And you kind of cut out at some parts. Maybe it's your microphone not catching it, or it's the internet.
yeah, maybe I could switch headsets.
It's a bit harder for me. I need to hear all the words. Since I'm a foreigner. But maybe you can repeat it. I don't know. Sorry about it. Or someone else heard it and they can respond. Like what I'm saying, if you find a contradiction in flat Earth, then that would be a problem. But I haven't seen any so far.
I would agree. What I was saying earlier, I had to change headsets. The consensus that the Earth is a sphere, and it's their measurements concluded that it was a sphere, and there's a curve. That would be wrong if it was bigger, right? Because they proclaimed certain measurements, and they stated it as fact, and that would be deceitful. So,
Of them, yeah.
right.
That doesn't make flat Earth wrong. Just because people disagree doesn't change reality.
Right.
And consensus doesn't really mean anything about reality. That's a primacy of consciousness fallacy. Existence comes before consciousness. Doesn't matter how many people believe something, it still exists the way it is, and we can measure it.
I agree with you.
Yeah, that's objectivism. Trying to see if I can integrate it into flat Earth and such. Seems to be a lot of primacy of consciousness everywhere.
Say that again.
There seems to be a lot of primacy of consciousness fallacy everywhere in most most sciences and philosophies and such. Like your mind has some metaphysical primacy existence. That existence is comes after or is because of consciousness, which is a stolen concept fallacy. Because consciousness, by its definition, has to be conscious of something that exists. So existence has to come before it. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's I don't know. I think that
You think that
we're only accustomed to the things that we're subject to, right? So I think that a lot of existence has yet to be determined.
yeah, I mean, most people grow up with a lot of primacy of consciousness in their lives, either by certain political views or by religion. And I suppose that's sort of controversial here. Religion and anything dealing with God, really.
Well, the truth is, in order to find the truth, due diligence is required, and a process takes place throughout our whole lives.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think a lot of the time it makes you uncomfortable.
Yeah, for some people, it was the most uncomfortable truth or most uncomfortable change I had to make was slowly. Well, it wasn't really that uncomfortable because it was slow. It was Christianity. I just slowly drifted away from it. Like I was a hard Christian the moment I was became a flat earther, but after I started questioning that, which is very huge, then I started questioning everything and looking into things.
Yeah, I think that
And
looking into things is a good
atheism
idea.
is sorry, what?
I think that verifying what you've believed is a good idea. I think that through time and circumstance and practical application, I believe that you can find
Yeah.
evidence.
The main issue I had was that I wasn't motivated to like look into this Christianity as such that much. I like looking at alternative theories and such, and people who believed only in the New Testament, people who only believed in the Old Testament, and whatever. I haven't even read the Bible, so I just found it pointless, kind of, for me to waste my time on that. And atheism is just kind of Occam's razor applied to like God, like don't multiply entities beyond necessity. And furthermore, you might think that I think it's the universe was created. No, I don't. I think it's wasn't created, meaning eternal, not infinite, but eternal. Because of the law, the law of causation. Every cause has a cause, and there can therefore be no uncaused cause.
So you don't
Hello,
claim to be
can we move to the lounge? Any moderators in here can move me to the lounge.
I'm not. You can first of all you can just exit here and then maybe join lounge. I don't know.
It's full, 35 out of 35.
Yeah, but we are having a discussion here. So you can. I'm not the moderator, and everyone else is silent, except for me and Phantom, and I don't think he's a moderator either.
What I was saying is, so you're not pursuing Christianity anymore, or the existence of that God and Jesus to be the Christ, because you weren't motivated to find
Yeah,
the truth.
I didn't see the reason why I should. There's
Okay.
also many other religions that
Well, at least you're.
proclaim that. Yeah, try to be honest. I'm not always honest in the heat of the moment, but I always tend towards honesty. Like after
Yeah.
reflection, I can't deal with you can't deal with being dishonest for long enough, or evading. That's also like a objectivist thing, evasion, which is not good.
That's kind of how I felt about not believing in Jesus to be my savior. I could like denying that, and then coming into the knowledge of that truth from practical application and through time and circumstance, decisions made, and evidence presented that became self-evident. It's not even like a belief; it's a knowing. But
Okay.
the personal our Creator is very personal. I mean, the truth is very personal. I mean, one can tell you what's true, but you can only take that at face value. You are required.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that truth is subjective. It's always objective. It's outside of you.
Right.
But you can be deluded and think that reality is what it isn't. But that doesn't make it that.
And ignorance is only bliss when not in the presence of the truth. Also, it becomes very uncomfortable when the truth is for your face. Try to continue ignoring it.
You're only delaying the inevitable if you are ignoring the truth.
Right. I agree.
Yeah.
I think that you should totally read the Bible, though, if you haven't. Said you're not really motivated.
At some point I might. Just
Yeah.
not motivated. Just seems like randomly. I mean, I would have been a Hinduist if I grew up Hindu, and same for any religion. And I think the best thing to do if you don't even read it and don't find a reason to read it is to just be atheist, or at the very least agnostic if you don't have a metaphysics your metaphysics in order, because you don't Occam's razor basically.
I think everybody should be required to learn Abrahamic religions and then afterward be confronted with Eastern religions and methodology. Yeah,
Who are you
like
to say
required.
Who are you to say that's required? Like that should be forced on people through the government or something?
Yeah, like it should be like required education to look through Abrahamic religions first, and then afterward.
So to force parents to go to certain schools that they not necessarily want their children to go to get indoctrinated into Abrahamic religion. That's what you are looking for.
That's not what I said at all.
But it's required education. Surely
that's not what I said at all. And then afterward,
Keep saying
they
what
should.
required education.
Okay. All right. Well, you can keep telling me what I said, or you can allow me to finish my
You
thought.
can change it. Sorry, I was just saying what you said. You can change it.
Okay.
That's fine.
And then afterward, be required to read Vedas, like Eastern religions and the Sanskrit, because I do believe that those stories which are used to wage war against each other, right, are probably the most important stories that we have on this place right now. So it's like, why are we glossing over that?
War is only lawful/ethical if you do it in purely self-defense on an individual level.
Okay, I don't care about the rules of engagement, man. I was just saying for people to get a wider perspective. Like, I'm not trying to argue.
Yeah, yeah, okay. But what do you mean by require? Like it should be required?
Like, I mean exactly what I said. Like, required. Like how they teach you 2 plus 2.
Yeah, but how would it be required?
From an educational point of view.
So all schools should be forced to teach this. That's what you're saying.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're okay with them teaching the ball. You're okay with them teaching evolution. You're okay with them teaching.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm for every. Well, I'm for private school and homeschooling. If people want to teach them whatever, they are free to teach them whatever. There's no unjust thing about it. If they believe a certain thing, they can teach it as long as it's not mentally damaging, because that would be a type of aggression, initiating a conflict with the baby. Like if they're teaching them they are a woman or something like that, when they are a boy, I mean.
Well, I get that, but who are you? Who are you to say what a significant thought is?
What do you mean by significant thought?
Like, you don't think it would be better for someone to be exposed to many thoughts to have a well-rounded point of view?
But I don't think. I think humans are flawed, and I don't think any human should be dictating such rules just because they say so. There are other things to learn too, and some people might not want to learn that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think we should force people to be well-rounded. I'm tired of people being able to just like not acknowledge things. It's annoying. It's very annoying.
It begs the question then: how how does one become a well-rounded? What makes one a well-rounded individual?
The ability to entertain ideas from multiple cultures and multiple times.
Yeah, but what's useful and what's not useful? What's evil and what's good?
I'm not saying that we are the arbiter of what's useful or what's significant. I'm just saying that these stories have clearly led to some of the most change, volatility, hopefulness. Like a lot of emotions have been wrapped up in these stories throughout mankind. So I fail to see why we wouldn't be educating our children about all of them.
I fail to see how this should be a requirement, and why I can't teach my children what I want to teach my children.
Well, you can. Yeah, you have the option to homeschool them. I'm just saying, like public schools that we pay for.
You want the government or some protection agency to force my kids to be indoctrinated in your school. That's what you are proposing.
Yeah, if you go to the school that all the citizens vote on, right, then you would be under the curriculum that a majority of people want.
Yeah, I don't believe in government.
Well, you don't have to believe in it. It exists.
It does exist. It's a collection of individuals who think they are better than other people.
Okay.
I think they can rule other people. They only have power because of the people. When we get enough anarchists, they don't have that much power anymore.
There's
the
definitely
people-
a problem.
The people give them power, though, so they clearly have power.
Yeah, the people give them power, and that's why we are. That's why I'm trying to reach the remnant, the people who are willing to listen.
Do you, all right,
that
we have this persistent problem all throughout history. Do you know what that problem
Oh,
is?
yes. Government.
No, I mean yes, but no. See,
What do you know?
if the individual has this understanding, then they then can implement
Yeah.
solutions
It's
or
philosophy.
consider
Actually, you're
solutions.
completely right. You're completely right. It's the
Let him
philosophy.
finish. Let him finish. I
enables
wanted to
government.
hear what he said.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry.
Our problem, our main focus should be on ourselves, the state of ourselves. That's the problem of humanity is humanity.
I agree.
We cause all of our problems. We neglect that which is good and choose to do that which is wrong or evil. We inflict
I agree.
Sort of.
evils upon one another, even upon ourselves. We neglect the usefulness of all that which is good, and we find ourselves in a state of devolving. We're constantly destroying ourselves, destroying our environments, warping the minds of the youth. We're
Nothing
the
wrong with this
problem.
environment, as long as you're not aggressing.
And that this is how I came to know one of the facets of why I know that Jesus is the Christ is because he is God manifested in the flesh, and he showed us how to exist in the proper way, to abide by his ordinance and his statute, to show us how to live, to show us how to treat one another.
And what is that proper way?
He cares about your intention, the heart, the reason as to why you do the things you do, the origin of your thoughts and ideas and actions. That's what he cares about. That's what we should care about. That's what we should ponder. That's what we should consider and deliberate with one another before we act. Because emotions oftentimes lead us when they're supposed to serve us. There's supposed to be a usefulness of emotion. And that's not to lead us to act.
I agree,
I wanted
bro.
to respond
That's
to
kind of
something
why
else
I
that
said what I said, is because I think by reading all those stories, that's the message that you're going to get, regardless of like, it just needs to be told in many different ways for you to like get the pattern.
Yeah, I wanted to say the falsehood is what has led us to this. People believing in falsehoods, and also the actions. The actions are what's matter, not exactly what's in your mind. That would be helpful, but actions themselves. That's
Yeah. And we always get to a point where we, like, our own hearts deceive us. It's like, one of the problems with ourselves is our ego and our pride and the intellect that we possess. We presume it to be wisdom, but to our creator, it's like utter foolishness. And that's why we have these problems like falsehoods and believing and then acting upon those thoughts and ideas that derive from falsehood beliefs. We
It's
need to
because
know
of
the truth for ourselves. We have to have a connection with our Creator and a direct correlation to the truth, practical application, and through time and circumstance and decisions made, you get evidence, and therefore you walk in those decisions. And
bloviation. You're bloviating a lot. You're just saying the same thing over and over, just in different ways.
but there's a point there, man. It's just going to keep happening. I mean, unless we destroy ourselves completely.
Believing in falsehood and having bad philosophy. They are guided by primacy of consciousness, Platonist philosophy, usually. Platonist and other such primacy of consciousness philosophies.
Perhaps there's only one way, and the waters keep getting muddled with falsehoods and deceit and lies.
Yeah, just retreating into their mind without measuring reality or thinking about reality. You're thinking about consciousness and God and these concepts that aren't really proven. I mean, it's fine to think about God, sure, but yeah.
Well, there's
Just saying that.
one thing about reality is you're not going to know everything. We're not created to know everything.
You know, it's omniscience is impossible. You'd have to be outside of metaphysical reality to be omniscient. Like,
I agree.
reality, it consists of everything that exists. That's the universe, everything that exists. Yeah, to exist and have omniscience would be a contradiction of that.
To exist and have omniscience would be a contradiction.
Yeah, because you're a part of existence then.
You
And if you
don't
know
think that you can
yourself and your
create,
thoughts about yourself, then you're above logic, and then I have no reason to believe you. If
but
you
if
think
you
you can,
if you create something, are you not omniscient about the creation of that thing?
no,
You're not.
no. If I create like, let's say, a knife, I don't know every electron, like, or proton or whatever. I'm not I'm not buying the atomic theory model, but I don't know every cell in the like, let's say, the tree handle of the knife. I don't know all the, let's say, if there are atoms in the steel or wood on the handle.
But
I'm not omniscient about it.
But that's real to you, right? Like, that's your way of understanding it.
It is a real thing, and saying that it is real to me, that's signaling that you have a bad philosophy.
What?
Because
No,
that's
no. Wait. Okay, but like, hear me out. If all a creator knew was that if he does this, it creates this, right? And he uses that same philosophy to create everything. He knows the creation and he knows how to create the mechanism in which creation happens, right? Then how would he not be omniscient about that? Even though, from your perspective, right, being the creation, you're looking at something and seeing like protons, electrons, neutrons, right? Like why do you think that this works the same for a creator?
Yeah, I have no reason to believe that contradictions are true, or that the law of identity suddenly drops.
What do you mean?
In any context. Like, God is supposedly supernatural, and he created everything, and he's also omniscient. All of these, in one way or another, contradict the law of non-contradiction or identity.
What is the law of non-contradiction or identity? What is that?
Contradictions can't be true. A law of identity says that things like A is A, like a knife is the same as the knife. It's the same as itself. Everything is the same as itself, basically.
But that's not what we're talking about at all. In fact, like, what we're talking about is a different perception of creation.
Yeah, it's about logic. That's what I'm trying to say. And that's why I don't have any reason to buy it.
So
Because
God perceives like we perceive. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not talking about perception here. I'm talking about logic and the idea of the existence of God.
No, that's not what we're talking about.
What are we talking about?
We were talking about a creator being omniscient.
Yeah, and the issue with that, he would have to be outside the universe for that. And the universe is everything that exists. So
Okay, wait. But if God creates the universe, yeah.
Yeah, by its consciousness or something. But that's a stolen
Okay.
concept.
How are you relating something that created the universe to not existing within the creation?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Or am I relating to?
Why, if something creates something, does that mean it is outside of it?
Oh no, it doesn't mean that. But as you said, we were talking about omniscience. But now
Can I
you're
can I give you an example of creation that has something inside it that it is
okay.
one with, that actually breaks your little thing that you're saying, right? So if I come into a woman, yeah, if source comes into a mother, it creates a child, and that child is actually linked up to the mother through an umbilical cord, and they share stem cells, they share nutrients. It's basically a chimera of sorts. So
Well,
there
that's
is an
one of
example.
the
There is an example of a creation, a creator existing within and without a creation.
Yeah. It's a creation in a sense, but it doesn't create it from nothing. Nothing comes from nothing.
Whoa.
Something can come from something else.
I think
I guess
that's a
now
great
we're talking
point.
about creation.
But
That's a good point, though.
who's saying that something is coming from nothing?
Well,
I'm saying
God.
something's coming from something. Someone, actually.
I think so too. I think it's very clear how we got here.
I think that his logic proclaims the.
That would also mean that he would have come from something again.
Again, I gave you an example in which a creator exists within and without the creation. Okay? So there's no logical fallacy there.
Within and without. What does that mean?
It
Exists
means,
within and
yeah, you said that a creator has to exist outside of the creation.
yeah. And
Okay.
if he is
And
omniscient, that is.
I gave you an example of a creator existing within and without of a creation.
Okay.
Okay. So your logical fallacy, your law of whatever, right? It actually doesn't work here.
Now he's stuck on trying to understand how did God come to exist, and I think that God's going to blow his mind. Someday he'll find out that he's worthy of worship.
I don't like worshipping. I don't like idols.
Well, he's the only one worth it. Spirit and truth.
I don't like idol. I still don't like idolatry. I'm sorry. Even if just one, I want 0.
Oh.
I think that leads me into bad places, cults, etc.
I think it totally
Cults,
can
religion.
also. Make sure that your own intellect, you don't idolize your own intellect.
Yeah, I think as long as you your focus is on the Father and the Son and the Mother, in my opinion, I don't think anything can go wrong.
Depends on what you mean by mother, father, and son. I don't subscribe to the Bible, but
You don't have
I know
to.
that my mother.
You just have to be respectful to your children and your wife.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's in my own self-interest.
Yep. So if we all did that, the world would be a better place.
Exactly. It would not be a better place if you started forcing people to learn Abrahamic religion, which is what you proposed earlier.
I proposed required education of Abrahamic religions followed by a required education of Eastern religions in order to formulate a archetypical mind in the child in which it's able to acknowledge in which
Well,
it's
you
able to acknowledge the significance of the story, which is the family, the father, the mother, and the son.
Yeah, I
And
don't care.
love.
Who are you to say? Who are you to force other people to teach their children this if they don't want this?
I agree,
taught.
right? And I think that's why we have a great system set up in which a majority of people could vote to either
tyranny of
go with that
majority.
or not go with that, right?
That's tyranny of majority. Not good.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can train your child to be like an outcast if you want, but that's cool too.
You can teach your child whatever it wants as long as it's not mentally objectively damaging. Like if it's
Right.
teaching
Your child is just required to go out into life and be respectful to the mother and its children. That's it.
It's not a requirement by law, but ethically you should do that. Yeah. By law, I mean libertarian natural law, as in the first comer principle or ethic. I mean, first comer ethic.
So, do you not understand the negatives that come from me treating people disrespectfully?
I understand that it's unethical.
Well, it seems to be a natural law, actually.
It doesn't mean you can be tried in court for hurting somebody's feelings. That doesn't
Right,
mean
but it seems that nature takes care of that by itself, right? Like this isn't something that we need to put in writing.
Obviously,
These laws are written upon the hearts.
Sorry, I wanted to. Okay, what did you say?
Those laws are written upon our hearts. We know them to be true, right? So it's like, I guess your libertarian law or whatever is like, it's just
it comes from logic.
Common decency.
Logic.
Yeah.
Like you should not initiate conflict over scarce means, or you can say you should not initiate conflicts, and conflict is defined as contradictory use, as in you can't use a certain scarce means in two contradictory ways at the same time.
Right. It's almost as if
when you initiate such an action, then you're depriving the use of the rightful owner of that scarce means, whether it be their own body or something that they use.
It's almost as if we have an infinite volumes of texts saying this exact thing.
Well, I mean, they also have like like Muslims, they believe in like wars and such, and I suppose.
Well, yeah, and Muhammad came into Aisha when she was 9 years old. So I think we should educate people on that. I think they should be educated about that.
Yeah, I think people. I think I don't necessarily disagree that it's a good idea to teach people about these things.
Wait, why wouldn't you teach them that? That way they could disagree with it.
Well, you're like, I guess you're like, what do I say? We are talking about law. We are not talking necessarily about what you should do per se, but what we should not do objectively. So, like, what I teach my children is outside this conversation. We're talking about law, and you as a flawed human being have no right to force me to get my children taught these things, which I don't necessarily want them to be taught. Maybe I want something else that is more useful to them to be taught, like philosophy, mathematics, or some whatever. Really.
You're aware of where those sciences come from, though?
Science comes from philosophy.
Okay.
You can't have science without philosophy.
And you're aware of
scientific method.
You're aware of where that stuff comes from and in tandem with what?
It comes from reason.
Oh, okay. No, you're totally right. The greatest minds in history never talked about religion at all.
That doesn't mean anything. I mean, that's kind of an appeal to authority. It's not an argument. That's not a valid argument.
It seems as if the authoritarian view on all of this is to just completely erase the religions.
Yeah, that's that. What?
Yeah.
No. Well, I'm not authoritarian. I'm not authoritarian, so okay. I'm the most extreme libertarian, kinda ish.
So then, why would you not want just an overall education?
I mean, it depends. Like, as long as people are free to teach their children this, you can argue with them, and if they don't want to listen, and then they go into their home, you aren't allowed to go into their home if they don't want you there teaching their children. Don't want to be taught to their children. That's not your issue. People are allowed to make.
I mean, and I have the same argument for like when schools want to teach things that they probably shouldn't, right? Like at the end of the day, I do think it comes down to the parents, right? Like even if
this stuff you are proposing is boiling down to altruism, and that's the source of most of our evils. Like,
what's altruism? What is that?
That you just should sacrifice yourself for the community or the greater good or such things.
Well, do you exist for yourself or for the community?
Obviously, I'm existing for myself.
Well, then maybe that's your problem.
Why?
Well, because
why is that a problem?
That's only going to lead to turmoil and suffering.
No,
not
no.
necessarily.
If I love myself, then I can love other people more because I already love myself. If you hate yourself,
I agree, but that's different than saying I only live for myself.
Yeah, but that's the primary. Like that's you have to care for yourself before you can care for others. That's just basic.
I think the two are pretty intertwined myself. I don't think one can really exist without the other, and if it does, I think it's completely imbalanced and creates abusive relationships.
I don't think so.
I do.
Like you're more easily exploited if you like in a, let's say, a relationship with a woman. You're more easily exploited if you only what you're caring about is her. She can trample over you easily.
I'm not worried about being exploited by someone who shows that they care for me.
Like you should love yourself and you should love others that are deserving of love. Not like what some people say, that you should love everyone, which is kind of stupid, I would say.
Yeah, but so hold on. You bring up, I think that's, you say the word love like very loosely. I think I understand what you're saying when you say that word, but I don't think there's a common understanding of that word. I don't even think that me and you, the other guy, fully comprehend all that
I
it
mean, I
is.
would say love is if they provide something to you and you provide something to them, I would say that's mutual love. That's love, basically.
I would say that's an exchange.
Yeah, I think that's
necessarily love.
transactional. My definition of love is more of a giving yourself or giving a part of yourself that you know you'll never get back.
I don't know. That sounds depressing.
What? No, that's beautiful because it's in tandem. It's reciprocated. It's love.
I mean, that's what politicians say when they like. I mean, they're using kind of the same reasoning. Like,
Well,
yeah, you should pay
I
taxes. You
disagree.
should pay taxes to help these poor people in Africa instead of helping yourself.
No, I disagree because those poor people in Africa aren't doing anything for me. They're not reciprocating love. That's an abusive relationship,
Exactly, yeah,
right?
it's a
That's just
transaction.
somebody
You're right.
taking.
I mean, you agree though. You agree though. It's a
What do you-
transaction.
Yeah, that's a transaction. That's not my definition of love.
Oh, okay. Sorry. What's your definition, or what do you want? I mean,
More importantly, where is the origin? What is the origin?
The origin is creation and a balanced exchange of energies, both masculine and feminine, and a mutual respect between the two in order to create. That's it. Like God didn't use Mary to put Jesus on the earth, right? He did it with her permission. Right? Like
there's so many issues with that. I mean, God is omniscient, so he would have known that things would be the way it was, and like permission in that sense is kind of weird to use in that sense because he already knew that she would agreed.
Okay. Well, sure. Who wouldn't? He's God.
And the same can be said for sin too. Like he gave us free will, and he would have known the consequences because he is omniscient.
Okay.
So why would he punish us if he also was omnibenevolent? Surely he must have predicted that we would have sinned because he's omniscient. It's
Well,
like
because if you don't know you're in jail, why would you ever try to get out of jail?
What do you mean? How's that analogous?
Well, because it's like if you did something that disconnected you from that true meaning or that true connection, right? And then you couldn't perceive that connection anymore. Let's say, okay.
Connection. You're just throwing that word out there. What do you mean?
Okay, let's say like as a child, right? Like you only know love, right? And then trauma happens and maybe that love gets misconstrued. Maybe you start to see it in a different way. Maybe you start to blah blah blah, right? Your perception has been changed. That trauma is going to stick with you the rest of your life until you either deal with it, reverse it, manage it, cope with it, like whatever you got to do, right? But the bottom line is you have to identify that something is wrong first, okay? In order to even be able to come to the perception that you can change this or that you can fix this or that you have the wrong idea of what's going on, okay? And so I think that it's important because it's like you asked, why did God let us sin, right? And I don't think he really like let us sin. I think it's just a product of what happens based on free will, like the perception, right? And I think that's part of what's beautiful about it is we build a cage around us of sins. And it's just what we do.
He would have predicted everything, right? Are you talking about libertarian free will, or are you talking about just free will? Like libertarian free will is saying that you make decisions not because of cause and effect, but you make decisions like how do you say it? Like it's kind of random, kind of, or it's like some outside thing. What kind of
free will? Free will is random to me. It's chaos.
Yeah, I mean that's illogical. But even still, God is omniscient. He would know that too, because omnipotent means anything, or not anything, everything. Like he knows everything. He would have known the results of the randomness that is caused by this libertarian free will concept.
Okay, and I'm saying that I think he does, and I think that he thinks that this is beautiful, right? Is
So why
because
did they
what
punish
happens?
us because of some random actions that we couldn't control?
What do you mean?
If it's based on randomness, like randomness that is where the source is like outside metaphysical reality, then why should he punish us? Like, who is he to punish us when he created us this way?
Well, I think it's within and without, and I think he is used as a almost like a metaphorical being of the energy that we embody that causes us turmoil or freedom, right? And it goes back to that story where he's like, don't do this, and then we did it, and we sewed fig leaves together to create coverings, and then we got kicked out of the
But
garden.
actually, you're not disputing any argument. You're just going on a tangent on things that aren't really related.
I got a question for you. What do you think? So you brought up punishment. I'm curious as to your understanding of what that is or what that looks like or means.
Okay, it's like some religions have something called hell. So God would put us in hell. I actually know. To be honest, my mother is the type of Christian, and she says actually that the Bible doesn't have the concept of hell, but that's a different story, I suppose. But assuming that God does.
So what's your basic understanding of what hell is?
It's well, Islam does have it, so I suppose it would be eternal chamber of torture.
Okay, now, I think that there's a lot of misconceptions of what it actually is, and it is. I think that it is portrayed as torturous because it would be, and I think that hell is hell, the way that it is, the type of experience it is, because there's a lack of a communion, there's a lack of the presence of your Creator there, based upon your decisions, exemplifying that you do not want His presence. You don't agree with it. You never desired it. You chose not to.
Yeah.
And so that's the punishment, is just not being able with Him. So right now, in this very present moment, we experience in every given moment the goodness of Him. Light to see, breath to breathe, eyes that work, heart that beats, joy, emotions, all the things that we take comfort in, whether we can fathom them right now or not, they come from Him. Goodness comes from Him. Comfortability comes from Him. And all that goes away.
Can
Would
I
you say
ask a
everything comes
question?
from God?
Can I ask
What's
a
that?
question?
Ask a question.
Yeah. So you say that we're still alive when we're in a so-called place of disconnection from the Creator. We're still conscious. In
Yeah,
hell?
I would say that we're still conscious in hell.
But doesn't he say that we shall surely die, and that the serpent is the one who says that you won't die?
I think that it's leading up to the Bema seat judgment. I think that there's a time where we all, whether we, like right now, if we die, we go to the joy of the Lord or we go to hell. I think that there's a place of hell right now, that it's a holding cell without His presence until there's a day where we're judged according to our works, and based upon that final judgment, it's like the end of existence, which is the lake of fire, or forever with the Lord.
Well, what I get is it says there's two deaths. The first death, which is obviously the one that everybody goes through, we're gonna lose this flesh suit.
Yeah.
And the second death, which will be where the weed is gonna be separated from, from the.
Tears.
I can't translate it in English, unfortunately.
Chaff, yeah.
Tears, yeah. So, but the thing is, what I find to struggle understanding is why is it that that Christians, many believers of my faith, obviously, that they choose to say that you shall not surely die, but you kind of are being killed in hell constantly, or you're going to be disconnected but still alive somehow. But isn't that like contradicting towards the notion that it says second death, and that
So-
also in the beginning the Lord says that you shall surely die if you eat of this fruit? And if the penalty of sin is death, is it not really like buying into what the serpent says, that you shall not surely die, which is, it's kind of weird, because I think death is a real thing, and the permanent destruction of someone is a real thing, and the only ones who are permanently suffering in hell because they can't die, because they're not a dieable creature in the first place. That's a thing that I made up, but is the ones that have fallen from heaven and have mingled with man and have created these entities that, like demons, that have never had the possession to die in the first place. So they are eternal beings, which in this case will eternally be tortured. But we aren't beings that can live forever, at least if we take what the Lord says about death towards our species as human beings made in the image of the Most High for granted. Right? And I take it for what he says. I believe that there is surely a death. So that means that the people who go to hell, the people who are going to be burned in a lake of fire, they will surely die. They will be forever gone. There will be no reconciliation of these people anymore.
Yeah. My mother
It's-
actually wrote a book on it, and she agrees exactly with you. She is like citing Hebrew and Greek and such, and like what Jesus called Gehenna and such, whatever. I haven't actually read it, but she made a long book on it.
So
Like,
this is
I
why
mean,
I
see-
think it's important to research the Eastern religions, because like literally they say the same thing except they go into it deeper. They tell you more about it. They tell you the process that you're going to go through, right? They tell you like how to move through it. They tell you all this.
Religion, check it out. People are interested in religion should check it out. Not everyone.
Well, I just want to be in a I just want to be in a constant with what is being said, right? I personally, for me, if I read the first page of the Bible and that is not constant throughout to the last page of the Bible, then for me that there's an issue, and I've always found that it's a weird concept that there's preachers out there, people out there, and I'm not talking to you, Phantom. I'm just saying there's people out there who say, if you don't follow the one that I believe, you're gonna be rotting in hell and be permanently tormented in eternity. And
Well, it actually tells
logically,
you not to do
one
that.
second, and yeah, every logical human being is gonna be like, oh wow, like what is this God that is punishing people that just live for like a grain of salt for like 80, 100 years if it's a long life, and now they're gonna be eternally punished if they have never realized that they're a sinful creature and then they need to repent, right? So I think it's a satanic lie. It's something that Satan came up with, that there's like these demons in hell and Satan in hell, and they're gonna like poke you and you're gonna be eternally punished by this creator, in order to get people to never consider people their very sinful nature, never consider that there is indeed actually a good news, good message, a creator that is willingly graceful and has a everlasting mercy, right?
Yeah, Clay, can I say something to you?
Interrupt.
Sure.
We should be pivoting to flat Earth now, because of I think the moderator is saying people are wanting to listen to flat Earth debate instead. There are other channels for theology, I suppose.
Anyway, Clay, to give a rebuttal on my standpoint, so I can clarify, if you even care to, you could give me a call or whatever on here, because I agree with what you just said, but
okay, perfect.
There's a different understanding, or perhaps I have explaining to do, which I'm totally fine with. But yeah, that's cool.
Well, I was not trying to attack you or anything, man. Like, for real. Like, if I'm wrong, no worries. Send me the script. Send me
you're
everything
right,
you
dude.
want, and
you're right, and I'm right. and I can
Yeah, we
explain
can
that.
get the flat Earth now. I suppose. Sorry. So, are there any globers in here?
Clay, jump down to 1v1 real quick, like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. That was very fun. Fun debate. Actually
Wait,
learned
so do you think the Earth is flat?
Oh yeah, for sure. I might be one of the only atheist flat earthers. Only recently became one. Atheist, that is. Been flat
Right.
earther for like 3 years.
So do you think there's a spirit?
Spirit? I mean,
Yeah.
depends on how you define it. But let's not get sidetracked on that though. Yeah. I mean, we have long distance observations you can check out. The Black Swan. Quantum Eraser has a like, very good video. I mean, it's a bit condescending, I suppose, but it's pretty good proof. And that it's not a globe, and most simple explanation after that is flat Earth. The most logical explanation without multiplying entities beyond necessity.
Yeah, I agree.
And so and you have high altitude balloon footage. You have other long distance observation. We have very many.
Well, I think periscopes automatically just prove the Earth is flat. Like, I don't think you even need anything else, to be honest. Like, the fact that a periscope can see 16 miles around it, like, that's I can't think of
sorry,
a
I actually don't know what
logical
the periscope is.
explanation.
What is that? What is
It's
the
like
periscope?
the little telescope that the submarines put up above the water, and then they
those.
they like turn it around. Those things can see 16 miles, bro. Like,
Yeah,
that's
that's impossible.
absolutely
Like if it's just like a meter above, like the one I've seen in cartoons and such, they might not be accurate. But if it's just like 1 or 2 meters above the sea level, yeah, they definitely cannot see 16 miles. That's a new proof. I
yeah,
haven't.
yeah. No, that's one not a lot of people talk about, but yeah, that one's absolutely bonkers, bro. Like, there's no way that should be happening.
What channel? What channel made this?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't. I'll
Was
have
on
to look.
paper or something you read? Like you got it from somewhere, right? Or just find it on Wikipedia or something.
Honestly, I saw it in a movie. I'll see if I
It's
can
on a
find it.
movie. Okay. I wouldn't necessarily trust the movie, but it might be
Oh,
correct.
I mean, I
Depending on the
do.
type of movie.
I do. I think they hide stuff like that in movies all the time on purpose.
I know that's a common sentiment, but they also make the movies, and like I suppose they want us to watch them. So I kind of want to do the opposite, not watch them.
Yeah. That's why I think you should just embrace MK Ultra all the way. Go full flat Earth, and then also,
MK Ultra.
and then also unite the spiritual spheres, and then go through with your programming, dog.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sticking to reality. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So have people been enjoying the conversation so far? People are awfully silent today.
Okay,
They're
so Google whatever the deep search, Microsoft Bing, I guess. When I type in how far can a periscope see, The AI generates a response that says visibility range at sea. A submarine periscope can typically see objects up to 11 to 12 miles away. However, this range can vary based on factors such as atmospheric conditions and the quality of the periscope lens.
Cool. Could you also ask it how high above the water level, sea level it is, just to make sure that it is approved?
I mean,
Like, I haven't actually seen a periscope. I don't actually know how they are in reality.
I think they're typically like a maximum 3 feet out the water, but how far up does a periscope go out of the water? I mean, I would just assume it raises as far out of the water as you raise it out of the water. I don't know.
I see
I
Great Nugget had a response on that in the side chat. It says that if the periscope is 4 feet above the water and the ship is 100 feet high, the answer is 2.4 plus 12 is equal 14.4 nanometers when you see just the tip of his mast. Not sure I got that. Yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't
Like,
find how
if
far
maximum.
like the regulation is of them coming out of the water, but I'm just going to assume it's approximately like 3 feet above the water. Like I would assume that's where the lens is looking out.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. I mean, it's not as strong of a proof then, but yeah, sure.
I mean, it seems to
Like,
be a stronger proof
I
than
would,
someone standing on the shore shooting a laser, though.
I would set a maximum first. Like, the absolute maximum would be the total height of the submarine, and maybe you can stretch it out to half of it, or maybe just
Well,
a periscope lens.
no matter which way you look at this, though, they shouldn't be able to see farther than like
Yeah,
6
of course,
miles,
of
right?
course,
Like
of
6
course.
miles
Yeah,
is the max they should be able to see, basically.
yeah. I just like having like solid, irrefutable evidence. Like, I don't want any questions about it. Even like, if you question it, then you need to look at it more. Like, you need to check the maths or measure it yourself or whatever. Yeah, shouldn't be questionable if the premises are true. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Okay,
if you
well,
assume,
sadly, I think all the arguments for flat Earth are like this. So I guess I don't know, man.
well, then you haven't been looking far and looking enough. Have you looked at the Black Swan by Quantum Eraser?
What? No,
Number one.
that.
There's no good globe arguments either, though, sir.
Right, I agree. There's no good globe arguments either. There's always something to come back at it with. It's whether you trust your eyes or what you're told, I guess.
I mean, yeah, that's like if you didn't know any better, that should be the default. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the simplest explanation.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think there are many good proofs that the globe isn't real, and yeah, that would give a lot of credence to flat Earth. That's the most simple explanation. You're not multiplying entities. Beyond necessity, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, and I do think that both of them are actually significant in their own way, personally. I think one is a spiritual system and one is a physical system, and the two work in tandem with
Are you
one
saying the
another.
globe Earth is a physical system?
No, I'm saying the flat Earth is a physical system. I'm saying you're actually inside the womb of Mother Earth Gaia, right? With a placenta and a firmament above, an amniotic sac dividing the waters above from the waters below. You have amnesia when you're created in the Big Bang by a mother and a father. Source comes into mother and creates man. This is how physical reality comes into play. 2 ups, 1 down. Right, like you have your quarks, you have your nuclear
I suppose that's
families.
poetic. I suppose that's
What?
poetic, but that's not concerning about reality. That's like
Well,
poetry, not
but I,
reality.
but I think it's actually a good explanation of the physical container in which we're in, actually, and the way that it works seems to be, in my opinion, the same as creation itself, right? Whereas, like, the solar system or the non-physical spiritual system that we're able to divine slash see slash mathematically produce somehow, right? Like, to just scrap all that doesn't seem genuine, right? Like I understand that, like, there's a lot of lies wrapped up with space, okay, and I understand that there's like photoshopped pictures and blah blah blah, right? But I almost feel like it's like what they're doing is trying to discredit it completely. And it's not that I don't think, like, I don't think space is a physical place where you can go, right? Like, I think you're looking into spiritual spheres. I think that's what that is. I think it's like a timer, like a clock that shows where you're at in your cycle, blah blah blah. Okay. uh and I think that by them telling you that it's a physical place, showing you physical things, saying that this is what this is and blah blah blah, they're actually taking away a system that you originally knew what it was in order to divine things yourself.
Sorry, there was a lot of bloviating. I was kind of, or maybe I mean, I was focusing on something else. Sorry.
You're very condescending.
No, sorry, man. Sorry, I take that back.
You are, though. I'm just letting you
Okay.
know.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
I found some funny. Look at the chat, or maybe you can just look at the screen. You click on the voice chat thing, so that you can see all the usernames in a big on your full screen. Looks like a robot. To
By the way, on periscopes, they range from like 14 feet to 60 feet in length. But anyway, if you're trying to be stealthy, let's say you had 3 feet, your geometric horizon is supposed to be at 2 miles, 2.12 miles at 3 feet
Yeah.
above.
Yeah, I think at 4 feet it's like 3 miles from what I read. And so the fact that they can see 11 to 12 miles, even with the periscope being 12 to whatever feet, you can assume that a submarine isn't going to raise all the way out of the water just to get a view,
Right.
based on the whole
I
concept.
would the calculation before claiming that to a glober. I would definitely make the calculation before claiming anything.
Sure.
Already,
I agree.
on what? On the periscopes? I already got it right here.
Yeah, but I'm more than willing to say that, like, the primary use of a submarine is stealth.
Right.
Therefore, I would assume it wouldn't raise all the way out of the water.
All the
So
way. Exactly. They probably
yeah,
do the minimum just so they can get a
exactly.
good enough view.
Right. So that's where I'm personally willing to make the jump and say, like, yeah, but some calculations would be awesome for sure.
Yeah, of course. maybe they can even see farther, but they are like restricting it to 11, 12 miles just because I suppose they calculated it just to make sure. And so no flat earthers are going to get any ideas from it or something.
I mean, it does depend. It probably depends on how sunny it is, right? Like whether or not the water is warm. It
If
probably
it's calm,
depends on a bunch of stuff.
yeah, if it's calm, like so, it's not splashing around. It's not there's not wind waves and
Right, but
spray.
if you were like in Antarctica on like a really cool day and it was calm waters, not very windy, I imagine you could see for miles and miles and miles,
And I've heard that they can't see very far down in the southern oceans.
It just makes sense though, right? Because you'd have water condensing rather than evaporating, like the rate. And
Yeah.
so
Also,
I'm
I
like,
also had
okay,
a global who lives like in Indonesia, and he's saying like distance from one part of Indonesia to another part of Indonesia is like way more than like from London to Moscow, for example, even though they look similar on the map. And then I just pointed out like, yeah, this matches up with the Gleason's map. So,
well,
but yeah, you just
in the winter
left
you
it.
can walk from Russia to America.
Yeah, on 2 islands.
Yeah. And when it freezes, you can literally walk over it.
Yeah, I know.
Not to make it think that would be an easy task at all.
Yeah. It would probably be pretty rough, but still.
Just physically, and how logistically and physically demanding it is. Like it's quite demanding, and that's not even including any permissions you'd have to go through.
Right. But like, let's say you had a snowmobile and a big enough gas tank, you could just zoom across that thing.
Yeah.
But I don't think we're supposed to walk that far.
Yeah, what about crevices and shit?
Yeah. I think there's a lot of like once you get so far up into Canada, I think there's a lot of restricted areas that you're not allowed to go.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. The guy from my country tried to sail up there, and yeah, he got fines. Like I suppose there was some. They might have tried to get him in jail. I think maybe even, and then he tried to go to Antarctica, and obviously that's where you get a lot of issues. And he
I've
lost
actually
2 crewmates.
I've looked into
But
quite a bit of like whether or not it'd be feasible to take my life savings and do something like that.
Oh yeah, I'm actually going to sail next, like after summer. I'm going to like a sailing school. I'm getting like the
Really?
licenses and such. We're going
That's
to
cool.
sail over the Atlantic and to the Caribbean.
I've come to the
Yeah,
conclusion with like a 40-foot boat, you're pretty safe to get away with most things. It's just the actual governments are what concern me, right? Because I'm like, what are the odds that they're going to stop you from going somewhere? And then I'm like, okay, well, actually, the odds are pretty good from what I've seen because they stop everyone from going there. So I'm like, okay. Except before they had really locked it down, people did get through.
Yeah, and I'm willing to do that, even though there might be consequences, just for the thrill of it.
I'm not, bro. I don't want to mess with these people.
I mean, things might move quickly if we keep getting more people who hate the government. Then they will have way less power.
See, I don't even hate them.
Well, I do.
I feel like the population is so, I guess, hopeless that like I almost empathize with them.
A lot of them are, but there are still many people who are willing to listen to you and willing to learn. You just gotta not waste your time with people who are not willing to listen to you. That goes for anything, really.
Well, yeah.
That's
Sure.
the biblical concept of reaching the remnant.
I'm not willing to sacrifice my relationships with the general populace in order to like fulfill.
Well, you don't have to. You just talk with the ones who are willing to listen, and then you just keep normal relations with the ones you don't really want to listen to that yet.
Yeah.
I mean, some might even do if you like keep repeating it to them and asking them like kindly from time to time. I mean, I got my dad to be basically agreeing with me with the recent debate I had on YouTube.
But did you get him to agree out of his own will, or did he agree from exhaustion?
If he wanted to, I just asked. I just sent him the debate I did, and he commented on the debate, and he said in the start, he said, "So far, I agree with you," and then he finished off by saying, "Yeah, I agree with you." He moves slowly with changes his opinions because he says he's old and such, but yeah, I think he can't really refute my arguments on the non-aggression principle and such.
Well, at least you know it's an authentic change if it's slow.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I changed to flat Earth like instantly. I mean, suppose like me questioning other things might have made it easier for me, but like, yeah, I changed my mind instantly once I saw like an interview. It was between DITRH and what's the guy called? I forgot. Yeah, in High Impact Flicks. He also have some other channels. I think it's called Brian or something.
I haven't fully made up my mind on any worldview, to be honest. And I'm thankful that that's what Flat Earth has kind of shown me, is that I really don't know. I have no idea. And I think that leaves me open to things like cellular cosmology, like the Hollow Earth stories. Like, it allows me to entertain many ideas without ever really having to.
Are you open to abandoning the idea of a god? That's kind of the big one.
Well, yeah, but hear me out. I can't find an explanation of an origin story or anything really that doesn't come down to an origin. And even if you believe that something came from nothing, like spontaneous generation or something.
That's what I deny. And like, even if there's like a comparative mythology, it seems to indicate
Okay,
there's been
wait. Where did you come from? Where did you come from?
Come from my mother and my father.
Okay.
Objectively speaking, at least.
Right. But at one time you were disembodied. No.
I didn't my consciousness didn't exist before that, like to my knowledge. I might have had amnesia, like some people who claim reincarnation to be real. I'm open to the idea of soul atoms, like the atomist proposed.
Sure, I'm open to those ideas too, but my point in asking you that, right, is that regardless of what you believe, the concept of God, right, seems to be there. Even if you're an atheist and you're like, oh, well, it's just an atma or whatever.
I grew up with Christianity. Of course, I have a concept of it, yeah.
Well, I get that, but even if you do your best to delineate from that, and you're like, no, I'm an atheist, right?
No, I didn't like actively try to become an atheist. I I wasn't
But-
really motivated by Christianity, and then I moved on to objectivism, and metaphysics makes certain aspects of God impossible.
Sure.
You define God in different ways that could
Sure.
be plausible, but
Right.
like,
And I think that's what we do,
options-
right? An atheist is still a theist.
Sorry, what?
An atheist is still a theist.
No. Why
I
do you say
mean,
that?
it's literally in the word.
No, that's a contradiction, though. Like if, like A and P and not P, basically. Can't like atheist can't be same as theist because atheist is the negation of theist.
I don't understand atheists at all in the way that, because especially now when all you have to do is look out in nature and see the design elements that are there everywhere, and almost and actually every single system
I know what you're saying.
and subsystem and how they all interrelate with each other. There's no way without an intelligent designer.
Well, I would attribute the structure and the beauty that we experience of the reality is because of because of logic and universe being governed, quote unquote, by logic.
Okay, so even if you
not-
think it's a simulation, is there
I
not
don't
a
believe in
creator? So what do you
I don't believe in.
believe?
I believe the universe exists. It simply
Logic.
is. And
Listen,
it is
logic.
eternal,
I'm
as in
sorry.
having no beginning.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was going to say logic is logic has to have a creator. Logic itself was creatively
reification.
designed by an
That's
intelligent
reification.
designer.
I agree.
That's
Otherwise, listen.
ideas.
Otherwise, we wouldn't know what logic was if it didn't exist out in nature and it didn't exist within us. We wouldn't know what
There's
it was.
no floating logic out there that you can find.
Well, no, logic is demonstrated by outside forces.
It's a concept, an observation of.
Yes.
Well,
exactly.
yes,
So logic
it's outside of
exists
you. It's not
within the
really-
creation.
Simply exists. Logic is simply exists. I would rather say.
Well, it would have
can't
to
create
exist randomly, like the Big Bang. It would have to have been a random. It would. I'm sorry.
Created.
I didn't mean to run. I didn't mean to overrun you there.
You can. It's fine. You can now. I will shut up.
No, it's all right. I just don't understand how you could have such things as logic out in nature and it not be intelligently designed. That it would mean that it would all be happenstance, just haphazardly thrown together out of nothing, like the Big Bang, which doesn't make any sense either.
So how do you propose that logic is created?
It is. It's a concept. Think about it. Like as a human being, how can we conceive of the idea of logic? It is simply another construct, but we know it exists because we can look in nature and it presents itself logically to us.
Like this, something that created logic would have to be above logic. Do you agree?
Exactly. I agree. And
Should I believe in something that is above logic?
Well, we're
That is illogical.
we're recognizing our ability to recognize logic in nature. It logically all fits together. It's like the systems and subsystems, like I said, all the intelligent design, the design itself, the information itself is the part that you can't do without an intelligent designer. You could take everything else, but the information itself about the design.
Right, you exist above the logic, right? You're looking at it. You're actually existing outside of the logic.
That's basically it.
Okay, but you're able to perceive the logic, right?
Right.
You're able to perceive it. You're able to use it.
I'm able to reason about it because of sense data, like.
So, are you logic or are you outside of logic?
I'm not logic, no.
Okay.
logic
Okay.
governs how I behave and how you behave.
No, wait. So the creator exists above logic, yeah?
That's what you are saying, and that would mean that it's
Well, that's kind of what you
illogical.
said too. Like, in fact, I think those were your words, is that the creator exists outside of logic.
I asked him if he meant that the God or the creator is above logic, and he said yes. And I would say that's illogical, because all
No,
I
I
know
don't
is
think
logic.
I don't think I said
I don't
that.
have any reason.
Oh, okay. Well, I got lost somewhere, but
Transcends logic.
I don't think it's illogical to think that, because we perceive logic on a level above what logic is, because we can contemplate about it, and so that's where
A reason about it. I'm not sure.
it seems to
Perceiving
be
logic-
more of a tool or an instrument rather than the method of creation itself.
Like, could you demonstrate me contradictions in reality that are true?
No, but God could.
That's
God
right.
could. Why should I believe
Yeah.
that?
So the creator of the laws of logic is not bound by those laws, right?
Okay, yeah, but why should I believe that? That's illogical.
Why should you believe anything? Well, logic can't be proven with logic, right? Gödel's incompleteness theorem. No system of logic or mathematics can be both internally self-consistent.
Listen, are you familiar with
That's true.
Aristotle's method of proving the law of non-contradiction? Even dispute it would mean you're in a performative contradiction, because you're presupposing that who you're talking to is wrong and you're right, and that contradictions are not true. Otherwise, you just shut up.
Yeah, but listen, you have a human mind and you're evaluating everything through your human mind, right?
Yeah.
And you're using a tool called the logic to do that evaluation.
Yeah.
So if there was a state of being which you could apprehend and understand, and there could be things like violations of the law of non-contradiction, you wouldn't comprehend it, right?
Of course, because such
It would be
things
like a
cannot
foreign
exist.
language to you. Well, no, you're just saying they can't exist within your mind. That doesn't mean they can't exist in the mind of someone else.
Well, that's the primacy of consciousness fallacy, that your mind can create something outside of logic.
No, I'm saying your mind. I'm saying the human mind can't. But I'm not talking about the human mind. I'm talking about the mind of God, which is
You
transcendental
have
of
a
the
human
human
mind
mind.
yourself. You're proposing this. Why should I take you seriously? You're human yourself.
I'm not telling you to take me seriously. I'm not telling you anything. I'm giving you a scenario.
Okay.
You don't have to believe a goddamn thing I say. You can keep believing in your materialist atheist worldview. I don't give a shit.
He's just asking you
that's
to
right.
enter.
Found out, right? With just a couple sentences, I already know your whole worldview. That's kind of weird.
He's just
No, you
asking
don't.
you to entertain the idea, right? Like, that's all.
Oh, I mean, I've been a Christian growing up for very long.
Well,
Just
no.
recently.
You're not now.
No. In the conversation that we're having, in order for you to see from his point of view with what he said, you have to suppose his idea, right? So you.
He says he knows all of my worldview. Okay, so what generally do I believe in?
No, materialist atheist worldview. No, it's just like there's some fundamental parts of it. I don't know everything that you think. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the materialist atheist worldview has a particular baseless foundation which can't support anything.
What do you mean, my materialist in this case?
Materialists, you think everything is done by naturalist causes and there's no supernatural or metaphysical, transcendental, non-corporal or incorporeal anything.
I agree with everything that except metaphysics. I do subscribe to metaphysics. Yeah.
What is metaphysics? In a materialist worldview, can metaphysics exist?
It's conceptual.
And where do those come from?
Logic.
Where does logic come from?
Yeah.
Logic doesn't come from anywhere. It just
Sure
simply
it does.
exists.
Well, then how did you
Doesn't.
apprehend it? Isn't it just like a bunch of biochemical processes in your brain letting
Oh,
you do
I'm just
logic?
not and I'm just not reifying logic.
So
Logic
is logic
is
just a chemical
is not
reaction?
physical.
Is logic just a chemical reaction in your
Well,
brain?
if you have a
No.
materialist worldview, reality can only be described by materialistic processes, right? Physical processes, physical
Okay,
laws.
I don't subscribe to that materialism. No, I don't subscribe to materialism then.
So there are things beyond materialism that aren't like
Oh, yes,
weighable, quantifiable. You can't stick them in a jar.
Concepts, laws, position, free will, many other things.
Are they created by material things?
No, there are aspects of them, you could say.
How so? Because they seem to be that we were imprinted with these things, that we didn't create them ourselves. Because we do know logic.
We
Like
do
when you
know
come
logic.
across it, when you come across something, you logically have the ability. So where did this ability come from? It came from a template that was put into us by the creator. It has a design. It has informational elements to it. You can't just say that those informational elements came from nowhere and that out of
It didn't
randomness.
come from nowhere. I mean, of course, you'd have to learn things and such, and you have to be created or transformed by your parents.
So we're trying to get to the point.
Yeah, but when you like sieve it down to like what Sonny's saying is that when you sieve it down to the base properties, that means that information has to come from materialism. Right. So these concepts, ideas have to arise, even though they're non-existent in physical reality. They're existent in some other place. Right. Let's call it the
I'm not
metaphysical realm.
subscribing to like truth being subjective or something like because of
No,
your
I'm not. I'm not
chemical.
saying that at all. But these concepts and things like the concept of logic and morals and things like that, they exist some other place. They don't exist in the physical world as in something you can measure. Right? They're not mass. They're not energy. They're not those things. Right? So
Yeah.
they exist as something else.
Yeah,
But
there's
if you
something
have a
else.
materialist worldview, then they had to come from the materials. They had to come from the matter and energy and those things.
I'm not a materialist then. I believe laws like the non-aggression principle is discovered, and logic is also discovered. It's not created by our minds. So I'm not a materialist in
So
that
they
sense.
exist independent of the human mind. Is that what you're saying?
Oh yes, definitely. Existence comes before consciousness. Primacy of consciousness fallacy is very prevalent. Yeah.
What if there was no biological entities in the entire universe? Would logic still exist?
Yes, the universe would still conform to logic. Like laws wouldn't suddenly stop working. Have no reason to think so, at least. And it wouldn't make sense if it did.
Would the golden
If
rule
all
still exist? Would the law of no harming, don't harm anybody? Would that still exist if there was another one that did?
Non-aggression would still be true, even though there were no humans. If there's somehow,
No, I mean no living beings.
Yeah, I would still say so.
So if a
Like
star explodes and destroys a planet, is that a violation of the non-aggression principle?
No, because it's not
To the
it's not
planet
a
it is.
rational it's not a rational being that's that's acting there. It's a natural cause, just like if there was a tsunami, there was no one aggressing there, just natural causes that weren't by rational beings.
So you realize you just looped into a circle, right? Now you're saying it's not a rational being, and by rational you're implying logic. So there's material. Some material can have logic. Some material cannot have logic. How do we know which material is rational and which material isn't?
We have free will. We can make choices, and like the non-aggression principle only applies to things that can have choices.
But that's the thing,
you have no reason to punish them.
Right there, though, I mean you're making those choices based on something that you have inside of you. It didn't just You didn't reference your choices
You're basing
against
your
nothing.
choices on
Hold on, hold
on
on. You didn't reference your choices with something that wasn't there or came from nowhere or that you created yourself. It's just there as a reference, logic, those types of things were put here by the creator, put inside of all of us.
And also, I will have to clarify: there's a difference between free will and libertarian free will. Libertarian free will postulates that it's some random outside this metaphysical reality that's causing your actions. Just normal free will or objectivist free will just states that it's you have the ability to make choices.
I
You have
just want to
volition.
I want to get this clear. So you do think that there are things independent of the physical world,
Yeah,
like
of the
consciousness.
physical
It's not.
world,
It's
but
not just a function of the
yeah,
mind, right?
yeah.
It's not just like the firing of synapses. That there's more to it than that.
Yes, exactly. That's
Okay.
objectivism, both
Cool.
existence and
Oh
consciousness.
fuck!
Well, I'm glad you're not insane. So, congratulations.
Yeah, at least there's some points of that we can agree upon. There's still some points that we don't have to be contentious about at all. And
Yeah, if you're interested, just like friendly recommendation, you could look into objectivism. There's a cult there too, but be aware of the Irandians. But there's also like a new movement called new objectivism, which integrates the non-aggression principle and all that, because it's already implied from the philosophy. Just a rivalry between Rand and Rothbard and such.
there's another
because
one. I mean,
of a
there's
cult.
another one. Where did philosophy come from? Right, Indio?
Well, yeah, he's already admitted that there's something beyond the physical world, so it had to
Yeah.
come from some other place, right? Now he can call it God, he can call it the monad, he can call it whatever the hell he wants, but it's not physical.
Right.
It's not self-creating
Yeah,
matter.
concepts aren't physical. I'm not a determinist.
Is that what a determinist is? They're
Well, I
the
mean,
ones
some
that
people think that like your mind and your brain are the same thing, right?
Yeah,
That
I
the
don't think
mind
so.
is just a creation of the neurochemical processes of your brain. I'm just making sure you're not one of those. But a lot of people actually think that. They think that like you're just a bunch of neurochemical processes and that's it. Like all your thoughts, all your feelings, everything, it's just a neurochemical process. Which is like you can't there's
It's
no
not all
like
of it,
when you
because
dig that down, there's no foundation there. There's nothing solid to grab onto logically.
yeah, but I sort of, okay. I have to say I sort of agree with that, but not on like when it comes to ethics. When you try to, well, to be honest, I'm not. I'm a novice. I'm a novice to objectivism, so I refuse to maybe elaborate, because I might be saying things wrong, and I suppose I'm a bit confused.
Well, I'm sure there's variations of it too. Typically, in any philosophy, there's like there's basic principles, but then there's
Well,
variations. So, like anything
even
human beings do, we freaking add and tack shit on.
right, but even if
Yeah.
that's the case, how would you have a neurotypical imbalance if there wasn't a homeostasis present or a logical function to the brain to begin with?
No,
And that's where
nothing is neurotypical. It's not. It
that's
can't even exist.
I
That's like
agree.
saying you can have like 3 point. I have 2.3 cars, right? The average person owns 2.3 cars. No one has 2.3 cars, bro. Except for some fucking hillbilly that's like hacks on their car in half and it's in their front yard.
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, I mean, I do have 2 cars and a project car. Maybe that
There's
is
a saying like there's no such thing as a normal person. There's no such thing as the average man. There's like these things people don't exist. They're just like simplifications.
Well, yeah, but I think they are often spoken in generalities to simplify conversation.
Yeah, I mean,
right? Like I would think that when you say neurotypical, like people know what you're talking about.
I mean, maybe. Probably depends on where you are.
Yes, it would definitely depend on environmental.
Because believe me, neurotypical in Boston, in like say San Francisco, is not neurotypical in say Alabama or North Dakota.
Yeah, I believe that.
It's a
But yeah,
completely different like environment. So like,
but that's why I was saying, like, I don't agree that we could only be the synapses firing just purely from that point of view. Is like, what would be the way it should work then, right? Like, and who's to say that, and how would you base that, and what lot? Like, I'm just what? Like, it's a wild
I
point of
mean,
view.
no one believed that until like there was an emergency room doctor that came up with a hypothesis that
Yeah.
things like after near-death experiences were caused by, oxygen depletion in the brain, and he came up with a whole like materialistic physical thing about what people experience when they die, right? And like back then, I think it was about 20 years ago, it might have been 30, but that's when they like latched onto that idea that the brain is simply like the mind. I shouldn't say the brain, that the mind is just the brain, and that the mind is not separate from the brain. That idea is pretty recent. They
Interesting.
call it the
Yeah.
hard problem of consciousness for a reason, because it's hard. It's a hard problem.
The 20th century philosophers, they were different. They rejected ethics. Some even rejected metaphysics, just sticking with epistemology, and it just became illogical. Many even rejected logic, which is very hilarious. So
Well, when
yeah.
it comes to philosophers, like if you want to be a successful philosopher, you got to tread new ground, and a lot of ground has already been tread. So you kind of pretty much like you have to go down paths that are ridiculous in
Well,
order to even be noticed.
I want to find the objective, the most correct philosophy, the correct philosophy, rather. So that's what I'm doing, and I think objectivism is the correct one, even though I haven't
Well,
read
I'll
the
give you an
thick books yet.
obscure one a lot of people haven't heard of. It's called direct realism.
Well, I heard of it. That's called. Isn't that the same as naive realism?
I don't think that would be the proper term. Direct realism was kind of started by, cannot remember his fucking name. Thomas Reed.
Yeah.
Thomas
Also, I
Reed. He
think.
was like a 16th century Presbyterian preacher, but he refuted Descartes, Hume, a bunch of other people. He wrote
Yeah.
something called Inquiry into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense. So he actually goes through like all the senses and like how we perceive the world and like all these things. He actually invented before Gauss, and he wasn't even a mathematician, his analysis of human vision. So he does an analysis of sight, of human vision, and he invents within that what's called a double elliptic geometry, which is actually spherical geometry. So he invented the concepts behind that, but from the point of view of being at the center of the sphere. So, and then Gauss came up with the mathematical formulations, I don't know, like 50 years later or something. So, I
Is
mean,
that like cryptography?
say it again. What?
Is that like related to cryptography? That double elliptic curve or something? I
No,
heard
no, that's
something about.
elliptic curve. That's something a little bit different. I mean, it's called, so there's like elliptic geometry, and spherical geometry is technically called double elliptic geometry. I don't know why. Can't remember why, actually. I used to know why. That brain cell died or something. But I don't know. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I looked at it. It's been about 3 years. But there's actually like an
Also,
audio book you can get. You can get if you don't want to read it. So it's actually pretty interesting. And as far as I know, if you like look in the literature for like refutations, they don't refute them. They just ignore them. They just ignore it completely. because his art, it's very, like, the book is so funny because he's actually like giving all the philosophers of the day that were famous, like Voltaire, Descartes, and Hume, he's basically giving them shit for saying,
Yeah,
you don't actually believe what you're saying, because if you
yeah,
believe that you can't prove anything, why are you even writing a fucking book? Right? So,
yeah, exactly.
like, you know what I mean?
Is he the one who came up with the Hume's guillotine? Oh no, not Hume guillotine. I mean, the doubt. What's it called? I forgot. There's like a big refutation of Hume's guillotine. I mean,
I'm not sure. He went up against, like, who was the guy? Bishop Berkeley and Hume and Descartes and, like, the people of his day, like within right at his day, or like within 50 years before it. And like I said, it's basically on the principles of common sense, right? That you can come up with all these whacked out philosophies of like what we can prove, what we can't prove, but in everyday life, people don't actually believe the shit you're saying as a practical
yeah,
matter. Like when you like,
I remember what it's called. It's Companions in Guilt. I think was he the one who came up with that?
I don't think so. I've never
Okay,
heard of
okay.
it.
Yeah, but that's like a refutation of Hume's is-ought gap theory, I suppose. Well, also,
Well,
I
he gets
think
into like a lot of things. Like there's like so there's a lot of things about perception. Like one of the things he gets into is like, why do people do that in this chat, man? What the hell is wrong with you? Like, why? I don't get it, man. What's the thrill? God, you must be really bored. So one of his things was like, so when you think about something, right? There's three ways to like think about something, right? Like, say you have a chair, right? You can imagine a
yeah,
chair. You can have the memory of a chair, or you can experience the chair, right? So that's like three ways that we all have that we do everything, right? We either remember it, we imagine it, or we experience it, and we're always in some state in between one of these states of apprehending things. So a lot of things he gets into are like perception, how we perceive the world, and then how that perception is like different in a way. So like in like in regards to vision, right? Like we perceive objects a certain way, but that's not exactly how they are
yeah,
in like a geometric way, because a geometer, and this is what he says, like a geometer will take the world, right, and they'll put it on a piece of paper, right, in an orthographic view, and draw it all out. But that's but
hmm
that's like a conception of the world, but we don't actually perceive the world that way. We'll perceive the world, at least visually, in the form of, perspective in a projective geometry in the world, and like you can see an object, right, in the distance, like a candle, I think is the example he uses. But the way we the way our perception of that compared to, say, touch, right, is completely different, right? We have to actually make physical contact with the object, right? We can feel it, and it's totally different. And his argument is like we have all these senses, and they all kind of melt together, and together as a whole do we make sense of the world. And it's like we're not like isolating these things out. And like these people that are coming up with all these conceptuals of the mind, they're just like throwing all the senses overboard and how they're synthesized together, and just like doing a bunch of mental masturbation. But when they get up in the morning and have to take a shit, right, they don't think any of that crap. They don't think, well, can I have proof I have to take a shit? Like, you know what I mean?
yeah. I always want to say something. Like uh, objectivism, I think subscribes to direct realism, but it denies
Yeah.
naive realism, which is just that it says like what you see is reality. But I think it's direct realism. That's what it subscribes to. So yeah, I would agree with that. And I've
I
heard of the
think
book.
I think they call it direct realism because that's like the starting point of like of like every inquiry is like what is it, right? It's just like, what is it? What's out there, out beyond my mind, and like, how do I perceive it? Like, how is it coming up into me, right?
Yeah, that's a
And we're going to
policy of
take that
existence.
as it is what it is, right? We're just going to take that as like
Yeah.
a default. It is what it is, and then from that you build on that. But like I don't know. He had a name for the people at the time. Like they had like some nickname for like people in Descartes' vein, and he was like, they're starting from the other direction. They're starting from the apprehensions of the mind. That's what's real, and then the senses come in, and then the mind twists them and turns them into a bunch of gobbledygook.
And then
Right?
Rand came around and showed how that's a fallacy. That's a fallacy of primacy of consciousness, which is a
Yeah.
stolen concept fallacy, because consciousness can only be conscious of something that exists. So existence is
I agree.
come before. Yeah.
Yeah, and you need
Because
sense
actually,
information, right? Like if you go in a sensory deprivation chamber, right, and you'll think things, but the only reason you have anything even to think is at one point in time you had sense perception, right? If you never had any sense perception, then your brain would be blank. You'd have nothing to even process in your mind.
That's also objectivism. It's not exactly empiricist the way human empiricism works, but it's you only know logic because of sense data, initial sense data. That is. I'm not like super good at knowing all the ins and
Yeah,
outs of
I agree with that, though.
That's cool. That
Yeah,
was
I
a
definitely agree
fun.
with sense data has to come first, man. It like you can't doesn't even mean anything without it. Like, what are you even talking about? How are you even talking?
Yeah. Yes, right. I recommend like Peikoff has some very good lectures on introduction to objectivism. I recommend that if you want to know about that philosophy.
Yeah, I'll check. I mean, I don't think I've read. I'll be honest. I've probably read like 2 paragraphs about objectivism, and probably that's it.
All right.
I'm just. I have a lot of. I'm like silly putty, dude. I get pulled in a lot of different directions.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, me too, kind of. And sometimes I like focus on things once I see different. When I find something that seems more interesting than other things. Like I have to discard certain things that isn't logical and look further into things that are logical.
Yeah, I hate getting into something and like spending a little bit of effort on it and then finding out it's just fucking bullshit. Shit, I
Oh
just
yeah,
wasted my
sure.
life.
I've spent like 5 months on new objectivism, which is the flavor, which I'm into, and it seems logical so far. I've looked into
Well,
the
that isn't
histories.
part of the justified true belief shit, is it?
Oh, I haven't looked into the epistemology yet, to be honest. I thought,
Nothing annoys me more than a justified true belief people.
okay, yeah, I won't say anything
It's a
about it.
contradiction, dude. It's a true belief. What the fuck is that, dude? That's a contradiction in your
Yeah, I think
statement.
it denies it. Yeah, actually, when I think about it, it actually it don't. I've heard at least some of the proponents that I've spoken to that's a bad definition of knowledge. So I suppose it doesn't say anything such. I think it's a very
To
good.
me, the way I interpret it, it's just a subjectivist trying to justify like their personal viewpoint. So they just say the word
Yeah.
true to believe as a buzzword, and that's just to make everything okay.
My truth and your truth. Like we have different truths and whatever. Holy
Yeah, I
Logism,
have a
basically.
justified true belief, so whatever I think is okay.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I think. They think. Yeah. I see why that's a bad thing now. Yeah. I haven't thought about that definition before. I've actually used it just to like, I suppose I must admit, just to appear like knowledgeable. But yeah, I should not be using that definition at all. When I
Yeah,
think
well,
about
the
it.
way I see it is like there's like this movement against truth as like a concept as to whether there
Oh
can
yeah,
be such a thing at all. Yeah, so
yeah,
it's
yeah,
like I
yeah.
think that's where like the battle line is. That's where the front line war is of like these philosophies is
Oh yeah,
at this stage
definitely.
of the game at least. It's like, does truth exist or not?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That definitely like objectivism is identifies that very correctly, and yeah. Also, I'm watching Zulu, and he says specifically the biggest enemy to man is falsehood. So and the antidote is reason, basically, and yeah, and truth,
I
basically,
think it was
truth.
Metallica that said, "Every time a man lies, a part of the world dies."
Oh yeah, sure. Especially when philosophers do. Like it all started with Heraclitus, it seems, and then it came to Plato, and yeah, and it went to religion. Like I have to be honest though, and my mother has wrote a book on like Christianity. This is a different book to the one I mentioned before. She wrote. You wasn't there though, but on that Christianity isn't really Platonist when you read the Hebrew and such. So yeah, but Christianity used to be very Platonist. That's my main point. Sorry, I got a bit carried away there, but
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I mean, I think the argument is that after the Great Schism, Christianity became like Platonist, Neoplatonist to kind of absorb some of the Greek philosophies into like their writings because the people that converted to Christianity, they were Greek in the first place, right? So like they took. It's not like they're going to completely rewrite their brain. They're going to take some of the ideas and some of their modes of thinking into it with them. So they're going to
yeah,
justify. You're going to use apologetics that they're used to justify the Christian religion. So they're automatically going to incorporate it into the writing. It's kind of unavoidable.
yeah. And then Thomas Aquinas came and got back Aristotelianism into Christianity, which was very good. That gave the opportunity for Renaissance to kind of develop afterwards. From
I'm
what
not
I
that
understand.
familiar with like the Orthodox Church, but I'm pretty sure from what I've heard is that they took a like their foundations, like their what do you call it? Their philosophical foundations are quite a bit different. It's more mystical or metaphysical because they have concepts like gnosis and things like that. I'm not super familiar with it; kind of new to me, but
Sure.
I just know it's different. And here's a weird thing I found out. Right, you can't you can't you can't like if you're Orthodox, you can take communion at a Catholic church, but the Catholics can't take communion at your church, which I found very strange. I thought that was weird.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the same. It's a similar thing with Christianity. There used to be many like cults back in the day. Like from I've after I became atheist, I looked into um like people who are also atheist and looking at the science and such. And there used to be many like mystery cults back in the day. And Christianity. Well, actually, no, I got it from the objectivist lecture. Sorry. And Christianity was the only one that it was a Jewish sect that said like you can only believe in this one and no other, and that made it very popular because they thought they know what they're talking about if they're willing to say this. It's kind of like psychology. So that's the explanation they gave. You might not believe that, like of course, but it made sense to me. Like why how that would be. Because there used to be many cults, and people used to be in many cults at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, we're so
Maybe I need.
picky now. We're like, yo, you can only be in one cult. Come on, man. You can be in lots of cults. What are you talking about?
I prefer none. No.
Come on, I want to be like in the satanic cult, Christian cult, a fucking New Age cult. How many cults can I get into?
Oh man, there's like endless ones.
The Asian
Some
cults are
you don't.
pretty weird. Like they just like because there are Asian cults, you know. There's like what was that? What was the one in the '90s or something? The one that tried to like use rice and poison on the Tokyo subway station, and then they got banned from
Oh,
China. What the hell is the
yeah,
name
I'm
of
not
the
sure.
Fong
I think
something? I don't know.
yeah.
Fong Shu.
Probably. I don't
So
remember the name. I don't remember.
yeah, so we're not the only ones who have cults, man. They have cults in Southeast Asia too.
Seems like a human thing to do. Like
Yeah,
seek
I think it's just
answers and
tribalism gone wild, basically. That's what I think it is.
yeah. I agree.
Like a bike, because we got biker gangs too, right? And biker gangs and like freaking, drug gangs and all sorts of other gangs. They're kind of the same thing. They're just not doing a religion. But they have the same problems, right? You can get kicked out of the cult.
Yeah.
If you break the cult rules, you get beat up. All this. They got all the same stuff.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Well, that's very, very fun talk. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was good talking to you. Thank God you're not a crazy person. This thing's fucking. You're just a chemical soup waiting for the sun to explode. Can't stand that shit.
I know. I'm a flat earther. I might have talked to you before. Pretty
Oh, you
sure.
are? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
I used to have. I have changed my name a little bit. I used to be called Synthetic Aesthetic, and then before that, I used
Oh,
to be
yeah.
called Architect. I've never changed my profile picture though, because if I do, then people will have no way to know who I am, basically.
I got a badge of honor today. Fight the Flat Earth
Cool.
blocked me on Twitter.
Nice. That's a
Dude,
big honor.
I woke up this morning. Okay, he put a 1,000-pound challenge, right? If someone
Yeah.
can show a video of a boat being zoomed in on and it's half gone, and then you zoom in and then you see the whole thing, give you 1,000 pounds. And he said, the zoom can't be caused by the resolution. I said, well, okay, zoom has nothing to do with resolution. So I had this video, and I totally. It's really weird because I knew about it when he posted it, and I'm like, fuck, I'm never gonna find that video. And I was looking for something else, and like a little. I have a Discord server I just use as like storage, and then I saw it, and I came across it. I'm like, oh, here we go. And the thing is, it's a boat, but the reason you can't see the boat is because it goes into like the trough of a wave. But he didn't specify, right? So I'm like, cool, man. You see half the boat, you zoom in, and now you see the whole boat. I want 1,000. I want 1,000 freaking British pounds. So
Yeah.
I sent that to him, and he starts spazzing out, man. And like, I was just whipping his ass on everything for like 5 hours, man. Eventually, to just he ended up blocking me. So
Yeah. To be expected by people who stick with falsehoods.
yeah, he was just saying
And
all sorts of nonsense, man. Like,
yeah.
because
He's,
see,
he,
a lot of
he
these
has
guys they
all.
don't know the gold model, and then they like I'll say something about the gold model, and they'll say that's some flat earther made up bullshit, and it's actually like their model, and so then I'll start posting like links and citations to freaking peer reviewed literature that says everything I say is right, and now they go totally dumb, especially someone like him, because there's a thing in the gold model called curved plumb lines, so plumb lines in the gold model curve. He was like, no,
Oh.
they don't. Yeah, you didn't know that?
Oh.
Plumb lines curve in the gold model. Yeah. Because he got lumpy gravity, right? And because lumpy
Oh.
gravity, plumb lines have to
Okay.
curve, man. They can't be straight.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Yeah, that's
Yeah, so like I started posting all the documentation on that. I was like, so much stuff. He was like, because his shtick. He's like, you're just a liar. You're just a flirt. If you don't know anything, he was like, you can't show boats disappearing bottom up on a flat surface. Demonstrated that. Like everything I said came. I bring receipts. I got the goods, man. I say something, I got the goods to back it up. I don't just talk. Every time he say something, call me a liar, dude, I would just freaking, and I don't just give him like one thing. I'll bury him in shit, endless. I'll just keep posting more and more of the same thing. Not the identical thing, right? Different variations of it, right? So let's keep posting. Like, so you can't say, well, that's one time or that's two times. Like, bro, it is 100 times. And yeah, eventually it got too much for him and he blocked me. So I thought that was kind of funny. He actually said,
it's
salt flats are not flat. I got a screenshot of that. Salt flats are not flat.
oh no.
So I
Yeah.
guess we should start calling them salt curves now because salt flats are not flat. He also
Yeah, yeah,
said,
yeah.
and I'm going to read it to you. No, level isn't curved by gravity. The Earth is curved by gravity, and level follows the curve of the Earth.
That was, oh my god, that's gold. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, man, he was going crazy, dude. Like as time went by, everything he said got more and more fucking incoherent and messy, and just saying just the dumbest things. And I'm like, this is exactly what I want, man. I want this guy to ruin his brand. I'm sick of this dude making money off of flat Earth. I can't. That's why
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
like. I mean, I don't like him for another reason because he interviewed a retarded person and said the person was a flat earther, and like this happened way back in the day. This person was like
yeah.
visibly retarded. When I say like retarded, I'm not trying to be mean. He's mentally handicapped. You could tell he's mentally handicapped, and he's like interviewing him, be like, "This is an ex flat earther," and he was basically got everything but like the freaking, the drool bucket, man. He's sitting in a fucking wheelchair, like he's obviously handicapped, so I don't like him for that. But I don't like the fact he makes money off of flat Earth. I think that is just disgusting, absolutely disgusting that this dude is such a grifter.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's just like spreading falsehood knowingly, that's what I have an issue with. The making money part isn't for me. Like, I'm not sure. Well, it is bad, but that's not my issue personally. But sure, yeah, it's annoying that he's gaining from falsehood. That's sure is annoying.
Yeah, and that people are like backing him up, supporting. Like he'll say something which is just wrong, and then like this whole bunch of people in the thread like liking his stuff, commenting on it. Like, what the hell, dude? Like, it's like, why are you following this guy? It's like the Pied Piper, right? Or Lemmings following somebody over a cliff. It's like, this guy's dumb as rocks, dude. If you're following him, that means you're
Yeah.
twice as dumb as rock. Like,
Yeah.
what's
Also,
wrong with you?
there's like there's I had a debate a couple days ago, and I did win the debate. It was on natural law theory and argumentation ethics. I won. It was my first debate, so I was kind of nervous, but I did win. But afterwards, the next day, they were like boasting about them winning and us ANCAPs being scared and whatnot. And then I showed him how it's wrong, and he muted. He deleted my messages and muted me on the server of his. Which shows you that
Yeah, that says
you
it
are
all, man.
sensitive. Yeah.
I remember way back in the day, me and Jose, another flat earther, we went into they had a debate server. It was just a random, like you could debate any topic. So we went in there, and we've been debating flat earth for a couple of years at that point, and these people didn't know nothing. So they're like the average Glober, don't know nothing. We go in there, and we start smoking them, man. They just muted us both and just started talking about us while we were in there. Like, that's fucked up, bro. That's just some
Yeah,
cowardly
yeah, yeah.
shit.
Yeah, and also today I followed up the server owner, not the one I debated. Like both of them, they both have like selective memory loss. They're like intelligent people, but are using intelligence for very dumb stuff. So like it's very annoying to debate them, and I kind of like I guess I was a little sleepy, so I was getting enough of these people, so I just explained to them that they're like having selective memory loss and all that stuff, and they just said that I'm going to be banned, so I just left. It's very annoying. But the guy who I got inspired to look into objectivism and such, he already debated the server owner, and he also like you said, like he with your stuff, he just like fight to flat off. He like said all kinds of nonsense because he is a very good debater, like Liquid Zulu. He has the same views as me on law and such, but just much more experienced and read. So yeah, that's very similar kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like, so one of the tactics, like you just mentioned, the selective memory thing, where you go through a
Yeah.
thing, and actually Gregory the other day, I mean, I knew it was happening, but I didn't like. I never like really organized it in my mind in a coherent way. So you'll make a some logical statement, right? And then they just pretend you never said it. They just say,
Yeah, it's so annoying. Like I came up with this term just today, but I suppose it's someone else probably have come up with it. But I noticed it during the Zulu debate way like a couple of weeks ago, and I noticed it debating these people like on YouTube and on the Discord server. Yeah, it's yes, selective memory loss. Yeah, it's very annoying. You have to like remember everything, like to just catch them, like doing this, and you have to repeat things over and over, and then you're complaining, you're going in circles, and oh, it's so annoying.
yeah, they do it a lot on X. It's like Twitter, man. Like it's just like on Twitter though, it's obvious because you have to actually post something. They'll be like, "Prove water's flat." Okay, here you go. That's not flat water. Prove water's flat. Like, dude, I just did. Prove water's flat. Either refute it or like scroll up, bro. Like, just scroll up. I already did it. Like they just pretend that didn't happen. So what I end up doing is I take a screenshot of what I posted and then post it in my reply to scroll up. Like, so because they try and play games, man. They just
Yeah,
I don't know what it is. I don't ever remember people doing this particular tactic like, I don't know, 3 years ago. It's a new thing. I don't know where it came
A new
from.
thing. I suppose it's politics, or like the like things are very divisive. And people, yeah, and also I wanted to say they're like playing an optics game. They're not playing to find out the truth or
Yes,
anything really.
exactly.
Playing an optics game.
They're just trying to
Yeah.
look good. Like, I don't even know if it's egotistical, whether they're like trying to look good for their position. They're trying to make their position look good, or they're trying to make themselves look good. I don't really care what the reason is, quite honestly, whether it's
Or maybe
narcissistic
it's
or for the team.
maybe
I don't
it's like
care. It could be. Go
defending their
ahead.
delusions that they so desperately want to like stick to their delusions. Basically, they like think their opinions are themselves. Like if you look at my name, I've changed it to "You are not your opinion," which many people seem to not understand. They think their opinions are tied to them. They seems like they can't change them. That seems like a very big issue with people.
Yeah,
Like I
that's a
used
good
to have
point.
like,
Yeah,
I
you're
think I
definitely
used
not
to
your
have like
opinion.
several things. Yeah, definitely not your opinion. Yeah, but I think I used to have this at some point growing up. I mean, I had like a troubled growing up, but yeah, but you just gotta humble yourself sometimes, and it seems like they lack this capacity to humble themselves in
Well, the
saying that
flat Earth
they totally
versus
know.
Goldberg. Yeah, I agree with you. There's a lot of crazy ego in it. But it's like I said, it's two-prong. It's the individual, right? The individual ego not wanting to get shown up, but then there's not wanting to make your side look bad, right? So there's
Yeah,
two.
yeah, yeah.
I think it's more than just them. Though for some people it is just their personal ego. But as far as flat Earth versus globe Earth, I would say like on YouTube and Twitter and maybe it's perception management is what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it. They're trying to create the
Yeah,
illusion, right, that flat Earth
people.
is stupid. Anyone that thinks it is stupid, anyone that thinks it's going to be abused, and anyone that does promote it, they're a liar, they're a thief, they're a grifter. There's something wrong with them. They never went to school. They're uneducated. So they try to create this perception of personalities, right? And that on their
Yeah, yeah,
side, that they have some sort of moral high ground, intellectual high ground, that like they're on some other thing. Like
yeah.
they're trying to create a social hierarchy about it. They're not trying to actually argue the arguments. They're trying to create a perception of a social hierarchy. I guess that's the best way to
Yeah,
put
I
it.
experienced this yesterday. It was exactly what I experienced. They wanted to create the perception of that I was owned. Like he said, the guy I debated, he said like he owned me in the debate I had on YouTube in Discord. And then I explained to him why that is not the case, and why actually I proved him wrong several times during the debate, and he strawmanned me. I said that he strawmanned me and explained why. Several times actually, and then he deleted my messages and muted me. That's just a demonstration that they want to create the perception that it's like we are wrong. And even another guy, like a couple days ago, 3 days ago or something, he came to a server and debated all of us, and he got so mad that he was wrong, and he was calling us rapists and such, because we are using the rape analogy for like certain, when it comes to ethics and such. We're using a reduction, a very crude reduction, and showing how, by his logic, he would approve that. Maybe I shouldn't say that since we are streaming. Sorry about that. But yeah. And then he called us that. It's very, very interesting psychology there. Yeah, for sure. Maybe you can get back to flat Earth.
I
Or
found out
sorry.
what a lot of Globers don't understand. Actually, a lot of debaters they don't understand reduction to absurdity. How that if
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
take their logic to a logical conclusion, like the principles of their logic, if you apply it to another situation, it results into an absurd conclusion. And they don't understand
Yeah.
that, and they don't know how to defend it, and they don't
It
even
cannot be
see what's
reduced to
wrong with
that.
it. Who says
Yeah, and
something?
also, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Also, yeah, and also, some of them don't have the can't even have like understand hypotheticals. They don't have concept of they don't understand how to do abstract thought. Like if you ask them what if you didn't have breakfast today, like how would you feel? And they say I didn't have breakfast today. They don't understand hypotheticals like
Oh
ifs and
yeah,
thens.
I did that to somebody like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Who the hell did I do it? It was in this chat, dude. I asked them because they couldn't like do a hypothetical. They just couldn't do it. So I was like, I thought of that. Like, if you didn't have breakfast today, how would you feel? And like, I didn't have breakfast today. I'm like, well, that explains it.
Yeah. Yeah. You should definitely check out also Sulu's channel if you're interested in law and philosophy and such. That's also a very good one. I suppose you're more interested in flat Earth. I'm just
No, the law, like what law? Like the legal system law?
well, objective law based on the non-aggression principle.
Okay, I don't know if I know. I know a lot about like the law, the legal system, like the common law of England, the Lex non scripta of Rome, right? So I know a lot
Yeah.
about that. How it's been
This is a
applied.
law that you can this is law that you can derive from logic, and you can even derive it from the mere fact that you are arguing. That's what I was debating the other day. It's a bit some aspects of it are a bit unintuitive, but there are multiple ways to prove it by showing how the law of the jungle doesn't work. It's based on whim worship. This is an objectivist way of proving the non-aggression principle, which is a new objectivist, I suppose.
What do you mean it doesn't work? It works if you're the baddest motherfucker in the jungle. It works fine.
Yeah, and then ownership and possession becomes the same thing.
Yeah, we're not talking about animals, though.
Well, you said law of the
exactly.
jungle. I assume jungle.
I'm saying how it doesn't work, like law of the jungle. It's a meaningless thing.
It doesn't work as far as organizing society, but it works for the strongest dude until the rest of society organizes to stop him.
It's just saying what is. It doesn't say what you should do. It is not ethics. It's just what is. And then you have mixed law that sometimes the aggressor or the initiator of conflict over scarce means should win, and sometimes he should not win. And there's like two versions of this. There's the one where there is like one guy decreeing what is allowed and what is not allowed, and there's also the class-based one. The one where there's like a monarch or a guy dictating things. That would also reduce to whim worship, like or conscious primacy of consciousness. That law comes from the consciousness of the monarch. So that falls flat. But there's the other form, which is class-based. That would imply there are different logics for the two different classes, like different logic for whites compared to blacks, for example. There's the same logic. Yeah. So ethics would also apply. And then
well, just what I was going to say is like, so you brought up this monarch thing, right? So just at first glance, maybe you're just because of what you're telling it to me, that you're just giving me the watered down version of it. That seems like an idealized version of how monarchy worked.
Oh yeah, it is. It is. It's it is deconstructed. Like you could probably do it with a more complicated system, but
the way monarchy worked was so you had the duty of allegiance and the duty of protection, right? So it was it was a bond between individuals. So you'd have the subject, right? He'd be sworn to the king to obey, right? And the king was sworn to the subject to protect them, right? So there was this, it's called a reciprocal obligation. Okay, this goes back to the common law of England. So this reciprocal obligation exists. It isn't just like, it's basically you're saying, you're going to be in charge and you're going to decide fucking, to do everything, but everything you do is supposed to be for my protection. Do you understand? Obviously, that shit gets out of whack in practice, right? It doesn't end up that way. I'm just saying that was the fundamental legal basis for it, was that reciprocal duty. That just ends up getting whacked out.
Respectfully, I think you're mistaken on that.
Read Calvin's case, Koch's Report 7.
What the Sigma?
Calvin's case, Koch's Reports number 7.
Cool. Yeah, I'm not asking for scripture. I'm asking for evidence.
It's not scripture. It's not scripture. Koch's Reports are the cases reported by the court of the common law of England when they decided on what is allegiance and sovereignty. So he goes back into the 1100s, reading all the Latin texts, and he says, "Hey, this is what sovereignty is, and this is what allegiance is, and this is who it is due, and how it is structured, and all that shit." Is a very long exposition, the longest one you'll ever read, on what the sovereignty means, and what a duty of allegiance means, and what a subject is, and what a king is, and what a monarch is, and how that whole relationship works.
Cool.
It goes back to like
Yeah.
Charlemagne and shit. I mean, I'm sure there's like probably other versions of it. I'm just saying, I'm in North America, so we have the common law of England. That's the one I'm concerned with. I'm not concerned with the one in fucking Russia.
Cool. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
very
So
interesting
there's
though if you ever read it, man. It's very interesting to read.
yeah. I'm not too big of a I'm not really of an opponent of common law and Roman law because they are both found law systems. They are discovered laws instead of
Well,
just the
common
police.
law. Well, there's a misconception now. Common law in like the Roman Lex Conscripta, they're not written laws. They're not written. They're not written down. They're based upon custom. And you can prove what the common law is if you can prove it's been the custom as long as it was in the living memory of at least one person, right? Which
Okay.
means it doesn't mean their memory. It doesn't mean it was practiced in their lifetime. They only need to remember it was practiced in the lifetime of somebody that was alive in their lifetime, right? So their great great grandmother or whatever. If it was practiced during her lifetime, you could plead custom, and that would be the common law of whatever. And the Romans had the same thing. Now the common law is very simple. It has simple things, right? If you make like an instant example I always use, if you make a promise, you're supposed to keep it, right?
Fine.
Yeah, you don't have to write
I
that shit down. But the point is, you don't
mm,
have to write it down. That's why they're like it's unwritten law. It's not written down. There's just like shit we know, like what the common law is, and like they've been keeping rolls of legal records for a long time, so they can look back at precedents to find out what the common law is. Basically, the unwritten law. Basically, the common law or the rules apply to how to decide how to adjudicate cases in the first place. Things like you don't presume a gift, right? So someone gives you something, the law doesn't presume that that person just gave it to you as a gift, right? So if that person comes back and makes a case and says, "Oh, you owe me money for this," it's up to you to prove that you don't owe them money for this. They're not going to just assume that they just gave it to you, right? So it's little things like that. They're little subtleties, right? But I mean, they're actually kind of important if you want to actually like make a adjudicate a case issue between two people. You need some framework on which to decide everything, and that's why they call it the science of the law.
yeah.
This is like a foundation of all these decisions, but a lot of it's most of it the underlying structure is unwritten. Now because we're so late in the game, we've stacked a whole big shit sandwich on top of it, but that shit sandwich even is decided by the fundamental rules of how we do justice.
Okay.
Does that
Yeah.
make sense to you?
Yeah. It's similar. It's somewhat similar to the non-aggression principle, but
Well, I
I
mean, it all
suppose
starts there, kind of. Yeah, everything starts at the non-aggression principle.
yeah, like there's
Really.
the idea that you should punish someone because they broke a promise. I think I don't think that's a violation of the non-aggression principle per se. It's complicated, but because
Well, it's
the
not
reason I
about
say that
punishment; it's about unjust enrichment, right? Because if someone makes a promise, like say, someone gives you something of value and promises, and like you promise that you're going to give them something of value, and they're the only ones that receive something, they were unjustly enriched, right? They just
oh
basically
yeah,
got
some
something for
contract.
free through deception. So the purpose of the
Yeah,
law is to balance the scales and to make people equal. And the only time it does the punishing is when you prove that there was bad will, right? So a
yeah.
bad intention that the person was doing something evil in the first place. Not just a mistake or they overlooked it or they were trying to be cute or funny, that they actually had an evil and ill intent to do something bad. Then that's when the
Libertarian natural
punishment
law
comes in.
theory. Yeah. Libertarian natural law theory identifies two forms of punishment. One for actus reus, which is just compensating the individual for the inconvenience, and then you have for mens rea, you all have retribution. And
Yeah, same
also when
thing.
it comes, yeah. And forgot what it was. Yeah, contract theory also. That's antecedent, or that comes after property rights, and therefore not all contracts are enforceable. Like if you own something together with someone, that is a contradiction, because both of you cannot own the same thing at the same time, because there can be a conflict between you. So therefore, it's an invalid contract in libertarian natural law theory. So there's I suppose, some differences there.
Smart. It's probably smart. I mean, to have distinctions like that you can't have more than one ownership right. It eliminates some problems. Now, the regular law, like the laws they have now, they have this. I mean, mens rea is a thing, actus rea is a thing. So the application is they have mallet prohibita. So you'll have the government or whatever, the sovereign, pass a law and they make something illegal from the fact they passed the law, but in and of itself, that act is not legal. Like smoking weed, say. Smoking weed is not an evil act in and of itself, but it's illegal by prohibition, right? So it's mala prohibita. Things like murder, rape, trespass, those are what's called mala in se, meaning they're bad acts within themselves, and no one needs to be told not to do those things, right? You should automatically know it's not fucking good to kill people, and you shouldn't be doing it, right? No one needs to tell you that.
Non-aggression is only concerned about the former you mentioned. The first one is dealt with what is called autistic ethics. Has nothing to do with autism, which only deals with how man alone should act, not how man should act in accordance with like other people. Like if you smoking weed doesn't necessarily affect other people. If that's just hypothetical. So nobody's like humans. You can also say it in this way: humans are flawed. Why should humans then like dictate what humans can do to themselves? Right?
Yeah,
and
and
also,
I'll say this. I'll say this one more thing. I have to get off. What was I gonna say? No, I forget. Oh, the whole public thing came from. It came from like when I was talking about the monarchy. It came from like the king has to protect everybody. So in order to protect everybody, they came up with this mal prohibitus. They had to prohibit certain things for the good of the public. So that's where this whole thing comes from, right? The community rights versus the individual rights.
yeah, and I would say like public property, that's unowned property and can be homesteaded, because group property implies contradiction. Unless the ones who made it claim that actually we produced it and we actually own it. But yeah, of course that wouldn't be recognized during the legal system that they have now. And also one more thing. Law, as in libertarian natural law, is a strict subset of ethics that only deals with interpersonal conflicts and nothing more. And conflict as in contradictory use of a scarce means. So like when you're smoking weed, that's not contradictory use of a scarce means. Only you are doing this with the weed. You are not doing. You're not taking the weed from someone else in that case.
Yeah. I get it. Anyway, I got to split, so it's good talking to you. Hope we got to see you again.
Oh, very good. Hope to see you again too.
All right.
Shame on the goal.
Yeah.
The myth, the legend has returned. Who dares face me?
I guess it got all quiet again. Any Globers out there? Any Globers out there? Globe evidence is wanted. All points bulletin. Any globe proof? Bring it forth.
flat yet? Hello?
Hello, hello.
What's up, man? Is the Earth flat yet?
Not much. What did you say? Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, I said, is the Earth flat yet?
It appears that way.
Seems to be used that way every single day.
Not yet. It's been flat.
Been flat.
Flat? How long has it been flat for?
As long as we've used it practically. As long as we've been able to use it practically, then yeah, I would say we've used it flat.
Damn. Must have shape shifted. I didn't feel anything though.
No one seems to be able to present anything that shows that we're using the globe Earth for any kind of actions on or near the physical surface.
What actions would we be doing?
Like flying aircraft, maybe. Go ahead.
You didn't feel anything, so you'd probably feel if you were spinning really fast.
I don't need a
Why
globe
would
to
we feel
wax
the
your
motion?
mom.
Why would we feel the motion?
Why wouldn't we?
You feel every other
You have to
motion.
tell us
I'm sure you got an ad
motion
hoc
do we feel?
explanation for why you wouldn't when man feels motion even if he moves just a jot or a tittle.
Really?
You don't?
People take good ass naps on a plane, dude.
Well, that doesn't mean they don't feel it. That's asinine.
In level
Good.
flight.
I barely feel any motion on a. You feel motion on a
Hold
plane?
up. What
Yeah,
is
I
a
do.
good? Yes, I do. What is a good
I
ass?
barely feel any motion.
Anything. What is good ass as a description? What the hell is that?
The only time I feel motion on a plane is like when it's
You've
going
never
up.
been on a plane then.
Oh, well, I've been on a plane multiple times actually, at
doubt
least 4
it.
times. So
I notice the motion on a plane every single time
the only
it
time
fucking
you'll notice
moves its
motion
rudder.
is when you're
It moves,
accelerating,
if
like
it,
when your plane's going up or when the plane's going down.
if it
Or when
moves
you
the
hit
ailerons,
turbulence, or when you bank.
or if it moves the rudder or the ailerons a little tiny bit, I notice every single freaking motion.
So, listen, I jumped out of them fuckers and surface. All that doesn't. None of that's proved anything. It's just a bunch of rhetoric.
Yeah.
It has no point. It's non-productive. It's just shit you're spewing.
And
Oh, it's just
aircraft are
proof.
not
You don't
measuring
really feel
devices.
relative motion
It's not.
much.
It's not proof. So it doesn't prove anything. You say
It feels that you don't really feel relative motion much. I mean,
yeah, but that doesn't prove your globe. So what? Relative motion. So what?
yeah. That's why we don't feel any motion. And plus, space is frictionless, and the
Listen,
Earth has
you
a thick
shouldn't
atmosphere.
say it that way. We don't feel any motion. We obviously do as humans, or we wouldn't be able to navigate the environment we live in, you fucking moron.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the spin of the Earth. So
No,
I
I
don't know why
don't. When you say it in an incoherent,
Well, what's the
manner.
topic right now? What's the topic right now? The rotation of the Earth, correct?
So when was it
So what the
measured?
fuck do you think I'm talking about? The rotation of the Earth.
Nobody
When
said
was it
the
measured?
rotate. Hold on. Nobody said rotation. You said why would we feel movement? And
Well, so
somebody
if
said
something's
why
spinning, it's not
wouldn't we?
rotating.
Oh my god.
It's moving, right?
If you sit in a car and you throw a bulb
Movement
light up,
was your
doesn't
only
light up?
topic. Nobody said rotation.
When something is rotating, it is moving. What the fuck
Yeah,
are you
but
talking about? Are you a moron or something?
you are
when
the
did they
listen.
measure? Hold on.
You never said why would we feel the rotating Earth? You said we don't feel motion, and that's a moronic statement in of
No,
itself.
I said
so.
we don't feel the motion of the Earth spinning. Why would we feel the
No.
motion? That's what I was saying.
No,
When
you
was it
didn't.
measured
You
to
didn't
be spinning?
specify that.
When did they measure it to be spinning in the first place?
You just said
What do you mean?
movement.
What do you mean? When did we measure
When
it?
did they measure the Earth to be spinning? Who measured it? And what method did they use to measure the spin of the Earth?
What about the gyroscope that your flat earthers used a while back to prove that the Earth was actually
Is that a
rotating?
measurement of the Earth's spin?
You're flat earthers. That's
Oh yeah,
were
it
they
proves
the
that the Earth.
listen? Were
Yeah.
they
How
the
is that?
first
How does
people
it
to
do
ever
that?
use one?
They actually got one. They got one. It was like fucking
How
20
does it
grand
do
or
that?
something, and they proved
How does
themselves
it?
wrong.
How does it do that?
What it detects motion.
How does it do
Detects
that?
the rotation.
Yeah. How does it do that?
Research more if you want to know about it.
Interferometry. It's interferometry. But so see, you don't know whether or not it's approved because you don't know what it's based on or how they actually.
You should actually ask your flat earther friends that use it.
I don't need to. I own one. Survey is a part of my profession and my daily job.
Oh, great, great. So then you know the Earth
Yeah,
is moving,
great.
right?
No, I don't know anything.
Oh, you refuse. It's just like they said. They said that they refused to believe it. They were like, "We're not going to accept that."
Actually, that's not what they said. It wasn't.
That's actually exactly what they said. He said we weren't going to expect.
Who said it?
That.
Triple Crow 7 or Bob? Who said that? Jaron said it. Which one?
One of the one with the beards. I forget which one it is. One of the guys.
Yeah,
with the
none of
beards.
them had a beard.
One of them.
You don't even know who you're talking about.
If you want the video, you want me to drop the video in the chat?
I know the people.
Why are you so confused?
I'm not confused. I'm wondering why you are.
Right then. One of them said, right? We weren't going to accept that. Are you doubting that they said that?
That may be what he reported in the documentary, but yeah, Bob said he never said that. Jaron said he never said that, and I know these people personally.
Doesn't matter what they said, they didn't say when we have a video of them saying it, so.
Yeah, well, you can take them saying that and apply it, make it look like it was said about something it wasn't said about.
No.
You can be disingenuous. I can say I don't
Flat
like
Earther
those.
literally said we weren't
I can
going
say
to accept
I don't
that.
like those, and you can videotape it and insert it in a conversation about donuts and make it appear I don't like donuts, but I actually do like donuts. You just edited the video you had to make it look that way.
I guess I'm going to have to do you a massive favor and get the video for you. Help you out.
Listen, guy, you think I haven't seen it? I know Bob, I know Jaron, I know Globebusters.
There you go. It's in the chat for you. You got to go to I'll give the timestamp for you where your buddy exactly says we weren't going to accept that, so that's great for you. I got you.
It's on freaking 24/7. Explained the whole thing.
He does, and we got a sound clip of it too.
Simple. It's they completely miss labeled all that shit. Yeah, misrepresented the shit.
Of course they did.
They fucked that shit up.
Of course they did.
Well, the guy you're talking about said that in person, and we got the sound clip. Fuck, they got a video. Oh my god, this guy just. Will you guys think interruption just proves something? Just blurt out like a rude man, and that'll make me win. I'm gonna be a winner.
Well, what he said was...
What did you wake up and say, I'm going to go here and talk about Bob and a gyro, and so I can finally be seen as a smart person because everybody in my life thinks I'm an idiot? Is that what you did? You woke up and thought you'd be smart today going and ridiculing flat earthers?
Oh,
You're still stupid,
just the right
man.
time, it sounds like.
Your friends
Okay,
don't
so what he
even...
says exactly is we obviously were not going to accept that. That's what he says. So you were proven wrong again, buddy.
I'm not.
Yeah. Your friend just said he wasn't going to accept it. He saw the 15-hour-per-hour drift. He was like, you know what? We're not going to accept it, boys. Although it clearly proves we're full of shit.
Yeah, that's not what Bob said. They actually did other
That's
tests.
what you guys do.
They
You
did
get
other
evidence, and you're like, well,
they
I'm not
did
going to
other
accept it. I
tests
don't
with
like
the-
it.
You don't speak for us. You don't know. Listen, where were you with flat earthers
That's
when
what
they
you guys
did
do.
when they did an experiment, and you know firsthand order experience that a flat earther ever said that? You act like you're our spokesperson. Like you can say what we would
A
say,
flat earther
and then
did
all
say
of a
that. I
sudden it
literally dropped the
becomes
video.
true.
I timestamped it for you. I don't know what you want me to do.
We told you the video. Yeah, whatever, dude.
I gave you the video. I timestamped
Listen,
it for you.
it
The flat
doesn't
earther just
prove
denied it.
anything because they're not the first
course it
people to
doesn't.
use a gyroscope, and they're not the only ones that defy whether or not it detects rotation. Some people say it's affected by the EMF field of the sun, and the only movement it's detecting is the movement of the sun. So, and those are engineers and scientific people. They're not even on our side. So, you go on with your base level argument and take it at face value. That's fine with me.
It just shows some curvature, shows a freaking measurement of drop over distance. Prove anything that we're moving besides that. They cut that freaking video up. That's not even what really happened. So I'm not saying
Oh yeah.
that what they showed didn't happen. I'm saying they misrepresented the whole thing.
Exactly. And I'm not here. I'm not getting paid to debate with morons. It doesn't make me intelligent to debate
Well, of course,
with a
you're just doing
moron.
this for free. You're just wasting your time.
Yo, Battle Mod, why is it
Well,
if the
listen,
Earth is
I've
flat?
already made it, man. I'm retired. I got nothing but time to waste. Sucks to be you if you still got to work. That's
Wait,
get
someone
your ass in
disconnect
here.
me? What the fuck?
No, my bad. You're not disconnected. I just wanted to finish my sentence since I started it.
Okay, that's fair. No, I was just.
Somebody disconnected you that time. I don't.
He's gone.
I mean,
I hope everyone realizes that to conclude either way, based on the results of a gyroscope of any kind, that Earth is it's either Earth spinning or Earth not spinning, right? Would be fallacious.
yeah, there's more than two options there. It could be detecting something else.
Something else with the 15 pro.
I already covered the something else. Because interferometry is the difference of light. So do you know how light differs? Why it would be slow to return at one side? Do you know anything about that? How that works, that they declare as a measurement of actual movement? It started as a Michelson-Morley in this, the Sagnac effect?
Sagnac effect, yeah.
Yeah, I know I'm not wrong, yeah. So the Sagnac effect in Michelson-Morley, it failed to prove movement, didn't it?
Matt, did you watch the Professor Dave and Jesse Lee Peterson debate?
He's on Deafen.
Oh fuck!
He's
Okay.
deafened himself.
I was just curious if you could say, "Oh yeah, like not Professor Dave won that debate too." You know, like.
I just like ridiculing the dumb ones. I'm sorry, guys. I don't like to entertain those dumb assertions as if they're valid. That's why I ridicule them. When you add validity to it, they actually have a point by trying to refute it. He didn't have a point. He can't even talk about the basis under which they say they measured it. Or anybody measures movement, right? He can't talk about the foundational principles. So why worry about one man's statement on a video that can be cut up and edited to made to appear any way I want to represent it? Give me a bunch of video of you and I'll make you look funny too. Just keep talking, all I need is content.
That's the best part, because when you've got here this logical idea that they have, that their experts tell them you cannot detect the movement of the Earth on the Earth, and flat earthers detected the movement of the Earth on the Earth.
Right. You can't see curvature from the Earth. It's too small, but boats go over the curvature in 3 miles. Or it's too large, yeah. Yeah, they contradict themselves left and right. It's gotten old for me. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Hey, Bellamont, if you get a chance, will you talk to Cuddles? It looks like he's getting ramped up to, like, do something weird. He said I'm spamming the channel. I go, dude, one post a day is not spam. What the fuck you talking about?
I jumped out of a helicopter today, bro, so I'm feeling good. I did it 3 times. My daughter would only do it once. So my youngest daughter does it, but my oldest daughter, who was a Navy Seabee, she wouldn't parachute with us. She's
Hold
like, no.
on, man. You went jumping today? How high up did they take you?
My highest one was 11, but yeah. I've got
I
more.
don't know what that means. What's 11?
11,000.
Okay. That's us making it clear. Damn, that's pretty high up for a helicopter, isn't it?
Yeah, we did that one from a small plane. It's like he dropped us. Yeah, these are my buddies. They do it. They're getting ready for the hot air jubilee, so they just got everything out and doing it.
No shit, man. That's cool.
I got free jumps just to help them test out all their equipment. You got to make sure your equipment is up to standards, or somebody will shut you down the day you try to do it.
Yeah.
I wanted to do my oldest like the drill instructor, and get inside the plane
Oh, Lord.
scream and yell, and so there's no choice, and it's like follow orders. But she was like, "Dad, I'm not in the service no more. Fuck that, I'm not."
You could drop her out the bottom like they did Wesley Snipes in frickin' Drop Zone.
Yeah.
Like without his permission. That's pretty funny.
Bro, it was funny. She was ready to fight about it. She's like, "I know you got more combat training than me, old man, but I will take my shot. I'm not going up there." I was like, "Okay, whatever, never mind." One day, I just want you to attack your fear. I mean, I'm scared to death of heights, dude, but I do it. I was made to do it in service, but I mean, I signed up for it, so
I ain't never been in the service, but my freaking my grandfather was he was trained to be a ball and turret guy because he wasn't super tall, and right when they were getting ready to ship him out, the war ended. But he was doing some training up in Michigan somewhere, and the plane had trouble, and like the whole crew jumped out except for him and like one of the pilots. He's like, "Man, I ain't jumping out of this plane." He helped the guy freaking land it or something. But the rest of the guys jumped out, and I was like, "That's funny, man." Like, guys, I don't know. I don't know what the hell I'd do. I'd probably jump out if the plane was really messed up. But
listen, bro.
we were just training. It wasn't getting shot. Shot.
Yeah, I know, but if the plane's going down, it's way too fucking easy to dive out the back and say, "See ya, I'm good," and let you worry about fucking landing. I'm take the easy route. I'm out.
Yeah. I don't know if he had jumped on any jumps.
I asked you, you got anything you want me to tell your kids or your wife? I'm out of here. You should go. I'll try to take you with me. Come on, bro.
Well, they landed the plane, so I guess it was all right. I mean, I don't know what kind of trouble they were having, but I'm glad he didn't go to the war.
Some people
because I probably wouldn't be here.
a set of brass balls, man. And if they know they got 2 minutes to fall before it crashes, they'll spend their 2 minutes trying to save that plane and themselves, just so they don't have to jump out. Some people are. I've heard some stories. I seen a guy land a plane over in the Middle East that I thought shouldn't have been landed. He shouldn't have lived, but he lived. There was literally barely anything left of the fucking plane, but this motherfucker was just strapped in the seat like, yeah, I did that.
Jeez. I mean, all the stories you hear in movies and stuff, it seems like, those, the big ones, like with the ball and the turret and shit and all, seems like they got shot up pretty freaking bad and still landed.
Oh, the flying fortresses?
Yeah, man, they got like effed up.
Oh, yeah. The C-130 can get fucked up, and still make it back.
Didn't realize I was hot micing. I hope it wasn't too loud. Anyway, what movies? I was going to say, what movie? Transformers? The first one?
No, just like, we're just talking World War II planes. I think the coolest sounding frickin' World War II plane is the Messerschmitt. The Messerschmitt.
That's funny. There's a lot of people that would agree with you. So I was strapped up with my M4, my parachute, and the Messerschmitt, and we were flying over fucking Germany, man. I'm telling you, this shit was crazy. Sam City, surface-to-air missiles everywhere. all you seen was tracer rounds from anti-aircraft weapons, and we were doing the damn thing.
The Messerschmitt Fokker Wolf ME-109.
Yeah, the fucker.
Yeah. He got it. He found it.
No, I pulled that out of my memory.
Oh, really?
I used to make all those models. Yeah, they're imprinted.
Listen, you give me a path, and I'll put that fucker through it. Yeah, my grandfather was in World War II. Heard some stories.
I'm glad mine wasn't. He always was.
Got some war relics. Yeah, Grandpa was an airman. He was smart.
Yeah, I don't want my grandpa being Rudy. That's who played the guy in the ball and turret and that one. What was it? I don't know. Whatever frickin' was the Bell, the Memphis Bell movie or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah, Rudy the midget that played football.
Yeah, Rudy. Yeah, Rudy was in the ball and turret, and then it gets shot and he's hanging by his. Oh no! What is it? What is it happens? No, does he say? He says it hurts. I don't want to wear the strap, and that was right after the other guy sees the other plane next to him, the ball and turret, gets shattered with like fire, and then the guy's just tumbling out. It's like I told you, put on that effing freaking, brace or whatever the frick you call the thing you clip in. But he's like, it hurts. Like, no, put it on. I told you, put it. But dude, lads are getting shot and then like hanging by your brace with that kind of wind. Oh my lord. F that.
No, I don't want to imagine being tied to a airplane while it's moving from a strap. No, I don't want to imagine that.
It'd be like frickin' Arnold Schwarzenegger and frickin' what the hell was that movie? Eraser or some shit?
Yeah, when you're first learning to jump, you learn to, jump clear of the tail and all that. But it's always a worry in the back of your mind getting tangled up in whatever you're flying in. We just dive out those motherfuckers. A bunch of Marines will empty a plane out quick in seconds. Used to be one of my favorite cadences, Airborne Daddy. C-130 rolling down the strip. Airborne Daddy gonna take a little trip.
I don't know, man. Like frickin' the couple old buddies of mine that I knew that were in Vietnam, man, they were both of them were like just full blown drinkers, and they would just have worst dreams. They had the worst dreams, man.
My uncle was a Green Beret in Vietnam, and he.
Well, one buddy was in he fought with the mountain people. He called them the mountain people. I guess it was the Hmong or whatever the frick. But he said he was like family with them. But I remember he'd be all just crying in the middle of the night, just talking about horrible shit he did. He was going through it. Like he felt bad for doing a lot of ugly shit.
I bet.
Sucks.
I've heard some crazy stories from my uncle and at the VFW, so yeah. I can imagine.
Getting popped over there, man. That was like your odds weren't the best, were they?
My uncle said there was Vietnamese weed all over the jungle.
Oh man, not my buddy that was there. He said he used to go down to the, I don't know where he'd go, but he'd go and buy a brown paper bag full of it. And he said it was so sticky and oily that you could see it coming through the brown paper. He said they would stick that whole freaking bag in this big freaking thing, and they'd all put on their gas masks. And dude, I'm like, dude, that's fucking, like, are you gonna put on that? You gonna breathe all that shit in, like, in your face mask? Like, that's freaking crazy. He was an airship gunner, and a helicopter with the 50 cal.
Yeah, those would be cushy positions.
Yeah.
Those boots on the soil. Generally, because it was, airborne. If I was deployed in a combat area, we'd be some of the first people there because we, paratroop in. But so we'd be like first boots to touch the soil.
Hey, the guys that getting dropped out of frickin' helicopters over there, they didn't have frickin' much of a chance, man. In certain areas, that'd be frickin' dangerous as shit.
Yeah, floating down to the ground, you're a pretty easy target.
You don't know what the hell's drop like that, or just getting out of the helicopter. Either way, you don't know what's waiting for you.
Drop in the jungle, get stuck in a tree. Snake comes out of nowhere and eats your ass. Sure. Sure. I wouldn't have wanted to paratroop into Vietnam. The desert, at least I could see everything.
Yeah, you don't know what the hell's. And then plus, even if it looks like there's nobody, even if they dropped frickin' Agent Orange and killed everything, they had all the frickin' tunnels under the ground.
Yeah.
Nobody paratrooped in Vietnam. What are you talking about, man?
I said I wouldn't wanted to. I didn't say I did.
Well, but nobody did.
Oh, nobody?
No. They didn't
I don't
use
know. I
paratroopers
wasn't
in
there,
Vietnam.
Scott. I don't know. I wasn't there. Were you?
No, but I can read.
I didn't know that.
Too.
I didn't know that fact.
Right. Yeah, I only said I wouldn't want to. I paratrooped over the desert. And I said I wouldn't wanted to have done it into Vietnam. I don't know whether anybody did or nothing, but I mean, it doesn't really matter to me.
Gene Hackman did in that movie when he went out of his plane. But that's not jumping. That's frickin' punching out, I guess, or whatever the hell you want to call it. So if Gene Hackman did it in a movie, I'm sure it happened all the time. Battle Mod, I frickin' DM'd you, man. If you drink coffee, I'd like to send you some.
Oh, I do drink coffee. But I get this Amish blend. I'm cool with what... I'm kind of used to what I drink.
Got some pretty amazing coffee. Not asking you to buy any.
Oh, I know. Toby sells it too.
Who?
Toby.
Who's Toby?
One of the guys that hangs out with Shane, St. Pierre, and Alan.
I didn't know there was another coffee guy.
Yeah, he was he had a penguin for his profile thing, but yeah, he's a coffee guy. He sells it. I think he just collects orders, and then reroutes them to a distributor and makes money on the exchange. I'm not sure. I think he's got to a point where he actually owns some stock,
Well, he doesn't roast it. So I'm sitting in front of the roaster right now. That's all I do is roast coffee all day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Toby dog.
You're roasting your own beans? What's up?
Yeah, dude.
I heard you in the background. What are you trying to get in there?
Sonny's had my coffee. Quite a few people have a coffee.
Got to compete with John Levy too.
Damn Tyler, dude, he don't roast no damn coffee. Helio's had my coffee. Helio loves my coffee.
Yeah, I don't think Toby does roast it himself. He's not doing the process. He's just selling the coffee. That's nice. So you just get a bulk Colombian bean or something and roast them all?
Yeah, I got so many damn beans. You should see my living room right now. My living room's full of boxes of coffee.
You got any vanilla bean?
No. What do you mean, like actual vanilla beans?
Yeah, you can roast that, grind that up, and put it in the coffee.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's Amish coffee I get has roasted vanilla beans in it.
I was gonna say, man, like that's like I wouldn't recommend any flavored coffee, but I wouldn't say no to actual vanilla bean. In fact, that's something I would consider.
Yeah,
I didn't know you could even roast your own vanilla bean.
You can play with it till you got your ratio where you like the amount of vanilla you put in there. But yeah, I like the amount that she does, and if I ask her to lighten it, she'll lighten it up. But I only, I'll do like 1 cup of vanilla and 1 cup of black and be done. I don't drink a lot. Of coffee. I like the sweetness of the vanilla when I first wake up.
I have some amazing coffees, man. I've got Brazilian anaerobics. I got Colombian fermented coffees. I
bet. Brazilian
amazing
is good.
stuff.
That's good coffee.
Yeah, most of my stuff's organic. Really small farms, hand picked.
Some people they don't know how well that a good coffee goes with pancakes.
Oh my lord! Like people don't even know what good coffee is. Really, they've been drinking Folgers their whole life.
I know, and that shit's been ground. The bean has been ground so long that it's not as healthy as it would be. Fresh ground.
You don't get any of the health benefits or any of that.
It's healthier when you grind it yourself. It's antioxidants. Coffee's full of that. But less and less as it's been ground and then it sits around forever. They can put that freshness seal on there, but it doesn't keep it.
Yeah, dude. There's a bunch of people that are
Does anybody want to talk about flat Earth for a sec?
Yeah, sure, man. We're just
here. Just push your principles, Scott.
That one.
Drop it.
No, I'm just kind of curious how you guys are going to reject this other bit of data.
Who knows? Maybe we won't even contemplate it. You guys like to say we don't do that.
Okay. All right. So, you and I, Battle have had discussions of whether we can get angles of elevation to stars with something like a theodolite, right?
Yeah, and this is a topic I'm not even going to want to cover, Scott. But go ahead.
Okay, fine. Do you think we can get azimuth angles to stars with a theodolite? You think it's reasonable for using for that? Like, for example, if you pointed at
Isn't
Polaris,
that the same thing?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. Do you think it? So if we pointed,
do I use azimuth? Hold on. Do I use an azimuth angle to actually point my telescope where I want to look? I'm pretty sure I do.
Okay, so we can. You're saying we can get azimuth angles to stars, right?
Well, I'm saying that's how we locate them.
Okay. So we agree that we can get azimuth angles to stars, right? And we assume that for every major city in the United States, right, we can probably find a star that is at zenith, for example.
That's ground position. That's how we map the ground to the sky. Yeah, that's every survey starts with that, Scott. Celestial ground position.
Okay, so there will be at a particular time there will be a star directly over Miami, for example, right?
At zenith, yes. There will always at a given time there will always be a zenith star that we can use to map because it's for navigation and you need a route. a ground reference, a star can be a ground reference when it's at zenith above a
Okay,
certain
but let's just, dude,
location.
mellow. Okay, so I just want to establish where we agree. So there will be a zenith star over LA, Miami, and maybe Detroit, right? All simultaneously. Different stars, of course, right?
Position, but for at least for enough to where we could set up a coordinate system.
Yeah. And so if you're in Detroit and you take your azimuth angles to the star that's the star that's over Miami and the star that's over LA, you can get an azimuth angle or a difference between those two stars, right?
Is the azimuth angle the difference between the two angles?
Yeah. You read one, you look at the one over Miami, you mark down a setting, whatever it is.
Well, those are two different azimuths, and you're just the difference.
How are they two different azimuths? They're different numbers, right?
Well, they are.
But you can get the angle between the two stars, right, from your azimuth. Correct?
The angle between two stars.
Yeah.
When one's at zenith and one isn't, is that what you're saying? That's what I don't get.
No, one's at zenith over Miami, the other's at zenith over LA. And we can take an azimuth to the Miami one, then we can turn the satellite or the total station and get an azimuth to the LA star, right? And we get two different numbers, right?
Yeah, we might be able to see that same star from both places at the same time, but I don't think it's actually nighttime in LA when it is in where?
Miami? Yeah.
Miami. Yeah,
Of course it is.
They're on different time zones, Scott. LA and
Yes,
Miami.
but they share a lot of nighttime.
Do they?
I
don't know. Well, I don't know.
Oh, you gotta know this.
LA to Miami.
It's
how
3
many
hours.
How
3
many
hours time difference.
Okay, so
3 hours.
Yeah, they share some nighttime.
They share a lot of nighttime. But anyways, and so you're in Detroit and you get the azimuth to the Miami star and the azimuth to the LA star, right? And you write down two different numbers and you subtract one of those numbers from the other number and you get an angle. Correct?
Okay, cool. Well, that's
okay. And so then we have your friend.
We do that just to view.
I know. I'm just let me
it's
finish,
a reference
man.
for a position of a star.
I gotcha. Yes, I know. You can show how much you know later. I just want to put out this. So then we have a friend do this in Miami, but the friend in Miami gets the azimuth to Detroit star, and then gets the azimuth to LA star, and writes down those two numbers. And then we can take the angle of that as the difference between those two numbers, right? And we can do the same thing in LA. We have a friend in LA who gets the azimuth to the Miami star and the azimuth to the Detroit star. And he writes down two numbers, and the angle is the difference between those two numbers, right? And so now we have three angles, correct?
I guess.
Are those reliable? I mean, I don't
know, reliable for what? What purpose?
I don't know.
That's my point.
You
said I can show off what I know, but I'm just wondering how you're going to apply it.
Yeah, well, on a flat Earth, would they not form a triangle?
Fuck, I don't know. I never mapped it out, Scott. That's the problem with this.
Well,
And
what would you think?
I don't have a visual. Listen, I'm not without sitting down and mapping it out. Why would I even speculate on it? I don't know.
So maybe somebody else.
I don't know isn't a good enough answer. You want somebody to just give you a blind answer without doing it?
Well, I was hoping you could think a little quicker than that, but you didn't need time. I give you time.
You were hoping I would just put my foot in my mouth or something. I don't know.
No, just saying how I'm pretty sure you guys, if not you, someone will find a way to reject this data. And I'm curious how you're going to do it.
Fuck, I can't even vision my head right now, Scott. I've been up since 4:30 this morning. I'm sorry.
Okay. Because what we have, if it's a flat Earth, we have 3 points on Earth. We have Miami, LA, and Detroit. those should form a triangle. And what you guys always say is that,
even on the globe, shouldn't the land from LA to Miami and Detroit be relatively flat? I mean, there's not going to be a whole lot of curvature involved in that distance, right?
no, there's going to be a lot of curvature involved in that distance.
From LA to Miami?
Yes.
Fuck, from Michigan to Miami, it's like 1,300 miles.
Dude, it's a degree for 69 miles. It's 1,000 miles. 4,000 miles, 3,000 miles from LA to Miami.
Hello, everyone.
But anyways.
Well, Scott's on something right now, Dark. Can you let him finish?
Yeah,
Go
so we
ahead,
have a
Scott.
triangle. So we have a triangle, right? And according to what you guys always say, all triangles need to add up to 180 degrees. Now, if we take those three angles we just measured and we
Yeah,
find
but
they're
that's
much,
not a triangle on the surface, so why would it have to equal 180 degrees?
why would it not be a triangle on a flat surface?
Well, I don't know if the positions of the stars are laid out in a planar manner.
But okay, but the star's got to be directly above the city, right? The star we looked at is directly above the city, and we should be able to drop a plane all the way down there. It's the same angle.
Well, you're trying to say there should be a planar triangle in the sky from the view of the stars.
Well,
Right?
it would drop a triangle all the way down, yes.
You're going to say it's a spherical triangle and it's measured in the sky.
No, it's not a spherical triangle. We're just looking at these angles that we took from with our theodolites or our total stations, whatever, right? We took two angles and we just subtracted them. We got the difference between them, right?
Yeah, I get that. I'm just saying I don't see why the sky has to be a 180 degree triangle. I don't know that all the stars are mapped out in the same plane, the same horizontal plane. I don't know they exist in the same
Horizontal plane's irrelevant. We're getting azimuth.
Yeah, well,
We know it's directly above the city, right? So whatever azimuth
but
to the star should be the azimuth to the city. Doesn't matter. The azimuth to the star has to be the azimuth to the city, right?
well, it doesn't have to be. No, that's just
Why not? How would it not be?
That's how we mapped it. At zenith. So that's the thing. Are all the stars you're mapping, are they at zenith at the current time? Fuck, I don't know.
That's what we just agreed to, yes.
How do we know that the star in LA is at zenith when we're in Detroit?
Because the person in Detroit called the person in LA, say, is that star above you right now? Oh yeah, it is. I'm looking directly up at it, 90 degrees. And the person in Detroit says, cool, all right.
Is that
Mark
just
my position.
any arbitrary location in?
Well, I tell you, I chose three arbitrary locations. From the corners of I'd make a little wide, the wider triangle of the United States as I can.
I could be in the center of LA.
Doesn't matter.
I don't know. I think you should make visualizations. This might be a good argument for some people, Scott. I'm kind of following you.
Okay, because those three angles that we just took by getting azimuths are going to be way greater than 180, right?
I don't know that.
They might even be in the 200 range.
I know that's what you're saying, but I don't know that, and I haven't looked at it or tried to represent it in 3D, so I wouldn't even be able to say why it would be that way without being able to visualize it. You know what I mean? I'm just being honest, Scott.
Yeah, and there's another very interesting thing we can do too, right? We can take 2 points in the United States, one on the East Coast, one on the West Coast, are on the same latitude line, right? And we know that if we got the zenith or the azimuth to the Polaris, they're both going to be 90 degrees, right? Or there's going to be 0 degree, but so if they're on the same latitude,
the azimuth to Polaris is going to be 90.
Well,
all those places.
Well, the azimuth is going to be 0, right? But if you take someplace on the West Coast, maybe San Francisco or something, and then you find a place on the same latitude on the East Coast, maybe somewhere in North Carolina. I don't know. I can't really visualize it now. Probably further north, right? Probably somewhere around Virginia. And so you know that the azimuth from San Francisco to this place that we just located in Virginia is going to be 90 degrees off north, right? Because it's directly east. And then the other one's directly, from the city is directly west of San Francisco. And so the angle between the Polaris, from San Francisco, the angle to Polaris and this other city on the East Coast is going to be 90, right? And then from the city on the East Coast, the angle from Polaris to San Francisco is going to be 90. And so therefore, there you got right now 180 degrees.
I don't know. I don't think Polaris is directly above the United States. I think it's further north than that. It's
but you know the point, right? It's going to be 90 degrees.
I do.
Each of those angles is going to be 90 degrees, right?
I'm not sure. I'm looking at a map trying to, but I actually
no. The only way you get 90 degrees from Polaris is if it's directly over your head.
No, we're not talking angle of elevation. We're talking azimuth. Try to keep up, or keep out of the conversation.
Your azimuth is 90 degrees. If something's 90 degrees, that's your zenith.
I know.
Your azimuth. You don't even know what you're talking about, you dummy.
Azimuth
your azimuth is your elevation angle.
Dude, you're an idiot. Shut up.
Your azimuth is your elevation angle.
No, that's called the elevation angle. That's why they call it the elevation angle. Azimuth is your horizontal.
So Polaris is going to be 90 degrees horizontal?
Azimuth to Polaris is going to be 0. Because 0 is north.
What the fuck do you mean 0 is north?
Dude, look up azimuth. Take 5 seconds.
Compass, man.
Calm down. Take 5 seconds. Look up what an azimuth angle is. And then you'll be able to follow the conversation.
I don't think you know what an azimuth angle is.
Dude. Calm down.
Like
look it up.
Compass. Think of a compass.
Yeah, azimuth is a circle and 360 degrees.
Horizontal, yes.
Yeah, it's a horizontal plane, and altitude is above that. So
azimuth
projection shows altitude and 360 degree reference frame.
And 0 is defined as north, right?
Yes. But I don't know.
Or the other way around. North is defined as 0.
Yeah, but I don't know where.
South is 180. Directly east would be 90, and directly west would be 270.
It's something like that, yeah, Scott.
Yeah. And so every azimuth to Polaris is going to be 0, right?
That's, I don't know where the actual position of Polaris is. So if it's all starts based on Polaris, you have to center that over the land it's on. Then figure out your angles. Polaris is a ground position for a certain continent. I believe it's somewhere in Canada where Polaris will be at true zenith.
Over Canada?
Yeah, that's why I was getting confused when you're saying Polaris is going to be 90 degrees.
Yeah, Polaris is north of me. It's not directly above me. I live in Michigan. So
yeah, but your azimuth to Polaris is going to be 0, right?
If you're saying I'm looking north, yeah, it's going to be north. So yeah.
Yeah.
North is 0, and then the 360 degrees starts to count off as you go right clockwise all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So on that, you're right.
Well, wouldn't that be anything in the northern direction?
Yeah, anything you're looking north to is going to be 0 on azimuth. Because you're looking at, that's where the cardinal directions all stem from. That's 0 point. That's where we have a compass. You're zeroed out on north. That means you have a 0 azimuth. That's your heading. That's how you plot a heading. Honestly, I think it's a good argument, Scott. You could just use some visualization so people can't argue with your premise.
Okay.
You put it in a visualization, and then there it is, for reference. I'm with you.
All right.
It sounds like you kind of need a flat Earth for that first.
Okay. Let's talk about that.
He's got you where he wants you now, bro.
I do.
Oh no, really?
You gotta watch what you say.
Okay, I'd love to see.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking at. Yeah. It looks like Virginia. It's somewhere in Virginia, Norfolk, or even Virginia Beach is pretty much directly east of San Francisco. It's looking like I'm just eyeballing this on Google Maps on my phone, so it's not a great thing. I can't exactly tell what
Yeah, I'm
latitude
doing
exactly,
it on the computer. I'm with you.
So Virginia Beach is going to be pretty much azimuth 90 from San Francisco, and San Francisco is going to be pretty much azimuth 270 from Virginia Beach. And both of those, San Francisco to Polaris and Virginia Beach to Polaris, are both going to be azimuth 0. And so if we take those angles, we have 0 to 90, which is 90, and we have 0 to 270, which is also 90 degrees. The difference between the two, and you add just those two angles of that triangle, and you already got 180. And that's not even adding the angle from the azimuth from Polaris to San Francisco, difference Polaris to Virginia Beach. And so you already have a triangle much greater than 180 degrees. How do you guys deal with that?
Yeah, I'm not dealing with it yet. Like I said, I need
Okay.
visualizations to follow it. But I was looking for some a meme of what azimuth is, so people can see that the azimuth is the circle, not the height ceiling.
Correct.
Yeah, that was my bad. But you're taking an angle measurement to Polaris from Virginia.
Yeah,
and
azimuth
an angle
angle,
measurement
yes.
to Polaris.
Just based on direction and position.
Well, it's still you're taking an elevation angle to Polaris from your location.
You, from every reading, you get both you get both an elevation and an azimuth. We're going to ignore the elevation.
Yeah, he's only doing
of course, ignore the elevation angle.
azimuth angles, and the triangle is only representative.
They're elevation angles. If he's in
your
Virginia
view.
looking at Polaris, and Polaris is X amount degrees, and then he goes to San Francisco, takes an elevation Polaris at X amount of degrees. That's what he's doing. They're elevation angles.
Yeah, it's an angle based on angle of view.
It's an elevation angle.
No, it's an observation angle. Do you listen? We're not recording whether the
observation
ceiling.
Angle.
Yeah, listen. We're not recording the height of the star, only the direction to it from your position. Only
which is an elevation angle from your position.
It's not the direction to it, not the angle to the height of it in the sky, but the direction the star is in. That's what he's telling you.
Polaris is north for everybody.
It is. That's why it's 0.
Yeah.
You're catching up. I'm with you.
Yes, but the elevation
angle. I hear you. Yeah, you are.
I gave you an honest answer. I'm not sure.
You did.
I'll have to look at it. But
you just had to ignore the elevation angle. Right?
It seems decent to me. So so we're just comparing angles of view.
To ignore the elevation angle.
And the angle of view is greater than 180. And what he's saying is that's because you're on a curved surface. I can sum all that up. I can sum.
It's because he's taking angles to something that's supposed to be infinity altitude away. That's why.
Only the direction that you're viewing, you're looking to view it. That's all. It's a difference in the angles of view. So if I'm in this position, I have to look towards north to see this. If I'm in that position, I have to look north to see it. If I'm in this other position, I have to look north to see it. You got 3 different angles of view, and you create a triangle.
But we're just not going to say they're elevation angles. We're ignoring that part.
Yeah,
They're
we're just
observation angles. We're taking observation angles.
Yeah, so we're not really worried about a height of the star, just what direction.
Nobody ever worries about.
Since Polaris is 0, then everybody's going to be looking 0 on azimuth to north, and that's all he's saying. It's like a triangulation of a field of view.
You do realize, no matter what, like whether you're a glober or a flurp, you're not ever going to account for the height of the star.
We're not trying to, but
nobody does.
I'm with you,
I
bro.
heard some argument about azimuthal versus elevation. I just wanted to chime in. What's the confusion here?
Well, there you go, Scott. I'll leave you to your business, brother. I'm going to get another cup of coffee.
Good to see you, Battlemon.
You too,
Yeah,
Sydney.
your elevation angle. Your azimuth. You're literally making a circle around whatever you're taking your elevation angle to.
I know what an azimuthal is. I didn't know why the fuck you guys were fighting. That's all.
It's because it's an elevation. Oh no, I wasn't. I'm telling the. Did he leave? Oh no. No, Scott Mackey's saying that an elevation angle and azimuth are different.
They are.
If I'm looking at a star that's 50 degrees off the horizon, I take my elevation angle to that. I'm going to make a circle around that star at equal angles on each point of that circle.
Yeah, brother. I'm
What are you
sorry, but
doing?
that's you're gonna but that's a circle of equal altitude though.
Right, but it's still off the elevation angle to the star, right?
You're having a completely different argument. I don't know who you're arguing with at the moment or what you're even, but
it's so you have north, right? And north is 0 degrees. If something is 90 degrees to the left, it's what's that over there? 9 o'clock.
yeah, it's 270. Yeah, exactly.
So it's like that. Not I mean, yeah, it's still on a plane, but it's not an elevation angle though. That's different. It's an azimuthal angle, right? So
Duh, my bad.
all good.
It all still requires the same principles as an elevation angle, though.
Oh, you mean 2 straight lines?
Yeah, pretty much, yes.
Yeah, it's just like a coordinate system, really, isn't it? It is a coordinate system. X, Y, Z. Which would be a plane. Reference to a horizontal plane.
Well, but you still got this problem of a triangle greater than 180 degrees then. Because if the North Pole is a point on Earth, and if Virginia Beach is a point on Earth, and San Francisco is a point on Earth, and you got the angle between Polaris, Virginia Beach, and San Francisco at 90 degrees, and you got the angle between Polaris, San Francisco, and Virginia Beach at 90 degrees, you got no angle left for the angle between San Francisco, Polaris, and Virginia Beach.
Yeah, you're talking about where the 2 points of each angle are going to meet up.
I'm just,
That's where you're having.
I think we all agree that these places have to be on the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah, they are on the surface, but what are supposedly adjoining to that they're looking at?
Okay, so would all these places on the surface of the Earth form a triangle? 3 places on the surface of the Earth, would they necessarily form a triangle?
A triangle to what?
To each other.
Yeah, but they're all looking at the same point in the sky, right? And that's what you're trying to make your triangle to? What is that point in the sky that they're pointing at?
No, I'm not trying to make a triangle to each other.
He's saying there are 3 stars. Take the North Pole and then take some other navigational star in some other city and another navigational star in some other city that are, 90 degrees to each other, at least in 2.
Well, yeah, the cities are on the same latitude. Which makes it easy. They don't have to be on the same latitude. The math just gets a little less obvious. But if on the same latitude, we know that the angle between Polaris and the sister city are going to be 90 degrees in both cases.
Where are they going to be in 90 degrees to?
Each other.
How'd you establish the 90?
Well, because we took the azimuth to Polaris, which is 0 in both cases, from Virginia Beach and San Francisco. Polaris is 0 azimuth. And we know by definition, since Virginia Beach is directly east on the same latitude as San Francisco, that the azimuth there is going to be 90. And the from Virginia Beach to San Francisco, the azimuth is going to be 270. And so if I get the difference between the 270 and the 0, it gives me 90. Now if I get the difference between 0 and 90 is 90. There's 2 90-degree angles right there. They add up to 180 degrees. And so now we have a triangle with 2 angles alone adding to 180 degrees. How do we get that? How is that possible? It seems impossible on a flat Earth.
You have an angle, you have a triangle of over 180 degrees. How so?
That's what I'm asking you.
Because one angle is pointing at what degree?
Do I need to go?
I'm hearing about your azimuth. They both have to see Polaris, right? That way you know where you're looking north.
Yes.
What's the elevation angle in Virginia? What's the elevation angle in San Francisco?
We don't care. Elevation angle has nothing to do with azimuth.
Just they're both looking north.
Yes, 0 degrees azimuth for both of them, looking towards Polaris.
Okay. Let me see. Hold on a second.
And then San Francisco looking towards Virginia Beach is 90. Sorry, go ahead, Eli.
Think of it as looking towards, Polaris GP position with like a flag in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
You're just looking like in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
But that direction is 0 degrees.
Yeah, south is 180, north is 0, east is 90. Okay. What I'm getting at, okay, so where are you getting your 90 to 0 degrees from? Where's that? How's that coming into existence?
Well, we can point some azimuth measuring device, that's the Adelaide would work, towards Polaris, and we look at our device and it says 0 azimuth. And it says that from both San Francisco and Virginia Beach, right?
Are you putting the theodolite at the star, or are you just pointing it north?
At the star, of course. But the star is north. We know that.
People look at stars through theodolites?
Why not?
Well, I mean, is that like what's the purpose for that? Like, is that a thing? Like,
To get
people
its
get paid
azimuth?
to do that?
Whether people get paid or not, you can do it.
Yeah, I mean, you could do a lot of things, but I mean, who's pointing theodolites at Polaris? Is that a thing that people actually do? Is there a reason for that? Or are you just kind of like trying to come up with a story?
Do you know what? Do you realize what you're doing right now? I'm just
I'm
curious.
literally just that. No, I'm just asking. Like, is that?
You're searching
I'm
for a
not
way to
surveyor.
you're searching for a way to dismiss this
No,
evidence.
Well,
No,
if
that's
I
what you're
didn't,
doing right now.
hold on.
You're searching for a way to dismiss it.
Who's pointing theodolites at stars?
If I didn't know the azimuth of a star, I couldn't even point my telescope at it to view it.
Yeah, there you go.
That's just, I don't know. You're talking about putting theodolites at stars, and I don't think that's a thing.
You're
You could
confusing
do
it
it.
with pointing at the star, how high it is, and all that. You're confusing that with you're just looking directly in the direction of the star, which is the North Star. So you look north. That's zero.
Okay, so that's what you're doing.
You
You're not
really
taking
don't.
the theodolite.
You really don't even have to point it at the star as long as in the viewfinder is the star and you have a zero azimuth. Then you know you're pointed north.
I wasn't even aware that theodolites were used at nighttime because I just see surveyors during the day. But
well,
Okay,
the first part of the
use a
survey is
telescope instead. Like
right.
Paddlemont said, use his telescope.
It's still going to be the same principle, Scott. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
By looking north, south, east, and west.
Yes.
0, 180, 90 on each side.
Yeah, if you're in Virginia Beach and you have a telescope and you want to point at the North Star, you're going to be at zero azimuth.
I'd like to see a diagram too.
Maybe I can get around to this someday. I'm sitting at work in a lobby.
Get around to it today. You're not doing shit.
Dude, I got to get back to work in like 5 minutes. So,
all right. Well,
I'm on my hour lunch break. Just wanted to see what you guys thought of this and maybe give you some time to think about it and see what answers you come up with.
It's not like you're trying to solve for an angle. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, I just need to see it in diagram. I'm not sure where you're going with this.
But the problem I'm going to have, I can already see it, is if I draw something that I would call a flat Earth model, you guys are going to say we don't have a model. And so it's going to be really hard. It's going to be hard for me to diagram.
That's what the globe Earth is anyway. I mean, just you're going to have to do it the way that it's actually done. In a spherical coordinate system, quote unquote, that uses a horizontal plane anyway. I mean,
no, not for azimuth angles. You wouldn't.
You don't need a horizontal plane for an azimuth angle?
No, of course not.
Well, I mean,
what do you mean the fourth part? I don't understand.
You need a vertical plane.
Anyway,
azimuth angles require vertical planes.
If there's nothing else to compare it to, and how do you know what your vertical is?
Yeah,
just get a diagram, Scott.
Yeah, he's not even dependent on the vertical in this instance, bro.
He just said he was.
Hypothetical, though? Is this a hypothetical, or
just let him get a diagram? Guys, don't have to be so insecure against it.
I'm not being anything. I'm just asking: is this a hypothetical, or has it been done? Is he referring to something?
It's a situation where he explained. I don't know if you heard. You have Polaris, and then you have two cities with the star up above, and you know that these two cities are on the same latitude, so they're both going to be, you know. So I like that's a thing that can happen. So
So
I'm just trying
Polaris is
to.
just going to be north for everybody.
So
Like,
I'll steel
okay.
man his argument.
Polaris is
Okay,
always north for everybody.
hold on.
That's
I
what,
think. Hold on. I can
oh,
steel man his
I don't
argument.
get it.
So what he's saying is, if we take three different cities and we observe from these cities with communication are azimuth to Polaris, nothing else,
Which
just
is
the
north.
just the direction we're looking to. It's going to equal up to be a triangle outside of 180 degrees, somewhere around 200 degrees. And the reason for that is curvature. This is his premise. If we draw lines from the observational angles, we're going to come up with a spherical triangle.
No, he's making a circle.
He's not making a circle. You're not
That's not a
understanding what
fucking
he's doing.
sphere.
So
No,
if
he's doing
if I don't care where you're at, if you're looking towards Polaris, that's zero azimuth. If you go to three different places and you look to zero azimuth, and then you draw lines from each observer, you end up with a triangle, right? You have angles. That triangle, he says, will equal, whether it's been done or not, I don't know, but it will equal greater than 180, somewhere around 220. That's his point, and he's saying it's due to curvature. Says this is why I asked for a visualization. I also believe he's correct, and people are going to say, well, that's not my flat Earth map. So, because the direction you look to the star isn't going to change outside of 180 degree when we triangulate it based on a perfectly flat plane. It would.
But are we triangulating though?
What are we triangulating? We're trying to triangulate to a star.
We're just getting three angles that
Three
come up
different
to
views to
more.
one point. That
But,
yeah,
but we're just getting three different angles that come up to more than 180
yeah, but
degrees.
we're triangulating the position of the North Star, or 0 degrees in azimuth.
So no one else sees the problem with this stupid argument. We're taking three elevated angles to Polaris in three different locations.
That's what he's doing. Three different observers all to the same point, north.
But looking at you, three different observers
We're
looking
not
at the
using
same
elevation
thing.
angles.
Three different observers looking at the same thing is that's triangulation.
No, you have to make an angle to that same thing.
It's an attempt to triangulate that position. It is.
Everybody has to take an elevation angle to it, and then they triangulate.
Nobody needs an elevation angle to be looking north.
Yes, you do. If you want to start talking about
Excuse me.
triangulation.
Stop getting butthurt just because you don't understand. If you're looking north, hold on, to say I'm looking north, 0 degrees azimuth, do I need to look up at all, or do I just need to fucking look north? Stop getting upset and just understand what's being said. If you don't understand it, you couldn't refute it in a fucking eternity.
Three people looking north from three different locations.
Exactly.
Compass, man.
Yeah, just three. It's no elevation angle, just three different people looking north, and he's saying that the angles of view to north are going to equal more than 180 because of a curve.
You keep saying that. The angle of view to Polaris will be different for those three people.
Excuse me, sir.
They'll all be 0. North is north for everybody.
You're not talking about an azimuth angle though. Your brain is not in the right base.
So I gave an image for what azimuth
We're not talking about getting a fix in celestial navigation where you're like looking at you're making three circles of equal altitude. We're not talking about that. We're talking about some
Look in the text. There's the 4 cardinal directions. Since they all stem from north, north is 0. That's azimuth. It's just a circle of view, 360 degrees. No height ceiling. You're not looking up. You're just looking in a circle. You're spinning in a circle and looking around. And that circle starts at north because it's the main cardinal direction.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he's just starting with the view of north, because that's easy enough concept for most people to understand. It's just azimuth. That circle is all we care about in each person's different position to north. If you put a guy on west, a guy in the east, and a guy in the south, and they're all looking north, you're going to create a triangle, right?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
You have a triangle of views if you put a guy in east, a guy in west, and a guy in south. On the W, on the E, and on the S, if they're all looking north, you can create a triangle due to that. And he's saying that triangle will equal greater than 180 degrees, which means it would be spherical. And he says that's due to curvature. Now, I'm not saying he's done it. I believe this is rhetorically speaking. So you can attack that argument whatever way you want, but first you should understand it. That's why I said he should make a visualization, because, I mean, honestly, to understand it or even address it, we'd have to be able to visualize it in our mind, and if you can't do that, then it's easier to just have a visualization and understand it's not about height of the star, elevation to the star. It's only about three different people looking in the same direction.
Didn't he say they're on the same latitude?
He did say that, yes. Now
So
you're
where's the
with
triangle,
me, right?
Where's the triangle then?
That's a good question. That's why I want a
That's
visualization.
why I want the diagram.
yeah. That's why me and I just said, give us the diagram, because I don't see the triangle either. That's the thing I'm having a problem viewing or visualizing.
Here's the way to approach this. It can only be done on a piece of paper.
Even still, man, like I don't.
That's what I'm saying.
It literally can only be done on a piece of paper. What he's saying can be done, yes, absolutely, on a piece of paper if you're drawing it on a piece of paper.
Elijah, you should give a class to people on how first you have to understand a thing before you can refute it, and you have to do that calmly because you're so good at that. I don't have the patience for this shit, brother.
There's nothing to refute. Why can't he just say that the plumb bobs are divergent also?
I mean, because you got the case of the let's cut them off at the heads right now. So like,
Yeah.
I want to understand. I like when I hear something. It's like, okay, well, since I'm not putting forth an argument, Battle Mod's already, I've heard, them talking, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Okay. All right, give me a diagram. I don't know what else to like. It's gonna be whatever it is. Like if you're afraid to let it be whatever it is, then you're not sure yet. You don't know it's gonna be.
Right. Oh no, it's not even that. It's just that.
No, you gotta accept. You gotta accept that you tried to come at it at angles that were non sequitur, like when you.
Yeah, no, that was my bad because a lot of times I'm looking at the diagrams and stuff. I'll see the azimuth and the co-alt. I fucked up when you guys were talking about the azimuth. I'm like, wait a second. My mind went to circles of altitude. So
yeah, so if we're looking directly at this star, then we're going to have an azimuth and an elevation. If we're looking directly at the star and we're not just using the star to denominate 0 north and azimuth, or close to true north as we can get.
Wait a minute. Okay, so
it's basically based on a celestial nav argument, Elijah. You know that.
Mm-hmm. But not well. I've tried to get it to be based on celestial nav. That's where it hasn't connected for me. Like every time I've heard.
Well, the way they say the angles will be different because the Earth is curved than it would be on a flat map. So they say celestial nav wouldn't work because you have different angles to the star. And that's based on elevation. He's just removed the elevation and said the view would equal the same fucking thing due to curvature. It's because the guy on the left, they're not in equal planes of altitude. Right? So they'll have views that vary.
Equal planes of. What'd you say? You broke up there.
If you're on a globe and you're in the west and you're in the east, the guy in the east and the guy in the west, unless they're directly away from each other on a sphere, they're not in an equal plane of altitude. Now, if they are on the same meridian, then they're in an equal plane of altitude or the same longitudinal line. He's saying one guy's not and the other two is, or all three are, and it equals a spherical triangle, basically. He's trying to place three observers in an equal plane of altitude. So they're all looking the exact same direction. And he's saying the sphere, if you draw lines and triangulate all that to north, the triangle that it creates will be a spherical triangle, not a two-dimensional triangle. And that's obviously because you live on a sphere. But that's his premise.
Does it come up to a 3959 spherical triangle?
No, he's saying
I mean,
somewhere
because
around
again, like
200, 220.
Because when we're talking about the sphere, we're still talking about latitude just built off of the elevation angles to Polaris. But like that can't be undone. So
yeah, the meridians are set by that. Yeah. Yep, you're right.
So we just have to play make believe and just pretend it's a good argument. Then I don't understand that.
I just want to see what he said.
Yeah. Personally, I don't think these are good arguments. They rely on this guy and your belief of this guy. But we still, since I started this, we've still tried to come up with the most educated way to address that. Yes, and Elijah covered that attitude. All the meridian lines are based off elevation to a star point. Because
we have to just pretend with this. I don't get it. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I get it. I get bored. I like
listen, and that's because every coordinate system that we own as humans is based on a celestial ground position. Survey starts with a celestial ground position or a known position. If you don't have a known position, like I know exactly this place is at zenith under this star at this given time, I already know that, so I don't have to do the celestial position. If I don't, then I have to take a celestial position, or I can't say that I based my first benchmark off a known reference in our coordinate system. No matter which one I'm using, whether it's planar or polar, they're both going to be based off a star and your angle of view to that star. 90 degrees, obviously. He picked them all in the same latitude so that they would be in equal plane of equal elevation. But that does, a lot of guys are going to want to go, well, that don't mean the stars are in a plane of equal elevation, but his isn't reliant on the elevation to the star, but the observers are in equal elevation by our coordinate systems.
I'm getting a box. I'm just like, how though? Like I'm trying to figure out like what's going on.
I know.
You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to figure out like where I'm going wrong here. Like
that's why I wanted the visualization as soon as he started getting into that. I'm like, man, this is one of those things I don't just want to agree with blindly or disagree with blindly, because either way it makes you look ignorant or foolish. So I'd rather have a representation so I can visualize the argument and then compare it with coordinate systems. Because to say, this is the problem, to say it couldn't happen on a flat earth is bullshit. Because if I can map it in planar, I can convert it to polar. If I can map it in polar, I can convert it to planar. So there's no exclusive anything from system to system.
But I guarantee you the places that he's saying he's going to locate on a map are on a curved surface. Why he doesn't want to give a representation of it.
Well,
because
that's
Well,
his
he's going to
premise.
put him on a plane.
He's going to put him on a plane. Okay. Oh, is that what he said? Okay.
And try to show they don't work. Yeah. And I would like to see how they don't work on the plane, because that's it. We can transform between the two coordinate systems. I can convert the math, and then bam, it works in both coordinate systems, in a plane or on a globe. You can transform between those twos, even longitudinal placement. It's just coordinate systems. And since the coordinate systems were all based off the stars for known reference points, that way we can navigate, just like we navigated by the North Star since the beginning, then they're all going to correlate with a star. Usually the argument is the elevation angle to the star. That's why he's removed it. He's refined his argument. That's it. So you can no longer address elevation angle and a baseline, a true baseline.
Yeah, which would be the horizontal plane as the baseline to get the elevation angle in the first place. Exactly.
Yeah, see, Sonny just had a whip. Sonny said, "Oh, I'm starting to get it now, Mike." Yeah.
Oh, that's why I got a little.
We're still talking about a circle and directions. And we have a starting point, which is 0. But it's obviously not for the same observer, so that's where I get like, okay, like what specific? Okay, so you have one person in one city has a star above him, so you're looking north, 0 degrees. Okay, you have another person in another same latitude looking north, 0 degrees.
Yep. Now you draw a straight line from the two observers to north, and then from the two observers to each other. Now, see, my problem is why
they're
would
supposed to both be 90 to each other? Like, and I'm like,
why would? Yes, exactly, Elijah. They're 90 to each other, so why wouldn't it fit on the circle that we use to display azimuth? You could display it right in azimuth, in planar, and it would work.
Yeah, because east is not a straight line.
Exactly. That's
on a globe. On a globe, but it is on a circle.
On a circle, but for one person though. But east isn't the same place for
I was
every
told
person.
I'd be able to make my
different
case
for different observers. For different observers, east wouldn't be on the same plane.
Exactly.
That's right, because you have magnetic declination.
So I was told I'd be able to make my case at 4:30. Is that still? Are we still good for that?
You most definitely cannot, sir. Goodbye. Good day to you.
Who told you could do what, man? Somebody lied to you? 4:30? No. They said.
Well, apparently someone thinks they have a bit too much.
They said AM, bro. They said AM.
Sign up again. Maybe we could fit you in around 5:45 ish, because it gets a little slow before the Brits come in.
AM, bro. AM, not PM. You're here in the wrong shift.
You not see Mr. Amish stating?
No, you mean it wasn't 4:30 a.m.?
Yeah, I thought it was.
You said 4:30 p.m. Eastern in your message.
You, Rich. Okay, Rich, you got the globe proof that we've been waiting for? Present. Go for it. I won't be able to chat, but the panel is.
Well, you're doing pretty well right now.
We'll let you do it, bro. I think me and Elijah got it on the right track now.
Sure.
Because that's my first thought. Those cardinal directions are going to change with every position.
Mm-hmm.
Due to declination,
Right.
So, Mr. Amish was very, 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 very interested in hearing some globe proof. And then I showed him some.
And then he came back and started asking me some questions that
Can we
even
see
he
it?
later on agreed did not have anything to do with whether or not it
Can
was
we
a
see that
globe.
globe proof?
Yeah, for sure. I was just kind of giving it a bit of a
My cat's waiting.
preamble, you know?
My cat wants to see it.
All right, well, it's inside chat
No,
right
he doesn't.
there. And what we're observing here is the height of an observer changing. It's moving downward and getting closer to the surface of the water. But as you look off in the distance, you can see that the shoreline on the other side is
I can't see it.
disappearing consistently
I don't
as
see
the
it.
camera gets lower. Okay, so when the GIF restarts,
Man, that's
right?
a lot of
when
waves, man. That's a lot of waves.
Well, they don't look like they could be higher than a
Oh,
foot.
hell, they don't, man. That's
Those look like higher than a foot wave?
Yeah, they look like 5 foot waves easy. How often?
5 foot waves?
How often do you go fishing? Fuck yeah! Look at the swell in between the two. What are you, a moron?
Look at the. I don't understand how looking at the swell between the two gives you a frame of
Gee,
reference
Rich,
in order
it
to give
sounds
them a
almost like
size.
they're saying the same things I did.
No, they're not.
It looks like
they're
what
trying
do
to
you mean?
ad hoc,
The swell shows
make it
that
unrational, but it's not working.
I brought up swells and seaches.
Yeah, well, swells don't occur in lakes.
Well, they do. A swell is just a mound of water where there's a depression before and after it. We call it a wave when we get hyper-specific, and you're being hyper-semantical as if it's going to do something.
Now, why would a bunch of waves make the other side of the shore disappear
You
consistently?
said swells don't happen on lakes.
Yeah, and I don't think that they are the same thing.
Okay, just tell us what the wave height is then.
Listen, I don't care what you're wrong. The average
wave height is less
on
than
the
a foot.
smallest lake.
How far is the other? How far is
average
the
wave
other
height
Over 5
on
kilometers.
inland?
I think it's 7 kilometers.
Average wave
7
height on
kilometers.
inland lakes is 2 foot. So
Okay, look.
and in choppy weather, which this is choppy weather, we can see it. It will average around 3 to 4.
All right, so check this out. I'm not even going to debate or argue with you.
Why not?
I'm about the situation. I'm just wondering, are observations like these suitable for you for debunking or validating the globe? That's what this is, right? Like,
Well, I mean, if I'm presenting it, I think you're safe to assume that observations like these are
This
a valid
proves the
form
globe.
of
That's what he
evidence
asked.
and
Do you
verification.
really think this proves the globe?
okay, because I have a 10-mile observation across a lake where you can see from shore to shore.
Sorry, you understand that the point of this is not like the distance we're seeing, right? It's the fact that over this 7-kilometer lake,
Yeah, over
as
the
the
7
camera
kilometers, you can't see the
gets
other side.
lower,
I know, as it gets lower, you can't see the other side. I get it.
and it's disappearing consistently,
bro.
not just waves.
Bro,
Okay.
you don't hear me understanding what you're saying.
Well, I just wanted to make sure we were being as clear as possible.
It's very simple. I heard you the first time. That's how simple it is, right? So it's very easy if you have multiple observations and there are times that you from shore to shore. Now, if it's Earth curve, that should never happen. Now, in our case, it most damn sure definitely can be as well.
Well, I mean, what if isms don't get us very far, right? Like, if you have an explanation of this kind of phenomena on a flat Earth, I would like to hear it.
It's a swell, maybe.
So you think the water is like swelling upwards at
look
a rate greater
look at
than...
it. Look at it.
Well, if we knew what
water is
lake
very
it was,
choppy.
hold on, we keep track of this shit real well. So if we knew what lake it was and what day it was, we could go back and look at the National Service, and we could find out. We could find out.
I can give you all that information. I don't know exactly which date it was, but it's all documented in his video.
Well, give us the information.
I've sent this video quite a few times, so I'm happy to send it
So
again.
can you give us information with your mouth?
Yeah.
What? How long the lake? What day it is? No, I don't know what day it is.
If the answer is no, then somebody's going to have to fish it for themselves because you didn't do it.
Well, I don't have all of the exact information you might be looking for at this time.
Well,
Correct.
you
You
didn't
may have
think
to do
that we
some
would
research
want
on
to.
your
You're
own.
asking
I
for
told
an
you to prepare for this
explanation.
shit.
You're asking for an
Yeah.
explanation, and we're trying to figure out what variables we can cross out.
What's the name of the lake? Just give me that.
Lake.
Jeez Louise.
I don't. I get it.
You're
Minnewanka.
the least prepared boss ever, Rich.
Minnewanka. Minnewanka.
Minnewanka in Canada?
Alberta. And just for good manners, there's the full video. Highly implore y'all to watch at least like the first 20 minutes. It does get into a bit of another topic in terms of being flat Earth adjacent, but that's not the part that I'm worried about right now. I'm just talking about him talking about getting the measurements or getting the recording of the observation. He shows his methodology. He does it more than once. So, I mean, if you're truly going to say that you're out here seeking information and you want to hear the globe proof, then this video is a good place to start.
Then look at my 30-mile observation that is missing 600 feet of curvature. Thank you very much.
Is that explainable by refraction? I think it is.
No, you see all the way directly to the island, and you see oil rigs up to it, and you see the lights at the shoreline at the opposite side over at the island side.
None of that states that
maybe your observation is explained by refraction.
How do you explain it via refraction?
Sorry, Rich, you don't
how
get
do you
to invade
explain it via
refraction.
refraction?
So the fact that we can
Claiming geometry,
apparently
sir.
see
You're claiming
past the curve of the
geometry,
Earth would be because
physical
of the medium
obstruction.
through
You
which
don't get
the light
to-
is moving. How would you explain
God.
refraction?
We're not talking about refraction. You're talking about physical obstruction of view.
He was done talking and you fucking muted him. That's crazy.
Yeah, he didn't explain himself.
Yeah,
He's asking
just
us
to
to
unmute
explain
me again,
something
too.
we didn't even bring up.
We're not talking about refraction.
I don't know
You're
if you
talking about
you might have
physical
Let's Be Real
obstruction.
muted.
So what
he
about
was
when
talking
there
about
is
refraction?
No. You brought it up. He said, what about this instance where what you're saying happens doesn't happen?
What?
All right.
How is that not
physical obstruction?
Wait, how is that
No
not
physical
what
obstruction.
I'm claiming? Sorry.
No physical obstruction. You're claiming physical obstruction of view due to the geometry of the Earth, therefore concluding that Earth is a sphere. And then we have instances where that doesn't happen, like Elijah's brought up, 10 miles across a lake, no physical obstruction of view.
Okay,
and
can
now
we see that?
Sonny bringing up his examples.
Can we see the 10?
There's
10. We said 10 miles, no obstruction.
There's 20 miles. There's 20 miles.
Okay, let's see. Let's see 10 or 20. 10 and 20. Let's go.
Across lakes.
Not a
flat Earth
single
after you
inch
see an image?
obscured, right?
You can see cars on the other side driving around. See the shoreline.
You could see the bottom of the tires of those cars, right?
Lasers 5 feet above the water, where there should be 220 something feet of obstruction.
Right. You can see not only can you see the car, you can see like the side of the road where the car is
It's
on,
a
right?
13. It's a 13 mile.
And the ground below the road.
13-mile lake.
Let's see it.
So in 13 miles, how much curvature would there be?
Because in the absence of these 10-mile no obstruction views,
Minnewanka.
then I think I walk out with the
It's
metal.
got a surface area of 22 square kilometers, a length of 21 kilometers, an average depth of 142 meters, and an average wave height of 2.5 feet. Summer average.
What's an average?
Well, that's what the average. What do you mean? What's an average? I'm not even.
It means that half the time it's less than that, and half the time it's more.
No,
right?
it doesn't. It means you take
What?
It means you take 5 readings and you average it out. It's the lowest. It's a mean. It's in between the highest peak and the lowest low.
Yeah. Average IQ means that half of the world is below
No,
that.
it doesn't mean half. You're a fucking idiot.
That's exactly.
That's called a median.
You listen. You cannot cut an average in half. Don't be a fucking moron. Fuck. So we argue with these stupid motherfuckers that don't know their ass from a fucking hole in the ground. How much curvature should there be in 13 miles?
Wait, are we just like? Am I not going to see these photos?
Well, I'm asking a question. Like,
I can pull up the formula if you want me to calculate it for you. It's just as easy as if you were to do it. No, this GIF is not a formula that can calculate Earth
Listen,
curve.
your GIF is crap any fucking way. You should have just posted the video, you fucking moron.
Well, good thing I did both.
Where?
Yeah, he posted.
Oh, this guy.
So maybe don't sling the moron around so hard, eh?
He does a lot of crap and then gets on fucking Google for his measurements. He acts like refraction and wave height doesn't affect his observation. But if he came in here and argued with us and we said we see too far, he'd go straight to refraction.
Yeah, so the other shore being obscured by the water dependent upon the height of the observer is not refraction.
You said 1 foot, right? 1 foot height?
I said it looks like they're about 1 foot.
Oh, so you don't know the height of the observer?
Height of the observer. I thought you were still on the wave height. The height of the observer goes from, I believe it was just over 6 feet down to 1 foot. Again, it's all in the video.
I know. I've watched this video. I don't even have
Well, then why are you asking me simple questions that you would have remembered from the video?
Listen, I'm saying that you say you're showing curvature over this. I want to see the globe prediction that this is the amount of curvature it would predict, and it's not just an optical illusion due to refraction or the waves are obscuring things. And don't say refraction can't obscure anything, because it can. It can shorten the distance horizon. We know that.
It's not a consistent obscuring of the other side of a shore.
Well, the horizon's not a consistent place either, because it changes. It changes from minute to minute. What do you mean, so what?
What does that matter whatsoever?
Here, look at my GIF. There's my response to your GIF. Have a good
That's
day.
a time lapse.
It is. It's a GIF of a time lapse. Moron.
Exactly. And the height of the observer is not changing.
Is it a GIF?
Yes, but it's fundamentally different than mine.
Yeah, the height of the observer is not changing, but the height of the water is. Why? Refraction, atmosphere.
Yes. And if the video the GIF I had posted was taken over hours, such as this was, then you would have a point. But unfortunately, the recording in the video is continuous and real time.
Nobody said that it takes an hour for the atmosphere to change, did they?
So then can you show me that in real time?
Well, there it is, over a time
That's
lapse.
Not,
what do you mean?
Real time, not a time lapse.
It is real time. It's not sped up. It's not slowed down. What? You're saying, listen,
time lapse is not sped up footage. Is that what you're saying?
Is ambient temperature and conditions doesn't change periodically over minute or hour. And it
though the entire recording of that clip takes less than 15 seconds.
Yeah, well, that's only a portion of the video, dude. That's just your clip. That's all.
Yeah, and I've posted the full video that you will not watch because...
This dude doesn't listen, does he? I told him
No, it's a video. It's supposed to be talking to you, not listening to you.
I've seen this. Folding Ideals in Search of a Flat Earth. I've seen it. He's got the crappiest fucking camera anybody ever used to fucking do a distance video. So, first off, I think you should get good optics that are capable of the distances that you want to do before you make videos based on distances, but that's just my dumb ass, okay? His fucking camera's got the crappiest zoom there is, and then he's like, I can't see all the way to the other side. Sure, because your optics fucking suck.
This is the best you guys got? Really? He has a shitty camera? He has a shitty camera is the best thing you got to disprove it?
You've got, my friend. That's the best globe evidence you brought.
Yeah, this is the best you got.
It doesn't even have to be the best. It's still unrefuted.
I don't think it needs refuted. Because nobody showed through a clear display of the data or evidence that it's proof of a globe, because they didn't cancel out any other variable that it could be. They didn't keep track of the data, the temperature, the ambient temperature, the average wave height on the day. Now, when you
are so scared to watch the video because you know you'll be proven wrong.
I watched the video.
I watched
I
it.
doubt it. I doubt it.
You're an idiot.
I think you're both lying. I think Amish is lying again.
Listen, this fucking video is old. You're not the first dude to come here with it. And it's not my fault this guy doesn't know enough about science to take down the data.
You can't say that without further explaining the science.
Look at the crowd that he's playing. He's saying, here, look, something's missing, curvature, bam, and you jump right on it. You don't care about the ambient
I see the curve.
You don't care about the average wave height. You don't care about the average white hat.
Hey, can you use MS Paint?
If you guys want to reject reality and you can't see the curve, I mean, you guys can reject reality all you like. I know that won't be new for you.
Use MS Paint and draw the curve and post it in the chat.
You see
I don't
the
have
curve.
to. I've given you. There's in the video. There's a diagram.
I don't
of it.
see
like you guys are fucking
I don't see curvature
ridiculous.
in the video. Nobody does.
In the video, my video, you can't listen. You didn't watch the video enough to be able to correctly relay what he was saying in it. And you're talking about we didn't watch it.
Yes, because all of the questions that you're asking are answered in the video.
I wasn't
I thought he left his video open.
I was making assertions about the ambient conditions, the data, the average wave height. You can Google this shit in an instant and put it right with your video.
If you get the average wave height, does that mean that is the height of the wave in the video?
Dude, are you a moron? No, it gives you.
No, it doesn't. So you doing all this research on the average wave height doesn't really help us much, does it?
It does help. It gives you an approximation of what type of wave you're attempting to look over at 1 foot. And the whole world would consider it, even though it's a mean level, it's still an approximation of, okay, well, we got somewhere around 2 foot getting blocked there, and a 1 foot observer, we would expect to not see everything because the wave is blocking it. And you're saying it wouldn't affect it at all. So who's the fool here?
You think that all you're seeing is 2 feet of obstruction over like 7 kilometers?
You think you're seeing more?
Are you listen? Really? You think that's all? That's the only amount of obstruction that you're seeing?
How much curvature would you predict over 7 kilometers? I ask you that. Your boy didn't even show that. He didn't show how much he would predict to exist in 7 kilometers.
And this is how I know you've never watched the video.
He didn't.
Yeah, he took no measurements, Rich.
He got his shit from Google Earth. I watched the fucking video.
Amish, focus on whatever you have to do because you're obviously not paying attention enough to be any help for the conversation.
He took no measurements, Rich. You failed as a boss.
Yeah, the film is only about flat earthers, mostly all about flat earthers. Hilarious.
There's a time-stamped link to the video to the moment he shows the diagram. That's the timestamp to exactly where he shows the diagram. So this is confirmation that the battle mod has never seen this video. Him and Amish are both lying, bold-faced lying to you because they have no scruples. All they care about is creating content for their flat earth circle chat group.
Flat earthers now.
This is like one of the oldest globe proofs I've seen. Like when I first started Flat Earth several years ago, I saw this and I debunked it because I'm like, where are the fucking measurements? Rich, if you can link me to a measurement in the video,
if you could go back and not get that severe head injury, would you?
If you could show me where curvature is supposed to be with MS Paint, that might help.
Well, if you click the link that's timestamped, you can see the diagram in the video. It's in the chat.
How'd they measure? Did it show the measurement of the observer's height?
You want a portion of the video to be him holding up a meter stick to the camera. That's what you want?
Well, you don't have data,
Yes.
do you, Rich? You don't
First
have
of
data
all,
from anything.
first of all,
Yes.
Okay, so where's the measurement of the observer's height on the Black Swan image? You absolutely inconsistent
First of
fuck.
all, my video that shows an uninterrupted straight
I think
line of
it's 1
sight
foot.
to 10 miles shore to the other lake. That has air temperature, water temperature.
I've asked to see this. You haven't provided
It
it.
has literally all the things that you're saying. This dude even puts a meter stick,
I've asked to see this.
yard tape
Please
up to
present it.
the thing to show you how high everything you say. Oh my God, you need this, you need that. Well, I have a video supposedly showing the exact same thing the antithesis of what you're showing, except I have all of those things in mind.
Present the evidence. Can you hear me? Are you going to?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Relax, Linda.
Linda, listen. Linda. All right, well, you guys take this time to reflect. Someone ping me when they got some evidence.
Why are you trying to leave? I'm getting the video right now. He's already left. Oh, pussy.
Yeah, he'll be back when there's Earth. Never mind.
Somebody ping him and see if he comes back.
So, what are we talking about? The Earth is measured flat, and if you don't believe the Earth is flat, then you're right. You shall not believe it. You shall know it. I'm saying the Earth is measured flat, so you don't have to believe it. You just have to know it. And I know it, and I have measured the Earth flat. And I can tell you how it is done. There was circle with equal altitude around the GP, that's the ground position above, for example, star. If you are talking about the Polaris, that's the middle of everything. It's not moving. Everything else is revolving around all the stars. The Earth is not moving. And you have circle with equal altitude from the observer, from your standpoint where you are from, with elevation angle to the sun or to the Polaris that we are talking about. Polaris is in the middle of everything that's going around. Everything is going around Polaris. And you guys, it cannot happen if you're living on a fucking globe that's spinning. Oh, how can it be? Where is your fucking airplane? It has to drop in the fucking nose down all the fucking time. Think! Are you stupid?
What the fuck is going on? Every time that guy comes in, spouting is always drunk.
Yeah, I think he drinks a little too much.
Is he coming back, Evans? Where's the? Anybody know where Elijah went? Hello, hello.
Dead VC, I wonder why.
Wow, just like you came.
Howdy, Johnny. How you doing?
It's Johnny.
Well, how you doing, Johnny? Let's use the crit in here too. What are you up to?
Let's see. Now the Earth is a ball.
Prove it.
I'm working on it. Give me a second.
Oh, we got all night long for you.
Yo. I will bet you $7 that the moment I start making sense, I get server muted. Let's see how this goes. What do you say?
That happened to me, dude. In this room.
All right.
They're really
Let
good
us
about
make
it.
sense in this.
So, there's this guy that I have a bit of respect for. You may have heard of him. He started this big religion called Christianity. And his big thing was teaching through parables. So you don't tell a person a thing. You tell a person a story from which they can potentially learn a thing. And if they don't learn the thing from your story, that's actually good too, because it means they weren't ready to learn the thing yet. So you don't tell people stuff. It's not dogmatic. You tell a story, and they can learn a lesson from it. We're on the same page?
Is this flat Earth or am I in the wrong channel?
Sure. Go ahead.
That was actually a really, really good question, because apparently you didn't get the point of the story I just told, which wasn't even the story I was going to tell. We're off to a very bad start.
You didn't make a point, so go ahead. I'm still waiting.
I made an amazing point, and you didn't get it, which is why you're going to mute me. Which I get it. It's fine. Knock yourself
Okay.
out, man.
In 3,
That's what we do.
2, 1, go.
Oh. When it comes to things like, let's say, the resurrection of Christ, we have evidence in the form of people saying a thing happened. Now, the thing happening would explain why people said it happened. Certainly, yes. People, if the resurrection happened, that would explain why people said the resurrection happened. However, are there other reasons that somebody might have said a resurrection happened? For instance, could they be lying about it? Is that a possibility? Could they be honestly mistaken about it happening? Could they be doing their best to truly report what happened, but they were just wrong? Like, oh, there was a guy who was around, but it wasn't the guy who died. Is that so? Then let's look at all the possibilities and say, okay, which one's more likely? Certainly, it's possible that a guy rose from the dead. Is that more likely than somebody told a fib, or somebody was just confused? What's the most likely? Where do we, if we're the betting type, Pascal's wager, where do we want to put our money down? And I think, like, all this really, if you've been listening to what I'm saying, then you're already one step ahead of me. You know I'm talking about flat Earth.
Burn somehow made it religious. What a guy.
You guys ever watch that new Penn and Teller show, Fool Us, where they have people do magic tricks and they see if they can figure it out? You guys ever seen that?
What are you yip-yapping about?
Nothing.
No.
Bro, this channel's really gone to shit, man.
Bro, y'all just gave up on bro.
I know this used to be a place I could confidently pop into just to listen into a conversation, and now it's like, Really? Is it this bad? I have to talk to make this place interesting? That's
Pretty
not a good
much.
look.
People
but,
just got sick of debate. Like the debating and stuff was fun, but then the mods, when they'd start losing, they just go on like power trips and just start muting everybody and screaming over them, or just
Yeah, I was
completely
talking
ignoring what they
about
have
that
to
last
say.
night. I got permanently banned from this channel, or I should say temporary. I got temporarily banned for like 2 days because I was making a point, and the whole time
Nobody wants to hear it.
and no one yeah, right. So no, I was making a point, and the whole time I was trying to articulate it, they kept making fun of my stutter. And then once I made the point, no one could respond to what I said, and it was like a gotcha moment
Sure,
on my
we
no, okay, yeah, okay, bro,
Sure.
okay, yeah. And so then
Listen,
I got
I don't get on here to listen to people cry
Alright,
about their last
what are you
time, their
yapping
last
about, bro?
experience.
That's so cool. You having a conversation. You wanna let me finish? So
No, we're not having a conversation.
I made my point.
I'm telling
and
you, we
so I
don't
made my
come
point,
here.
and
Yeah, this is how it should be. This is what I miss.
Yeah, this is literally what people come here for, and then they start getting their butt hurt, and then they start muting people, and
Yeah, I made
everybody
my
leaves.
point, and the mod that I was arguing with goes. That's a good point.
Listen,
I don't know how to
bro, you'll
respond
be
to that.
crying again if you keep up your concern trolling. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Listen, if the bear bit you the last time you were in the woods, why would you fuck with the bear again when you come back?
Listen, it's not concern trolling. I don't think that the reason why you're meeting him is wrong. I think in some instances you should absolutely gain control. But I don't think just because he's snapping back at your interrupting with his interrupting.
Listen, that's
I don't think you should be like, all right, well, never mind then. Fuck you, mute.
Listen,
you know what I mean?
First off, concern trolling is against the rules, and we're not here for that. And the only way it
I
can
just
be
said I
the way,
wasn't though.
the only
Are
way
you a
it can
mod
be
in
the
this
way
channel?
it's. Listen, don't make
He probably
me
is
mute.
on his main.
Don't make me mute you. I'm trying not to. So the only way it is the way you say it is if I take your account for 100% accurate. But we know there's more than one view on everything. So you're just giving us your concerns and your feelings about your last interaction, but nobody gives a fuck, dude. If people mute you, then try not to fucking
Listen,
do the same shit again. It's
I
really
think you're misinterpreting what I'm saying, bro. I'm not
Be an
saying that
adult.
he's right and that you're wrong. I'm saying that the reason why
Nobody
your numbers
fucking
are going
wants to
down
hear
and
it.
nobody's talking is because everybody wants to argue.
Nobody wants to hear it, so we can just mute
yes,
all
no
three
one
of
wants
you,
to
and
hear
you
it.
can
That's
have
why
a
everyone
new
gets muted.
concern story.
That's why the numbers are going down and nobody's talking in your dead chat anymore. Yeah, you're right. Nobody wants to hear.
You are actively confirming.
You want to
what
be
he's talking
muted
about.
again?
See, this is what you do.
Just shut up.
No one else is talking, but when we
What
talk,
part
it's
of we
just
don't
you.
give a fuck? Don't you
Okay,
understand?
then what do you give a fuck about? Because no one in here is talking
We don't
about
give a
anything
fuck
of substance.
about the last
Notice how
experience.
everyone in here is muted. Notice how everyone else in here is muted.
You need to
It's 'cause
go to the gay lobby and get in where
Oh,
you
yeah.
fit in.
Oh, that's cute. So, anyways, if there's
faggot.
nobody right, so if there's no one engaging in any conversation, then what harm it?
Shut up whining, you effeminate
No
little
one's whining,
bitch. You're crying, man. Nobody wants to hear it. I don't get on here to listen to children whine. I can do that right here at home. Fuck. You ever heard that saying, don't cry over spilled milk? Especially when you keep kicking the milk ball.
You guys know why Barbie never got pregnant?
Because Ken was cheating with your mama?
No, Ken comes in a different box.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to make that box your mama, but yep. No, see, that's funny. I'll listen to that, but I don't want to hear people. The last time I was here, some mean mod muted me because I was right and I was winning. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Nobody gives a fuck.
Because that first one was a smashing success, I'm going to try one more. Do you know what the Indian said to the mermaid?
No, this is a new one. Come on.
What the Indian said to the mermaid. Ow.
That's not the joke, is it?
Please tell me you get that one. That was the winner.
It's how?
What did the Indians say to the mermaid?
How?
Joke's always funny when you explain.
That's a joke, huh? What's a reverse exorcism? When the devil tells a Catholic priest to get out of the child's body.
That's terrible.
All props to Crypto. Thanks for that joke, brother. I love it. It is terrible, isn't it? But it's true. It's funny. It's funny because it's true.
When I was in the Marine Corps, this would have been early '90s. There was a terrible joke going around at the time.
Desert Storm,
and
Desert Shield, Iraqi
it
Freedom.
was the no, not the Iraqi Freedom one. It was the first one, the 1991. But
That's
the joke
Desert
was,
Storm. Desert
did you
Shield.
hear McDonald's has a new burger called the McMartin burger? It's a big piece of meat between two little buns.
Good morning. Whoa. Hello.
That's Mick fucked up.
That sounds so
I told
gay,
you.
man.
I told you it wasn't funny.
Yeah, that's just fucked up, dude. Somebody save me, man. Where'd Elijah go? You know, I'm pretty sure that premise that Scott Mackey came in here with earlier, for it to equal out over 180 degrees, he's going to have to show it on a sphere, because it's just not going to be true on a flat surface. It would equal 180 degrees. It only could. Especially if he believes that east and west are always 90 degrees from each other.
My
oldest son. Sorry.
My oldest son is in 5th grade right now, and he came running to me a couple days ago, and he goes, Daddy, I memorized the first 20 digits of pi. And I smacked him, and I said, listen, don't brag about believing dogmatic bullshit. You calculate those first 20 digits. I'll be impressed. Don't tell me you fucking memorized some shit somebody else told you. That's bullshit. Now he's grounded.
Man, that's horrific, dude. Somebody should come and investigate your home for child abuse.
Yeah, I'm calling 911 right now.
I know, man. I got a brother that's a county sheriff. I'm pondering.
The only reason I'm so rough with him, because he's my 11-year-old, he's in 5th grade. But my 7-year-old, the one who's in 1st grade, this kid will count to 1023 for you in binary on his 10 fingers.
This is
And
the server
so-
where they mute everybody who's against whatever they said.
So
You
You
ask
did
me
say
questions,
you slapped him, right?
Yeah, I beat him, and I told him, I said, anybody who knows anything.
Thank you, whoever muted that motherfucker. Thank you. Now, there were 5 of you trying to talk when somebody else was talking. It's open for you now. Go ahead.
Oh, almost as if no one was talking and you guys resorted to stand-up comedy.
All right,
You're
shut
the
up,
only
Karen.
two people. Yeah, right.
Shut up,
yeah,
Karen.
It's not that. It's what you talk about, the content. He's talking about slapping his kid in the face over some dumb shit. So, yeah. I'm sure a child doesn't understand that reasoning or logic.
And how is he going to learn if nobody ever hits him? I don't know. You tell me.
You know what putting your hands on other people teaches them? You'll use violence to get your way.
What's that? What's the joke? Oh, again, this is not funny. But the joke is, what do you tell a woman with 2 black eyes?
Nothing. You told her twice, but it's a fucking joke, and it's not reality. I mean, it's the only way you can keep a woman is to beat her and make her live in fear. Then It says a lot about you as a man. Or not a man.
I'm not sure I agree with that as the only way.
Well, let me kick your ass twice and see if you give me the same answer again, then, bitch.
My theory is you
Yeah, I
keep a
bet
woman
you shut
happy
the
by.
fuck up and do the dishes, though. But I bet you will never be fucking happy.
Okay, Alright, fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough. And if you get happy, I'm gonna come out there and stomp that shit straight the fuck out of you.
Are you drunk, man?
Am I drunk, dude? You're
I was just
talking
asking.
about beating your wife like it's
That's not
cool.
me.
Shut the fuck
Different
up.
person, bro. What?
Do you hear what he's talking about?
No, I hear him. I'm just saying the way you're like enunciating your words.
I'm
just
not.
asking.
Listen, I'm not drunk. I'm an aggressive Michigander. You got a fucking problem with it? Come to
Oh,
Michigan,
that makes
motherfucker.
a
And
lot of
we'll
sense.
see.
Yeah.
You want something? What you want? Some static? You want some smoke, punk?
I want nothing, man. I'm from Ohio.
So what you
I'm so
saying?
terrified of you.
Oh yeah, Ohio ain't that far to drive, buddy.
Hey, can we keep this related to flat Earth or something like that?
Yeah,
Don't get me to don't get this.
You
Don't
better
get me
stay
to
in your motherfucking lane.
Yeah.
Oh,
With how many more national
I'll come
championships
piss
than
on
you?
your buckeye ass quick as a motherfucker wearing my U of M maize and blue,
I
bitch.
mean, don't worry. If he uses flat Earth GPS, he's never gonna
Hey,
find
this
you.
is
So
personal. This is
No,
fucking
it's
Wolverines
really
against
not.
Buckeyes.
Yeah,
Fuck this guy.
stay in my own lane with how many more natties than you?
Natty, what is natty? I'm not with you.
Are you slow? National championships, bud. Or draft picks, we go like
I thought you
either
were saying
or.
I was drinking beer. Okay.
No,
I was just joking anyway, you know.
Can never tell with you, bro. You're not.
Oh, well, I
now
will.
he's backing down. Just joking. Not
Right?
Michigan again.
Well, I was joking about the maize and blue shit, but I'd still kick his ass. That wasn't a joke.
Oh.
An 18-year-old or almost 19? Yeah.
Well, you're a man, motherfucker.
Am I?
Are you?
I am.
You're 18. Legally, you are.
How old are you, man? I'm just wondering.
No, you're a man. It doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter.
So the
Doesn't
day I
matter
turn,
after
so
18.
the day
18.
someone turns
The
18.
day you turn 18, you
He
better
just
worry
doesn't
about
think
the
it's
words of your
honorable
mouth.
to beat up old people. You know.
No,
So.
I don't think it's honorable to beat up women. So come take your shot at beating up this old guy. I'm 52.
I would kill you, bro.
Yeah, you think?
I'm a 3 sport.
I'm sure you think that, but you've never seen me.
Wild to discover that I'm older than you.
I know.
I don't know why.
You're a 3-sport athlete. That's funny. I'm a farmer with three and 4 jobs. I do classic automotive restorations. I do farm work, and I also do asphalt work. Fuck your 3 sports. I'll pound your little punk ass head. And I'm a combat veteran with ribbons. I got soft hand. No.
Let me guess. You got a national defense ribbon. You got maybe a meritorious unit citation.
I don't know what a national defense ribbon is. That's not a combat ribbon. I know these hands aren't soft, though. I wake up every day and shovel a couple ton of manure. There's no way my hands can be soft. They're calloused and hard. Like me. You shouldn't talk shit to people you don't know, kid.
Well, I can't do video here. I was going to show you my lady hands. You're going to be impressed.
Yeah, I am a jovial person, though. You shouldn't take me seriously on shit like that. I'm just joking around. But Ohio versus Michigan, that is a long-standing rivalry. And, you know, they ride around with their little decals in their back window. It shows Ohio as a little kid pissing on Michigan. We do the same thing, Michigan pissing on Ohio. It's all good. Sports are just entertainment, right? That's bread and circus. Just keep the idle man entertained. I really don't care about U of M or the Buckeyes. I don't care who wins. I do believe you shouldn't put your hands on your children and your wife. There's better ways, more intelligent ways.
If those other guys are still here, like, does this remind you at all of like, who dares disturb my slumber? Like we were having a conversation.
I apologize. He was just talking dumb shit, crying and shit. Look, we know people get muted and people get banned. We know that. We just don't come here to listen to you cry about it. That's all. I mean, if that hurts your feelings, I'm sorry, but it's the truth.
I think I get muted here for hurting people's feelings. So,
You can imagine I get muted. I'm a flat earther. They mute me too, dude.
Oh, I'm not. It's just like the truth kind of sucks sometimes for
The
flat
last,
earthers.
the last ban I got here was a 3-day ban for calling an effeminate bitch an effeminate bitch. But that was the truth. He was an effeminate little bitch.
And you probably called me an effeminate little bitch pretty soon in the conversation.
We should blame it on his mama, not me. She's the one that made him effeminate.
Hey, there's a good scientific evidence to point out that being effeminate is actually pretty good for you, So I take that as a compliment, to be honest.
Oh, there's
In
evidence.
addition to my 5th grader and my 1st grader, I have another son, and this one he was going to be a flat earther, but he's in the 3rd grade now, so he's obviously overeducated.
Yeah, I feel sorry for your children. Truth be told, I don't actually believe you have any. You're just trying to make a point. But your point is lost on me because it's appalling.
I guess it says a lot, like... Yeah, never mind. I don't think the point would make sense.
I said if I had camera permissions, I was going to turn the camera on and show you my hands. Funny story, I don't have hands either. Lost those.
Well, that's why we don't give video perms, funny story. Last time we gave you video perms, you used it to show us gay porn. I know that was you, motherfucker. Don't lie.
Okay, but in my defense...
No, you should ask if they enjoyed it.
We're waiting. Hold up. What in your defense? What?
Well, we're waiting.
Right.
I was going to say, it wasn't the bad stuff. I know, like, when it comes to gay porn, there's the good stuff, there's the bad. It wasn't the bad stuff. I was like, never mind.
I'm not with you because that's all on a spectrum that I think is not good.
So, U.S. violation. Are you proud of it?
I think he is. Would you be proud to show your mother that video? That's the question.
My mother's dead.
Well,
I mean, not yet.
Listen,
but,
a man and a
I got
woman.
some plans in place. So,
a man and a woman had sex, and you're the product of that. So you have fun with your gay shit.
I mean, are you sure about that? Maybe he's just a dust tube baby,
Well, the rest of us will be happy that you're not going to reproduce, and the bloodline stops here. You do your thing with your bad self. How would effeminate males defend a nation? Would they argue?
Wait, really?
Yeah, I'm going to write it.
Is that like an actual question?
I'm going to write them motherfuckers a letter and give them a piece of my mind.
You don't think politicians do that?
Well, they do, but it ends up in war when motherfuckers get pissed off, right? So what are you going to do when the shit hits a fan and somebody gets pissed off? That's my point.
Is that what we do most of the time? Is that what we're striving for?
You know how we secure peace, right? How do we secure peace? We're
through
prepared
the states, through the threat of violence.
You invade the nation.
Yeah, we are prepared for war. Yes, we as a nation of America, as a people, we're prepared for war, and that's how we secure peace. So how does an effeminate male prepare for war? Is it with a letter, a party? You guys have a barbecue and
okay.
They don't. Their boyfriend does.
Right, a GoFundMe. They get their boyfriend.
They stay at home like women do. Their boyfriend goes and fights.
They're like, I'm serious.
Can you tell me what manly man it was that invented all the missiles and the drones and pilots the drones? It's like the manly man flies the drone and bombs some fucking Muslim women and children and men or whatever. Is that the manly thing? I don't think like the Western world is very manly in that way anymore. You know, we don't go fight in the trenches. If anything, we get other people to do that for us, right? And if we have to do something, it's with a drone. I think it's just all effeminate men really doing things, you know, with high social
Really?
IQs because we have to defend everything.
You think an effeminate male picks up an M4 rifle and goes onto the combat
No,
zone?
no, that's not what I said. I think an effeminate man picks up a fucking flight stick and bombs some people in some village.
Well, somebody's got to call that strike in, buddy. That's what I'm telling you. I got to call the strike in. I got to tell you where everybody is. In certain
Bro, the
areas
military is gay
of
as
war.
fuck. Do you know what they be doing in them barracks? Do you know any military men? They're gay as shit, bro.
They're not effeminate.
Actually, I do.
Back to flat Earth, boys. Enough with the shit.
And I've never seen any of that in the
That's
barracks.
getting too
brother.
effeminate. Okay.
Matter of fact, you'd have probably got a red alert, motherfucker. Bringing that shit in the barracks, you'd got it fucked up and found in the front lawn. You don't know shit about military men.
Except for the Romans were like how gay, and they were how gay.
All right, back to the topic of the VC, please. Enough with gay talks.
Right, that's why
Holy
Rome
shit.
fell. That's why Rome fell, right? What you up to, Quetzal?
Just eating.
These damn kids, man. It's like,
Yeah, I know.
they all want a piece of the battle mod, but they're not bringing their best ammunition. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, clearly.
I would rather debate your best topic than listen to you try to imply insult to somebody's character. Act like flat earthers don't have an education over third grade, or act like a flat earther would be cool with you beating your wife or your kid. Oh, that's how you
that
prove.
last one is pretty.
I mean,
great,
is that how
to
you
be
prove
fair.
a globe? Is that how you prove a globe? That's your best evidence of a globe, to imply that a flat earther would be cool with smacking the shit out of his wife?
I mean, but the level of education argument, though, I do think that holds water. The smacking, that's a bit cringe. That's true.
Is that a yes or a no?
A no to smacking, but a yes to the third grader thing. Yeah.
Okay, so I've got a bachelor's, and I'm a flat earther. So, what survey or statistics did you base your randomization on?
Well, clearly the insult wasn't that you only had a third grade education, but that your education was to the level of a third grade. You know.
Oh, I got that. Yeah, my third grade education level got me through the entirety of my academic career. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, do you think all academics are created equally?
No, that's why some people are dumb. Listen,
Exactly.
dude, I know some book smart people that are functionally stupid in reality. So
Functionally stupid? In what way? Like they cannot like have an argument, or like they don't know how to do the dishes.
they can spend a week programming a damn computer, but they couldn't maintain their car. They couldn't fix their washer. They can't do laundry. They don't know how to cook.
Is that bad?
Huh?
Is that bad? Is there something wrong with that?
Yeah, there is. You should take care of yourself. You should do your own shit. You can't cook a meal? What do you mean what? We eat 3 times a day. What moron that has to eat 3 times a day doesn't know how? He doesn't.
Probably the moron that can
I don't need
pay
to
a chef
prepare
to
a
cook
meal.
for him, right?
Even rich people that got butlers, they know how to cook, dude. Don't be stupid.
Do they?
Yes, they do.
How does cooking works on a globe?
Yeah, I can get an entire meal catered for every employee at my shop, but that doesn't mean that I don't know how to cook it my damn self.
I mean, it doesn't mean you don't have to know how to cook it yourself, right? If you can cater everything, why would you need to know how to cook?
Because you don't get rich by wasting your money.
But you get rich by cooking?
If you're paying, yes. If you're
okay.
Well, hear me out. If I'm paying a guy $500 a week to be my chef, I could save that $500 by cooking my own meals, couldn't I?
Yeah, but cooking your own meals also takes time, right? If your time is worth more cooking than paying a cook, like if your time is worth more to spend on something else than cooking, minus the paying of the cook, and it's actually better for you to make more money, right?
That's a valid point. It is. So if I'm going to work 18 hours a day, 16 hours a day, and I don't want to stop to cook because I'm making $2,100 an hour, sure, then it's feasible.
Exactly.
Is that feasible? That's a situation you're in?
Wait, I don't want to talk about myself at all whatsoever here.
Do you know how to cook?
To what degree? Not
Well,
well, I guess I would say.
if you can't afford somebody else to cook your meals, then the only reason to not know how to cook is if you still live with your mama and she's paying your bills and cooking your meals.
I mean, let me think. There are people that like get food on the cheap without having to cook. You know, like that's why I asked, like, what do you mean cooking? You know, because I guess there are people that just like prepare like ready to eat food from the store, which I guess is a little bit more expensive, but it's not the same as like
You grab
getting
a
your own
bowl.
chef.
You grab a bowl. You put some cereal, some milk, some sugar.
Well, that's cooking. That's technically cooking, bro. I mean, yeah.
Exactly. If you
my 10-year-old can do it.
Okay, if you take that to mean cooking during our conversation, and I agree, then every non-mentally disabled person in the world knows how
Should
to
know
cook.
how to prepare a meal.
Past like what, 5 years old?
Yeah, they should know how to prepare some type of meal. Yes.
I mean, some type of meal, yeah, but
That's all I'm saying.
okay, this becomes a bit vacuous.
But listen,
you know, but-
you don't get rich by being dependent on other people. Is all I'm saying, and dependent on economics that keep them other people in your life. You get rich by running your life or your family like a corporation and lowering the amount of money that you spend out versus the amount of money that comes in.
I don't think so, but hey.
I mean, do you want a
I don't
Butler or
think
do you want
anything
a Mercedes?
Me?
Unless you
I
you
would
can
prefer a
afford
Butler.
both. You would prefer the Butler before the Mercedes?
Yeah, why the fuck would I care about some like fancy car?
I don't know.
Over a butler that does things for you on call? Like, holy shit,
In a
yeah, give me the
proper
butler.
world, I would have a wife and a nice car, and she'd have a nice car too.
Is that very fulfilling,
So
having a
we
nice
still
car?
wouldn't need a butler. How the fuck am I gonna let a butler run my house and raise
Well, you
my
tell him
kids?
how to run it, right? Well, he doesn't have to raise your kids, right? But he
That's
can,
a
like,
given.
give them food.
That's a given. Listen, yeah, if they work for you, you tell them what you want done. Yeah, duh. You're missing the point, though.
I think you're missing the point. I'm telling you that, like, you'd still be running your life, and you'd still be, like, basically deciding how your
Okay.
kids would be educated and
So
everything
what
like that. And
happens when the economic system fails? Your butler gets the fuck on. Your house no longer has heat or energy, and there's no food at the market for you to just go buy. What then? Can you survive on Earth, or are you fucked?
I'd be fucked.
Yeah, he'd rather
Okay.
die than do anything.
Okay, then what I'm
Honestly,
talking
when the
about
world is that
should be
fucked, I
should
think
be
all
a
of us are kind of
necessity.
fucked.
I doubt it, man. The average kid here in Michigan knows they can go fish a meal out of the rivers and lakes and be eaten in an hour. So they know how to clean fish, cook fish, prepare fish, start a fire. So no,
Well,
the whole
that's
world
good
won't
for
be
you
fucked.
guys,
Just the people
but
in your area that think like you.
okay, cool. I just don't think that's gonna happen. I think to like structure your life around what is the end of the world gonna look like. I think that's kind of like you have to be a bit
now
mentally
see-
insane to do that. But hey,
Now, see, you're strong man to me. I didn't say structure your life around the end of the world. I said live in a state of preparedness.
okay. I mean,
So
like,
listen,
when you say that.
history. Well,
Uh-huh.
it's about knowing history, right? Societies fall, nations rise, nations fall. Eventually, Rome's gonna fall, right? That's
I don't
what
know.
we see.
I don't think that's modern history.
Oh, it is history, period, that societies rise and fall. Factions change, nations have turmoil. The Depression was a great example of that here in America.
Sure, but I mean,
Those
maybe
people who didn't
America-
have the basic skills of a 5-year-old in the 50s, a 5-year-old knew how to preserve their meat for. They knew how to make jerky. So based on jerky, you could live through the winter, even when there were small amounts to hunt. They knew how to hunt. They knew how to fish. So this isn't an end of the world preparedness, live in paranoia situation. It's just you live on an earth, and sometime you might have to rely on nature. And if you can, you're secure. In the same way we prepare for war to secure peace, the same way we prepare for destruction to ensure that there's no chaos. We just change routines. So it's preparedness. You're not, society is at war around you. People don't know what the fuck they're going to do, but you got your rifle, your fishing pole, and your bow and arrow and your boat, and you're not worried about it. You just change your routines to feed yourself. Well, if
Yeah,
that's
but Amo, you gotta be ready for that guy that doesn't know how to cook or how to.
well, that's what the rifle's
and
for.
that guy's gonna come steal your shit, so you need, protect it.
Well, that's what the rifle's for.
He's gonna try.
Yeah, the bow and arrow's for the hunting and the fishing, but the rifle's for that dumbass that thinks it's the only skill he has on Earth is to be a thief. Although I would share it with anybody who wants to share the work on collecting it and getting the food and maintaining the shelter.
I feel like just listening to Americans talk about prepper culture makes me understand why people watch Walking Dead, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about prepper culture, man. The Pilgrims, were they preppers? No, but they knew how to store meat for a year and a half without it spoiling, without a fucking refrigerator. They
were like
smart.
more preppers than preppers. So yeah, they were preppers.
They weren't preppers. Listen, they prepped for coming here.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like their life was that what like prepper preps for, right? So like they were more
But the
prepper than
knowledge
prepper.
they had was everyday knowledge that most people all had.
Yeah, but they live in a different time. Like they also didn't live then. As,
I understand your reasoning
scavengers.
for being ignorant, but I don't understand why
I
you
understand
think
your reasoning
why
for
hold
being
on
ignorant.
why you think it's still cool even when you admitted in the fall of society the 7-Eleven's not open no more. You're fucked. You still don't see the value in knowing these things.
Okay, so like the honest answer to that is I clearly right would be that I don't think the fall of society is very likely, right? So.
Well, in the Middle East, they're still doing this stuff. There's still people all around the world. What I'm talking
Gladly,
about.
I don't live there, right?
Survival.
Gladly, I don't
techniques.
live in North Korea.
Why North Korea is the People's Republic?
Yeah, get fucked, right? Yeah, true.
They grow their own rice. I'm not being funny.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure they have to grow their own rice because like their whole economy is fucked. Like, yeah, like they grow their own rice for the the government to come around and be like, "Give me all your rice."
You know what the economy does? It makes you dependent on money. So you could have the skills where you don't need money to supply 90% of the things that you need to survive.
Yeah, you just have money.
Then through that you would be enriched. If you're a person who only gets her food from the grocery stores and you can't ever seem to have enough money to make anything happen, but then you started looking at alternative ways to supply food sources and you learn to fish and hunt for yourself, then groceries would no longer be an economical problem and you would now be
You sound like a
enriched.
fucking dumbass.
Your life would be enriched and you would live better. I'm
and
glad I
also
do.
and before you call him a dumbass, right? I'll add to that, right? Even on top of that, regarding the resources, in North Korea, if you're just a productive citizen, you get social credit, man. It's just about being a productive citizen.
Don't.
Yes,
You're
it is.
trolling.
Yes, it is.
You're trolling.
No, I'm not trolling. No. I'll give you an example, right? No,
That's
hold on.
China,
No,
the
hold
social credit.
Hold on. The propaganda talking piece, that chick that always gets memed on Twitter that like does like the North Korean TV shit, she got awarded a fucking luxurious like 4-bedroom, 3-bath apartment in Pyongyang, in the capital, for all of her like work for the people.
Oh
my god! No way.
Who? Did you say Pyongyang?
Pyongyang, North Korea. Capital.
That's the name of their capital, Pyongyang. Oh my god!
No, Pyongyang, not Pyongyang.
That is wrong on so many levels.
Pyongyang. Oh my god! I'm gonna start using that. That's great. Pyongyang.
But let's not. I mean, let's get back. So how is that like satirical for me to say that? Oh, like I'm trolling, you're all retarded. How is that retarded? That sounds like a great society.
Because it's an autocratic regime, right, where people live under the boot, and if you do something wrong, they send you and your family to a fucking essential concentration camp where you like
then
work
don't
to
commit a
death.
crime. Don't do anything wrong. It's that simple.
But like if I say, oh look, like I don't like what our great supreme leader does, and I don't think he's God. Then you committed a crime. Is that the kind of crime you don't want to
No,
commit?
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. Listen, you're absolutely
Caesar.
right, but I don't understand how survival knowledge can be stupid.
I mean, so
or
my problem. Okay, to have a
It's
real
just
conversation.
listen. Okay,
Yeah.
listen. If you don't like the rulers and all that, you should agree with me that you should be in a position where you no longer require their means of getting your food. That would enrich you, right?
Well,
You're
I
no
don't think
longer
we live under
dependent
the.
on their food supply.
I don't think it's their food supply. I think it's our food supply. You know, I'm European. Like, I'm not as skeptical of the government as Americans tend to be, right? So,
Yeah,
like,
we
but
don't
like,
make these processed foods, but we do grow the crops. Yes.
sure, like, but like, to be honest, right? My own situation is that, like, in a world like that, I'd be kind of fucked. Like, to live, I kind of depend on medication, right? So, like, even in my mind, like, I just benefit by upholding the current like structure of society
Oh,
and
what
like
are
all
you,
our
diabetic?
pharmaceuticals.
Are you
No,
diabetic?
I don't want to go into it. Like, you're not gonna
That's
guess
fine.
it.
That's fine.
But
But
like,
it's similar to that. You require medication to live. That's fine.
yeah, exactly. So like, I'd be kind of fucked if that stopped to be like produced, right? So like, really, like the whole prepper thing doesn't even come into my mind.
Hold
But
on. It depends if the minerals or nutrients that they're giving you in the medications, if those already exist in nature, then no, you wouldn't be fucked. Only if you couldn't find those in nature. So once again, survival techniques and knowing where to get minerals and nutrient from in the forest now becomes even more valuable. Thank you. You
Sure.
emphasize my point.
Sure.
Sure, like
I mean,
like
I know how it's made. It's just not
listen,
gonna happen. But sure.
listen.
Like, but like, yeah. But even outside of
listen.
that, I just want to answer your question. You asked me.
The Native Americans didn't have to go
Okay.
to the pharmacy for penicillin.
No, they just died.
No, we actually got our
They're
own.
actually quite healthy.
Well, actually, we got our own penicillin from the mold that grows on the north side of a tree. What are you talking about? Died. You guys, white man stole that from us. We had penicillin before you people ever did. We didn't have no pharmacy.
Wait, but they had penicillin too. They just didn't know how to distill it or use it.
Yes, we did. We made drinks from the mold on the north side of the tree, which has the penicillin in it.
Wait,
The
you
mold
think
ha-
that's the same?
Yeah, that's where they discovered it. What are you talking about? In
That's-
mold.
Yeah, but like making a
So
drink from it is
in the
not
raw
fun.
form, in the mold, no. When you concentrate it into a drink, yes, you have the risk of getting too high of a dose of penicillin and then having an acute reaction to it. So yeah, it is kind of dangerous if you overdo it. But do I think they're the same kind? No, I think the natural form is way stronger. That's why you took smaller amounts.
Okay.
I mean, this is where Pharmacia discovered penicillin from. The same mold I'm telling you about, and we were already aware of it long before they ever came. Just
Okay.
like a lot
That's
of
not my
blood,
understanding, but
a lot of blood pressure pills are just garlic and other nutrients.
Well,
Isn't
blood
like blood
pressure
pressure
pills are just
medication like
garlic?
long term like really bad? Like
You
long
get
term.
potassium and magnesium from your blood pressure pill, but you could get those from garlics and sage and other
This is
sources.
like this is like the ivermectin argument, you know, like, oh, there's some substance in ivermectin that treat COVID, but actually no, you have to take like 1,000 times as much as like a dose
I'm
for
not
like a
gonna.
horse would be.
I'm not gonna argue that COVID ivermectin.
No. I'm just saying, you know, like the same things might be in it, or similar things might be in
I'm
it.
cool with that.
No, I mean, yeah, we are kind of getting into TOS though with the
Okay,
medicine,
all right. I'll
the
stop.
medicine. So we'll say
Alright.
this isn't medical advice. It's a comparative conversation.
Yeah, like we can
Can
even
we-
drop the whole ivermectin thing.
Can
Well,
we
I
actually
just-
be? Well, hold on. Can we actually be TOS for like flat Earth talk or no?
I don't know if they
Because
label it.
Doobie was saying in a town hall like, "Oh, I don't know if I'm going to keep these guys around anymore." I'm like, "That's bullshit."
Well, they haven't labeled it extremist hate group, so no, not by the TOS.
They don't like art hardcore. Like they don't label us as misinformation. Like like that kind of bullshit.
No, the misinformation TOS is specifically to medical misinformation, not all not anything you deem misinformation, because who be the judge of that? So they're basically telling us just don't get on here and preach about medicines and natural remedies, because it's actually illegal to do that in America without a medical license.
You know what is flat? Palestine is flat. Take that, terrorizer.
Ooh.
Okay.
Allahu Akbar.
What did he say?
He said Palestine's flat.
The Palestine chat's up there, man. If you want to go,
It's flat. And for you Muslims, you can only prostrate on a flat Earth. So you can only drop down and bow to north, south, east, and west on a flat Earth.
Like for the flat earthers, I have a question. Okay, how do you guys feel about saying flat is justice, medium is premium, and up high is truth?
What?
Okay, I'll repeat it. Okay,
I have absolutely no feeling on that. I'll just tell you right now. Other than
if I say yes, is it a gotcha question?
it's catchy, but I'd have to break down every element of it. You know, I don't know.
I'll repeat it once more. Okay, flat is justice, medium is premium, and up high is truth.
In reference to what?
Boobs.
Okay, there we go. Yes, and the answer is yes.
Great.
Well, on that spectrum, hell yeah. So it reminds me of a joke. What do old women have between their cleavage that younger women do not?
Saggy skin.
Their belly button.
That's ruthless.
Down low, justice. Right.
That would get the nursing home fucking crying in the club.
Listen, what did one saggy tit say to the other saggy tit?
How you hanging?
No, if we don't get some support soon, people are going to think we're nuts.
Damn. Kevin Hart out here, man.
I like Kevin. Kevin's funny as shit. And Cat Williams, he's funny too, man.
You an Amy Schumer guy?
Yeah, I like comedy.
What about Jon Stewart?
Depends which one we're talking about.
The new Jon Stewart.
Right, a couple of his older ones were kind of drab. I didn't think he was, but the newer ones, he's funny as shit.
Not his old shit where he's like LARPing on Bush.
Right. Okay, so you're with me. Yeah, he rearranged it. He got better topics. Yeah.
New shit. He's going after everybody. Jon Stewart.
Yeah.
Okay.
Funny as fuck. But before, I mean, everybody makes their claim to fame one way or another.
I don't know, man. Everybody's trying out here to be like Johnny Carson, dude. They're
right. I don't want to put him down and say one bad performance equals a bad comedian. That's not true.
Yeah, but like I'm trying to say, like Jimmy Fallon and Kimmel, they're all trying to be like Johnny Carson, but they're not even close to Johnny Carson.
Yeah. I thought
Johnny Carson didn't need a fucking laugh track. So
no, his old ass was funny. Or at least it was old when I got hip to him. He was younger, when my parents were younger. I seen a lot of shit on the Carson show.
Rodney Dangerfield, goat. Who's the guy that played Uncle Buck? John Candy? John Candy, right? Yeah, that guy. Oh, when do the globe cards come out? Is that like late at night when nobody's around? Is it kind of like in?
I'm not sure. I took a break for a minute, so I'm not hip. Today I'm good. The Tonight Show was, everybody watched that though.
Oh, you mean Letterman?
Well, Letterman too, yeah. I mean, Johnny Carson started the Tonight Show.
I thought you meant like after Johnny Carson. I thought you were referring to like Jay Leno or somebody.
Jay, man, I don't care how funny he is. His fucking chin is so big I can never get past it.
He's got the crimson chin, dude.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I'll tell you this. Here's speaking of Glowtard. So right now I'm on my last class that I have to take for my degree. Ironically, I'm in STEM. I'm getting a degree in weather, but I've been here a lot, so you guys probably already know that by now. I just got to finish this one physics class. But the physics class I'm in is electromagnetic physics, right? And so I had brought up to my professor, I had said, about the flat Earth model, right?
It's what? Orthodynamic.
Electromagnetic physics. It's like 200 level college physics type of thing before quantum. And so I brought up the idea of refraction, right? Because that's a pretty strong argument, in my opinion, for the flat Earth model on a broad scale, right? And so her response to that was, because I also said you can't measure the curvature of the Earth. She decides to then take forgot the name of it, but it's like a tiny little mirror. There's a name, acrylic, a little acrylic, right? And she put it on a flat surface, and she's like, "Oh, look, refraction." And she's like, "See, there's your proof that there's a curved Earth." And I'm like, "What?" Like, it was just kind of like, and then she didn't even talk to me like the rest of the class. It was really bizarre. But that was her proof. Like, she stuck a light, she put an acrylic on a flat table, pointed the acrylic at the bottom of it. Again, it's laid flat. Refraction. And then she's like, "Oh, look, see, that would never happen in a flat Earth. It has to be curved." And then that was it.
Oh, see. You brought flat Earth to your professor?
I fucking did. Yes, I fucking did. It was really based, and I actually got the balls to do it, and I got shot down pretty quick. So, but I tried to ask her. I'm like, "Okay, so how does that prove the point?" And she just ignored me. And then I followed up with a secondary question of you can't measure the curvature of the Earth. She said, "Yes, we can." I'm like, "How?" She goes, "Satellites." I'm like, "All right, whatever." And I was done.
Oh yeah,
she's like, "It's derived."
Well, that is how
brings.
Meteorology is done with radar, right?
Well, yeah, but this is a physics class, a part of the degree program. It's not it's a part of meteorology, but yeah.
Yeah, I know, and it all stems from electromagnetic radiation from the sun.
Yes.
Weather patterns, yeah.
Sure, to a degree, yeah. Actually, most of the time it does.
Heat transfer, yeah.
Heat transfer, yeah.
Convection and temperature differential, high and low.
1,000%.
High and low pressure zones. Yeah, I live in Michigan, so we have lake effect,
Oh, that's fun.
So
was she just trying to hand wave it?
Anybody who's trying to go.
What's that?
Was she just trying to hand wave it?
Yeah, I'd have to see that to even try to understand what the fuck she was trying to represent.
Like I said, okay, so I'll let me just break this down simply, right? So she went to this little box we have, because we happen to be doing a lab on refraction, right? We're talking about light. It's one of the last units. She takes a small acrylic. It's like a 5-sided acrylic. Okay, actually no, 4 sides. So imagine like a square, but the top of it is kind of curved, like that top line. She lays it.
Yeah, so it's a
acrylic.
It's a prism. Yeah. Did she shine light through it?
So what she did was, so she laid it flat. She didn't have it standing up. She laid it flat on the table and then took the light and shined it on a 2-dimensional plane. Didn't
and
have it standing up.
It didn't touch the prism, yeah, because the prism is flat, but the atmosphere extends up. It's got a height ceiling. Yeah,
so then she drew this really bizarre conclusion,
it's not representative of the atmosphere in refraction. She's basically saying if the Earth was flat, then your refractive zone would be totally flat, and light wouldn't refract because there essentially wouldn't be a refractive zone, and she's wrong. That's the thing. And
you know what she also said? Not to cut you off, but I literally said exactly what you said to her, And like she ignored me the first time. The second time, before that follow-up question I told you about, like measuring the curve, she goes, "Oh well, it's a vacuum." Like she kept saying it's a vacuum. It's a vacuum.
For the measuring the curve, it's a vacuum, or what do you mean?
No, the light refraction bullshit. She's like, no.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a vacuum.
You
Oh,
ever seen light propagate in a vacuum tube?
goes straight, right?
Does it? Or does the whole
I don't know.
vacuum? Does the whole vacuum tube glow? So you ever seen any of the old high phonics TVs or radios, stereos with tubes in them? The tube glows so bright that it lights up the room from the back of your amplifier for your guitar or from your Fisher stereo from the 80s.
So that means it's not going straight, I think.
It's exponential, 360 degrees from the source.
She was claiming it isn't. She was like, but she wouldn't like answer it directly as to why. She just kind of ignored me the rest of the class.
She probably just didn't want to entertain it, and she didn't want to entertain it in front of students. Listen, a lot of teachers get caught up in, it's like, okay, if I'm a machine operator, I know how to adjust my tools, I know how to change them. I do the same thing every day, and I get the same results. So I want to stay within the curriculum of the parameters that I've already defined, because then I don't have to think. I'm just doing the same shit over and over again.
But it wasn't even like during lecture. Like we were in breakout groups and everybody was doing their own thing, and I called her over.
Well,
and
a
she
lot
still
of
was like,
teachers are like that. They just want to keep what they talk about within their curriculum. And if it's
They
not
wanna
in the
keep their
curriculum,
job, too.
there's no, yeah, they want to keep their job, but there's also no reason for her to address it because it's not part of the curriculum. And so, thought is stressful. If your job is to think every day, a lot of people say, oh, that's not work. You don't get tired out. No, I would beg to differ with them. A person who gets paid just to think and to resolve answers, you know how stressful it is to find answers for everything and not get frustrated, rather than just do physical work that you're used to, go through the motions and do the same routine every day. That it kind of goes along with what I'm saying. It's real stressful. So people don't. She might just don't want to waste her time thinking about it. That could be it. There's a lot of people that I've met that didn't get mad about and wanting to talk about flat Earth. They just didn't want to waste their energy on it. They didn't want to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, they've been all day dealing with globe stars all day. Then a flat earther comes in, and that's the worst thing that can happen.
Yeah, they just they believe what's been told to them. They believe the motto. They believe we've been to space, and they believe we know it's a sphere, and for them, that's good enough. There's a lot of people like that. Most people don't like to think. They don't like to use their mind to do anything but entertain themselves. I've noticed that. What happened to imagination? It gets beat out of you when you go to school and you're just supposed to repeat what we tell you to. You don't have imagination. Most people have an invisible friend. You got your invisible friend when you're younger, but when you get older, you couldn't even conceive of that.
It actually gets hijacked. It gets preoccupied thinking about other things. The programming is so big that in the background of your mind, instead of thinking, well, you can think about so many different things that are relevant to what you like and what you want to do in the realist level. But the programming from the TV, video games, social media, whatever, is so big that your mind in the background is thinking about that stuff, which is a waste of time, actually.
So my invisible friend was a little boy, and I think the Illuminati kidnapped him and transed him and stuff. I think Taylor Swift was my invisible friend when I was younger. Because that sure ain't no chick.
You know what? Listen, let me tell you, she was a sweet little girl until Hollywood touched her, and then now she's all...
I don't believe she was even born a chick. I don't believe she was ever a sweet little girl.
Who's that again? Who are you talking about?
T-Swizzle.
Taylor Swift.
He said T-Swizzle.
Man.
Yeah, that was a dude, man.
I'm gonna be with Matt Bottom on this one. I'm gonna be with Batman on this one, actually.
Yeah, she looks like my brother, man, with boobs.
You know,
Just
a
because they
man
cut
has
your
broad
penis.
shoulders, narrow hips. A woman is the opposite.
Yeah.
Narrow shoulders, broad hips.
Listen, any straight man can identify birthing hips. You are absolutely right, Blue Car. You can't fake that shit. It's not like
Nope.
we're gonna put some Bondo on the rear quarters and we're gonna get the contours. No, you can't do that. You either got baby making hips or you don't.
Right.
So they both allow
And
dogs.
the angle too. You watch them walk, you can't
Okay,
fake that.
alright.
Yeah.
The angle the hips are at on women, you know, how they have that stance to them or that cadence or whatever you want to call it, that sway. Can't hide that. Watch them walk.
Yeah, Taylor Smith reminds me of the gray man, dark man, who's a tall, skinny guy with the long arms, straight, narrow motherfucker that they say the boogeyman is. Dark man.
Slender man.
There you go. That's Taylor Swift is Slender Man with a wig and some boobs. Crit knew. I'm telling you, she was living in my closet when I was a kid, man. They kidnapped her.
Yeah, it's interesting because I came across that because the legal stuff I like to look into, and there's people who actually like children who were going to sacrifice another one of their friends, Slender Man, and they all believed it. So it's like, how do you handle that sort of situation when people have such an imaginary friend?
Oh yeah, them two girls that started stabbing their friend and their friend got away and lived.
Yeah, she was able to escape.
Yeah, they were gonna sacrifice her to Slender Man and then go to his cabin in the woods. Yeah, I've seen that video, Crit. I think actually I seen it on a short. I'm seeing Witsit Austin in shorts on Facebook a lot more often now. Are any of you guys?
Is he still talking about the ether and shit?
Yeah, Austin's never.
Alleged ether, I should say. Let me be clear. Alleged ether.
And length contractions and relativity and a lot more other things. We're on Telegram. Are you on Telegram?
I used to be. It's been a while. I haven't been in there.
We're
Is he on
still
Rumble?
We're still wanting to, I think he is doing Rumble still too.
Yeah.
NASA audits. We're trying to get that going. You know, but it'll take money to audit NASA.
Hey, Batamont, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Do you have the Telegram link by any chance? Oh,
the Austin's webpage. Let me see. Let me bring it up.
I'm in a bunch of Telegrams, so I don't know if I'm in that one. So I just want to make sure.
Man, where do I get the link from? If you're in it, damn it. Where do I get the link?
Oh, you go into the group, then you click into. Let me check because maybe the updates changed it. Because I know it's difficult to find it.
I'm in the group. Copy
Let me go into a group. Then you touch the three dots and
at the top.
Mute search. No, not there. It didn't show the share button there.
No. Yeah. See, I couldn't. Yeah, I can't find it.
I know it's somewhere. I'll find it. I know it's somewhere on here.
So, okay, let me see.
After you audit NASA, you should audit the Federal Reserve, right? Or the audit the
It's in
Pentagon.
these other three dots. No?
You mean the private reserve? I mean,
it's weird how they make it so difficult to share. I'm on mute for now. Don't worry about it, Mo. Don't worry. We'll find it.
Yeah, audit the Federal Reserve. And then after auditing the Federal Reserve, we can audit the, what is it? I'm sure there's other
you ain't gotta do all
things
that. Just stop playing their game and stop using their quote unquote money.
Actually, the federal, the Fed is they are a private entity. So there's no government entity that can overrule them. I mean, that can like govern them.
Unless they're taken over, like by the government, like Chavez did to the petroleum, right?
Do they have to? Does the private Federal Reserve have to pay property taxes?
They're probably exempt from all that stuff.
Oh,
There's exemptions, so yeah, if you can get an exemption, you're at a
nice.
certain layer. Yeah, there's exemption for that.
Does the federal, or I'm sorry, does the private reserve have borders, walls, and has walls, right? Has borders.
Bottom on, I found out how to do it.
I'm
So
listening.
so you go into the channel, then you're gonna see the channel image, like whatever this channel name next to it.
Oh
And then
yeah.
you click that, and then you click the three dots, and then you're gonna see share.
You click the image to the left.
Yeah, the image of the channel. That's what I did. I went into the channels. Wait. So Telegram. You go. There's a search bar, and then you see channels, and you check the channels that you're in, the one that you want to share. Click on that, and then you click on the name of the channel, the icon, the image, and then from there you're gonna see the three dots again to the right, and share. I'm gonna post it for you. I mean, click send a screenshot. Because when you click the first time, you are in the chat, right? And you see the text that are being shared, and then you above that is the channel icon, and you click on that, the channel picture profile. And from there, you're gonna be able to share it. We're too high for this right now, by the way. Come on.
Send one shared link. Okay, let's see. Let's see if this worked. Somebody. Is that the link? It says audit NASA. Join us to share your tips, tricks, and stories with other members. Yeah, I like Telegram.
Yeah, you can share big files, all type of formats, and also get the files in high quality as well. So yeah.
You want me to put that link in your DM?
Please, thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna join it.
Yeah, That's on Telegram. I mean, once you get on Telegram, I'm just Michael J. Smith. So Michael Smith.
Okay, so that's the link for audit NASA.
Username Battle Mod. Send me a friend's request in there, and I can invite you. I'm in St. Pierre's, Miss Witzits, Ties, the Anti-Disinformation League, Audit NASA, Troubling Tribunes. Troubling Tribune, he's pretty good. He's debated McToons and FTFE and all them. I mean, who hasn't? We did it years ago. I still got McToon. He's in my server. Craig's in my server, FTFE. Well, I mean, I still got Karen B in my server, though, so. I try not to burn bridges. But, being a businessman, I know networking is where it's at. You're not networking, you're not trying to get paid.
Yo, have you guys ever looked into geocentrism?
Yes. I think most every flat earther that you talk to will know what geocentrism is.
Okay, but
Also, your ancestors did all over the world. They looked into it.
That's the Ptolemaic model. See, no P. The P is silent.
Is that consistent with like the model that has the like flower shapes?
Retrograde, you mean?
Yeah, the retrogrades are flower shapes, basically. Yeah.
Well, they're squiggly lines, whatever.
But
Retrograde
we're
was
aware
a
that
problem.
follows the spirograph and stuff.
Yeah. The spirograph, huh? You mean one of those things you played with as a kid and drew pictures?
Yeah, I do mean that.
The flower of life. Sacred geometry.
Wait, so is there a way to make a flat Earth fit that model?
The geocentric model.
Yeah.
Where it's Earth-centered and everything circles around Earth.
Yeah, because that's going with
concentric circles.
Yes.
A lot of people have tried to say this is the proper flat Earth model for that, and the AE map. They place that over an AE map. I mean, retrograde motion is a way to explain it, but you couldn't explain the physics behind that unless you use like the aberration of light and stellar motion. You can attempt to. I'm not worried about modeling it.
I just thought that was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. And I couldn't believe that I had gotten to flat Earth, hollow Earth, all these things, right? But I really hadn't examined a geocentric model.
When you bring that up, the Globers are going to attack the retrograde motion and tell you it's an absolute reason why that can't be true.
Well, okay, and that's from what I've read, that's actually why the squiggly lines were introduced to it instead of concentric circles, was to work in retrograde.
Yeah. I'm just saying they will grandstand and call themselves the winners of that debate based on retrograde motion. When you try to give,
even Einstein was a geocentrist.
When you try, yeah, they'll say we moved on because we've known.
Wait, what?
No, they will.
All right, I'm gonna have to go underground with this one. Okay. Speaking strictly from like a hypothetical point of view, right? If you were to make Earth the center of your world again, would that be like worshiping Earth rather than like the sun?
Who's worshipping the sun?
Heliocentrism.
So geocentrism will be what? Worshipping the Earth?
Well, flat Earth is already like geocentric in nature, right? But this is like more of I'm like trying to figure out a way to incorporate celestial spheres into a model with the either flat or whatever Earth. I don't really care what shape it is at this point. But I'm thinking that like does a good job of incorporating celestial spheres actually.
That is what the whole issue is, because even the people in the past that presented and made different models from all across the world, including geocentric or heliocentric or even heaven-centric, you're still missing variables about the unknowns of the whole construct. So
Right.
the heavens above, we can look at them, right? We can use even equipments like thermal, radio, infrared, electro-opticals, and we can see the whole spectrum of light and the movement of the luminaries. But since we can't go there, we're looking through a veil that is in the way, and we can't go there to remove the veil and check the whole thing for what it is.
Okay.
So we're missing that whole equation. So when we're talking about geocentric, about the ground, we talk about the system that we know of the ground and this whole environment that we found ourselves in, and we can describe that pretty accurately, I would say. But then when we add the variable of the heavens above, then that's where people start adding their own ideas of how that works. And this guy has an idea, you have an idea, I have an idea. And I would say only with revelation by the creator, or the designer, or the great architect himself, or maybe someone that knows, that there's no way to know, because I can't go there and check.
Figure it out.
We can look at it. I told you. You know what we know? We know that they move in cycles. They're precise. We can do these all observations, but
I had a weird thought
that phenomena that we observe and record and put in writings in models. That phenomena. What is the cause of that effect or those effects? What are the causes or the mechanisms in place to cause the effect that we observe from the ground? So that's a big problem for everybody that wants to construct a model of geocentric or heliocentric, because no one here knows, I think, for sure.
I agree. I just don't understand, because it's like that model, that geocentric model, making the celestial spheres follow like sacred geometric shapes. I'm like of course, like that makes more sense than in the death spiral through space. Like,
oh yeah, when we observe that phenomena, we see the cycles moving in a very precise manner. It's not an accident. That's how people in the past, by simple logic, deducted that system is designed. So there has to be a designer behind it. There had to be. There's no way around it. But that's still a big unknown.
well, and then the other part of that I didn't like when I was watching it is that it looked as if heliocentrism was actually taking geocentrism and like taking the axis that it was bent on or whatever, and so the movements would like still line up within geocentrism. They just made it a spiral that's moving.
Yeah,
Like,
the movement of the luminaries are aligned to landmarks on the ground.
Yes.
Landmark structures, many different features of the ground have been put in place or designed to be aligned to the movement of the luminaries. But that doesn't say how that mechanism works exactly. Because you're looking at a watch, but you don't have the watch to break it open and check it piece by piece. You don't have that in your hand. Like if you have a Swiss watch, you know how you look at the dial. Oh, it's so pretty. It looks so pretty. Oh, look at this. Number 1, number 2, right? The 12 or whatever. You look at that and it looks so pretty. Like you're looking at the luminaries. Oh, so pretty or so wonderful. But you're not looking at the mechanism that is behind the dial. The Swiss watch, you can grab it and break it and reverse engineer it, maybe, possibly. But how are you going to do that to the luminaries?
I guess you'll just have to ask that quartz crystal.
I wouldn't discard revelation to be in the equation. There might be, but I mean, there is revelation. When you put a lot of the pieces together and look at all the observations from the past, even technology to today's technology, and you look into the spectrums of light and how the luminaries look in different spectrums, it's pretty telling, but it's still unknown.
What do you mean by telling?
But it's kind of showing design. It's showing a pattern that was put in place. Let's say, right? But was it the creator that made that, or was it the architect, the great architect created by the creator? I don't know.
Oh,
I mean, there's text out there,
I have no idea.
Yeah. So there's a lot of unknowns, and that's one of the great questions of all generations, I think. Maybe most.
So that Tartarian culture, would they have been geocentric?
Well, remember, there's geocentric, heliocentric, communism, democracy. You know, all these labels that people put to things.
Yeah.
But
have we found anything
is that what
else
the thing
out?
is? Is that what the thing is? Is that what this place is? A geocentric place? Is that what it is? Because when I look at the luminaries, I don't see geo. I don't see the ground under my feet. So how can I say that the luminaries are geocentric? I mean,
well, no, all that
geocentric.
All that geocentric is saying is that the luminaries revolve around us. So even like regular flat Earth theory is geocentric,
Earth-centered. Yeah.
Yeah.
But is the Earth under your feet the same thing as the belly button in the middle of you?
Maybe, and maybe Polaris is the belly button. I don't know. Maybe that firmament is an amniotic sac dividing the waters above from below. I have no idea. Like, I'm not.
He said an amniotic sac.
I got you. You came in here with amnesia. You were soaked in the fluid.
No, I was with you when you said it, brother. I've heard all this. Even the great architect created by the creator or the creator themselves. That's a popular philosophical standpoint.
Whoa. But then you get into like Jupiter and Zeus and who's who and what's what.
Yep. Yes, you do. Those are principalities, rulers, and dominions.
But then you have the realist level, the place that we operate in reality. And then you have people that create versions of that and sell it in books, right? Like the globe, the solar system, including the Earth in it. You don't see that. When you look at the solar system in the sky, it's way bigger than just the sun. The sun is a big piece of it, but there's more going on up there than just the sun, right? So to say the whole system is heliocentric, that's just wrong.
How is that wrong? What?
Because when you look at the luminaries are not just going around the sun. The Earth is not going around the sun. The Earth is below your feet.
How do you know that?
Just look down.
So what? Yeah, it's below our feet. What does that mean?
But isn't your vision inverted upside down?
You can't be both under your feet and spinning around the sun.
What the hell does that mean? Of course it's under your feet. What are you trying to say?
Well, it would be above our feet, wouldn't it? Because our vision's inverted.
Then when people grab the Earth and put it in a solar system cartoon and they show it to you, they
if I put an ant on a
thing
ball
under
and
your
I throw
feet.
Yo.
If you interrupt me again, you're gonna be muted indefinitely. You hear me?
All right. Well, that's just fucking retarded.
So there is the realist level, the sun, the observable phenomena that we observe with our God-given eyes, and also we can extend and devise devices, technology to observe that phenomena in a bigger spectrum that our eyes give us, right? Because our eyes are limited based on position, optical, the way light behaves, right? So
Damn, that was
we have
quick,
that phenomena. We have that phenomena that is happening in reality, and then we have people telling stories about that phenomena and how it works, and then they draw you cartoons, including the thing under your feet, right, as one of the things on the heavens above.
Yeah, it's one of the characters. One of the characters.
Can I say something now? First of all, what you're presenting is a basically a solipsistic worldview. So you're basic. If I take a picture
Are you
of the
sure
moon,
about that?
listen, yes.
How sure about that are you?
Very sure. And
like 98% or 100?
Like 99.9?
Are you positive?
Yeah, I'm pretty positive. Do you know what solipsism is?
Is it going to be 98%?
You know what solipsism is, correct?
Yeah, so it is. It is going to be 98%.
No, because you're adding all these comments on, so you obviously have something to say about it.
No, I do know what it is, but you're right. I'm joking you.
Okay. I don't know if you're for or against, so.
I'm just a brain in a jar. I don't know nothing.
What do you mean for and against what? For what? Against what?
Oh, crit! So we're talking.
How
now.
can we know that we're actually for a thing when we can't even know if we're not a brain in a jar?
Here's the yeah. That's a good point. But here's the thing: even if you are going by a solipsistic worldview, why would you deny what is being presented around you? Even though it's solipsistic,
the fact I can't figure out whether I'm in this jar or not. So that belief of solicism, how could it be true? First, I got to discern whether or not I'm in the jar, on the shelf, or I'm actually in this body.
Yes, but still, like the something as simple as like the I don't know, like the controller on my desk right now. The controller on my desk, like I can see it's there. Now
I'm not sure about that.
If we put it in a solipsistic worldview, the controller may not be real, but it's still there. So why would I deny why would I deny what I see?
Yeah, that's basically what he's saying. So there is what we see, and then there's a phenomenon.
Yeah, but and then there's also what you hear. It's the same. It's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. So why would you?
Well, it's not.
I mean?
You observe a thing without no thought, and then you apply thought to it afterwards.
I guess, but
you actually think you have a brain in it? Yeah.
It's a solipsistic worldview. It's.
I mean, until it's in the jar, until you've observed it, your brain in that jar can't do anything with it. You got to observe it first and bring it in your jar.
Like if I take a picture of the moon right now, what's your name, Battlemod or whatever, and I send it to you, you could easily just say that picture's not real.
That's not his name. That's his title.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
90% sure
That's
of
what I
that.
meant. His title.
Yeah, I'm kind of sure about that one. Yeah, sure. I'll give you
Yeah,
a
but you could.
92.
You could just like me talking to you right now. You have no proof of whether or not I'm actually here because
You know
that's your viewpoint.
when people actually go to this argument is when they have no rebuttal for a fact or knowledge, and then they question the very state of how you could know a thing anyway.
Bro, you're saying you live in a jar.
I'm certain of where I am. I don't live in a jar. I occupy this
Yeah.
body.
I never said I was did I say I was
body is
solipsistic?
me. I'm 100%
I never said I was
sure
solipsistic.
I'm not a brain.
You brought it up, so listen.
I did.
You brought it up.
But
You
how-
brought it up
because-
because it came from you, because you're thinking that way. You're projecting, basically.
No, I'm putting it in your I'm telling you what you guys are basically going off of. You guys are going off of a
doubt that
solipsistic
I'm in
worldview.
this body tells me that I am a true
You're
conscious.
telling me that you cannot believe what other people are telling you, so therefore it must be fake and everything around you is
No,
fake
that's
and you
not
have
what
no
he
way of
said.
proving it.
What is that, dude?
Hold
How
on,
you came with
Jemty.
that?
What
do you
he
have
said-
under do you have
Hold
do you
on.
have a way to prove whether or not the earth
Hold
is
on.
flat or round?
Yeah, you can go out and observe
Batamon,
it's
you're
flat.
now Batamon's gonna reply to you, and then you're not gonna interrupt. Go ahead.
Why aren't you replying?
Because you're straw manning his point, really.
Yeah, he's not going to mod the conversation he's in.
Listen,
No, because he began talking, so I wanted to continue,
Listen,
but I
what
guess
he
he's
said
running
is
over
we
us.
have observations and phenomena that no people can deny. We observe them. But then on the other hand, we have multiple explanations of that phenomena. So,
What phenomenon?
Anyone you see. I don't care if 5 of us view an event, and then the police question us after it. We'll have a little bit, our versions will vary due to perspective.
Mhm.
So you have what actually happened, and then you had 5 different stories about what happened. And that's all he said. That's Steelman and his I think presupposition.
Can I ask something?
What the hell?
And I'm not saying I agree with it or disagree. I also don't believe I'm a brain in a jar. I was ridiculing that, but he found it funny, so he knew that, and I'm cool with that. Plus, you don't got to mute them guys. You can unmute Talon, too, if you want. He don't bug me.
I think I could be a brain in a jar.
I could be. That's highly possible. I'll be 98% sure about that's possible, but
I'm just listen. It's nothing against you guys. It's just I've previous conversations I've had with flat earthers. That's literally what they go
that's
by.
a fair statement. We'll give you that one. Okay. Can we move on from there?
Yeah, move on and now concentrate on this conversation with people in here, not
Right.
other imaginary.
Right,
Actually,
but what you said is fair because there's a dumbass in every group. You agree?
Crit, you wanna go for it? Because we've been having a little ramble for this past few weeks. It's time we actually talk.
Oh, now we're at
So,
the root of the problem, and I'm 100% certain that other flat earther was Crit.
Crit has been yeah, he's been sending me
Crit,
some stuff lately.
Your boy's butt hurt. Get to work. You're on the clock.
Wait,
Get to
Battlebot, are you a flat earther?
Huh?
Yeah, I'm 100% certain of that. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Of you
Are
being
you
a flat
being
earther.
Yeah,
a flat earther? Are you a flat earther, Battlemon? Are you a flat earther?
Is Michael
Wait,
a
are
flat
you a
earther?
globe
Is
earther?
Battlemon a flat earther, or are you a flat earther?
I'm a donut earther. But Battlemon, sorry.
Wait, but are you a flat earther or no?
Christ, how many times do I got to answer that, dude? Is there a
No,
comprehension
the other guy,
problem here?
No, the
Oh.
other guy.
See, I'm talking plain fucking English.
No, I'm a cube earther. Crit. You
Well,
there?
no, I'm asking you for a reason. Do you believe in a spherical Earth or no?
Yeah, because you got to believe in that shit. You can't prove it.
Take a wild gander.
Okay,
Crit.
so if you do, are you
A
closed
wild
off to
gander?
geocentrism as well?
Huh?
If
What?
you believe in a spherical Earth, are you also closed off to geocentrism, right? Or is it the model of the Earth that you're having issues with? Which is it?
Models of the Earth I'm having issues with.
Yes, are you having issues with the way that the
Yeah.
spiritual spheres are moving, the heavenly bodies are moving? Like, is that your issue?
Heavenly bodies?
Or
What's
is
a
it your?
heavenly body?
Are you serious right now, man?
Huh?
Bro,
Yeah,
why do
at
you
this
flat
point, you're
earthers
just
do
messing
being
this?
around with you right now.
disingenuous.
What's
The
a
luminaries.
heavenly
You're
body,
just
bro?
being disingenuous at this point.
Heavenly
No, I'm not.
bodies,
Yes, you are.
luminaries.
Are you referring to celestial objects? Is that
Yes, the
your
luminaries.
terminology?
Okay, so you knew what I was talking about. Thank you. Okay, so is it those objects that you're having a problem with in their movements in according to the Earth, or
Did
is
I ever
it?
say I had a problem
Well,
with that?
hold on. I had a question. So when you said wild gander, were you referring to a male goose? So I got my male goose. What do we do next?
No, I'm just fucking with you. No, I'm a globe.
Okay,
You wait for the golden egg to show up out of his.
would you believe in geocentrism then, because it allows for the movement of the Earth that you're looking for?
What the hell are you talking about?
He's trying to
What does that
represent a
even mean?
He's trying to give you a geocentric
Are you
model. Atomic
presenting me
model.
with a geocentric model? What's going on here?
Yeah, he's saying the atomic model could explain the movements of the luminaries or the heavenly bodies or the stars, whatever you want to call them, in a flat Earth model. That's
No, there's a funny GIF I gotta show you.
Hey, Bama kind of red.
Yeah,
No,
that's
he doesn't actually care. That's the thing. He's just in here to troll. That's so annoying.
Who said I'm here to troll? The
No,
Yeah,
fuck?
you are.
Who the fuck are you?
Hey, big
Okay,
Shrimp, by
guys,
the way.
How am I here to
guys.
troll?
So he
Dude,
asked
I'm-
you if you would accept a geocentric model as a model for the stars over a flat Earth. That's
No,
what he-
because
Okay,
he's
so
no,
real
listen,
quick,
listen. No,
real quick, we're gonna
Okay,
we're not gonna
okay,
one
sorry.
second moderation. We're not gonna talk about talking. Let's just have a back and forward. Let's not interrupt each other. Try our best to do that
I was
and have a
literally about
back
to
and
explain
forward. Let's not just argue about arguing.
Okay, big shrimp. When you say that, are you what do you mean? Because it's like you that's what you think I'm doing or something.
What? No, that's not
It's
what I think
confusing.
at all. I'm literally just asking you, like, what part of flat Earth are you having a problem with? Is it the fact that you think that you see curvature? Or is it the fact that you can't figure out a way for the luminaries to move in accordance with Earth that explains flat Earth? Like, what are you having issues with here?
What have you seen?
Well, just the word flat, are you stumped by the word flat? Like, is that an adjective or is that a noun?
Crit. We can talk later, buddy. Anyways, sorry, Crit's my homie. Anyways, big shrimp. Now I'm just having a hard time understanding why there's a lot of like. I'll be honest with you. The thing is with like theoretical air quotes about like the world that's around us. Yeah, people come up with explanations for a lot of things. Like people could come up with an explanation on how the Earth is a donut or like a fucking cube. Someone's gonna fucking do it, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily true. So I don't. It's just the denial factor. That's the only thing I'm confused about.
So do you scrutinize heliocentrism with the same veracity?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I mean, exactly what I said. Do you scrutinize heliocentrism the same way that you scrutinize the other ones? Are you applying? Yes. Are you applying the same psychology, the same philosophy? Are you looking at them in the same way?
Well, I mean, yeah, you kind of have to. The fuck? It's just
I just don't think that you are personally if you're not coming to the conclusion that we might not know what we're in, you know?
Well, you're coming. Okay. Hold on.
Yo, guy.
Can't the same thing be literally applied? Can't the same exact logic be applied to flat Earth? Because if we're talking about in a
Yeah,
whole,
yeah, it can. And that's why I don't think I'm dead set on a flat earth. I'm not dead set on geocentrism. I'm not dead set on cellular cosmology, hollow earth. I think having a multiple of worldviews that you can flip in and out of in order to see what
So-
phenomena is best fitting each one is probably important to have.
okay, sounds like an existential crisis to me. That's what I'm, and that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. I go through that all the time. But anyways,
Yeah, that was
yeah. I
lame.
mean, there's there's nothing to really argue about here. Then seems like you're lost. So
If the Earth was flat, we'd all be dead.
literally,
That's
and
fact.
also if the Earth was flat, here's the thing that I find funny about flat Earth is people try to come up with substitutions for gravity or whatever, this and that, but that exact logic can literally be applied to a globe Earth. So
Okay. Well, what if it's a globe Earth and it's geocentric, right? And the sun and the stars and the planets move around the globe Earth. Would you be willing to accept that, or is it the luminaries that you don't like?
No, I wouldn't be willing to, because it's not geocentric. We can see that by looking through a goddamn telescope. It's
But how would you know? How would you know that by
because
looking
of
through a
fucking
telescope?
like, dude, you fucking look in a telescope, you see planets, you look at their relative position, and it's obvious that we're not in the fucking center of the solar system.
Well, I don't think that's fair to say because clearly people were doing that and it wasn't obvious.
It's common sense. No, they weren't, because people were already proposing different like theories for things. I'm pretty sure people laughed at the thought of fucking heliocentrism back then too. So like,
I don't think they did.
I think they did.
Yeah, considering that Ra is the head of the pantheon, I really don't think that.
Why would no why would they? No, I'm just saying, like, oh my god, bro. I
This is
take
what they
everything I
do,
say
they
literally
just-
now.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's funny.
Hey,
Is it?
Auburn, can you tell me where the Earth is bending 360 degrees in every direction to form a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from every expanding void of darkness?
Who even are you, bro?
Yeah, who the hell are you? Sorry.
Yeah, I am the person that is asking a question. Do I need to repeat the question?
Yes. Can you please repeat it for us? Thank you.
Okay. How have you figured out that the ground beneath you is bending 360 degrees in every direction to form roughly a ball that is flying from ever expanding void of darkness while hurtling around other planets?
Someone should probably unmute him so he could answer that question.
Well, no, I'm asking you, Auburn.
What Robbie muted?
Oh, I thought you were asking him. Sorry about that. My bad. Can you ask that again? I wasn't listening. I actually thought you were talking to him. My bad. So ask again. But can you actually please unmute him, or I will.
Okay, it's the third time. I hope this time you're gonna listen.
Yeah, last
Sharpen
chance.
your ears.
Sorry, I
sharpen your ears.
I genuinely
Sharpen your
didn't know.
ears.
Okay, I
You
genuinely.
don't just mute people who disagree, and you mute
Yeah,
them.
it's not. It's
too.
muting
It's
people
like
who
you say
aren't
the
listening.
Earth isn't flat.
Yeah, muting people who aren't listening. If you don't listen, you don't talk. It's that simple. Dead ass. Okay, go ahead, Clay.
Okay. How have you figured out that the ground beneath you is bending 360 degrees in every direction to form roughly a sphere that is shooting through an ever-expanding void of darkness? Why spinning? Why tilted? Why hurtling around other planets? How have you figured that out? I want to know.
Or there you go. Grob, Gobby. What's your answer?
Well, I wasn't listening. I was muted. I thought he was talking to you.
Okay. Skull Rider. What's your answer?
He was asking the other guy you muted.
No, you too.
That was the question.
Yeah, he's asking you too.
He was asking Auburn, but you muted her.
Yeah, asking you too.
You just mute people. You just mute people who disagree. Just let him respond. Let the fucking guy.
Yeah,
who asked
what's your answer? How do you know you live in the
He wasn't
globe?
asking me. I wasn't listening either. Bro, he's asking Auburn, bro.
Just go to
Unmute.
Auburn. He probably also didn't listen.
Okay.
Someone's
Auburn.
a little angry today. Anyways, Clay Under, how about we just turn that entire question around and you tell me how you think the Earth is flat? Yes, I'm going to be a dickhead and do that. How do you?
Okay, you can just.
Oh, that's
listen.
amazing.
Yeah, flat Earth is talked about the whole day. So this is very simple. If you can't listen, then you're not going to talk. We're not going to give you time and space to talk if you're not going to give yourself the time and space to listen. It's really that simple.
Wait, Kurt, you know what's funny? I'm actually amazed by the leap of faith these people have, because when I go outside, I observe reality for what it is representing itself to me. I seem to having very much a big struggle to see this bendy ground 360 degrees in every direction to form roughly a sphere that is then shooting through an ever-expanding void of darkness while hurtling around other planets, while the Earth is still representing to me to be a horizontal topographical plane, such as sea level horizontal water is always being flat, is what I observe. So if I'm struggling so much with the observation of reality, I wish that these people can give at least one little insight of how they can turn and twist the whole observation and representation of the world into the opposite image, which would be a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball. It's the complete opposite of what the Earth is representing itself to be. So how do they figure out all this bendy water, all these bendy mountains? Where is it? I wanna know.
Yeah, the quickest way to understand flat Earth is try to prove the globe to yourself.
Exactly. That's how
Let me
I
help
did
you
it.
out
I
with
tried
that
to
word,
prove
Clay.
the globe.
Since English isn't your first, it's not represent, it's representing.
Oh, thank you, man. Lol, no one ever actually
cause,
corrected me.
Yeah, because some kid will be,
Representing.
are you representing would mean you're actually presenting it again instead of representing it. But
Oh.
yeah, I
But
just don't
in
want.
that context, in that context, the Earth cannot represent itself. If you are yourself, you cannot represent yourself. Someone else can represent you, but you yourself cannot represent yourself.
Right.
I appreciate it.
So the problem is the multiple representations from other people other than the entity itself that we're collecting the phenomena from. Are you okay, Auburn?
Yeah.
Unless you're presenting a fiction of yourself. If you presented a title, you can represent the title. Sure, you can do that.
I hope he's not always spiraling, you know.
He is.
You think so? Is that too much that I'm asking for to point out where the Earth is bending 360 degrees in every
just
direction?
asking them how they know anything at all is too much. That's a hard ask.
You're a pedophile, Chris.
Wait. Can I butt in here? Can
I'm
I make a note?
98% sure you can.
Okay, can I make a note that flat earthers have never, ever explained how the Earth is flat, like ever.
No, I'm too.
Never say ever,
and then,
ever, okay? Never say ever.
Never, ever.
Never explain how the Earth is flat. That's a very weird statement.
Like,
so,
no.
I just told you. One second. I just told you that
it's observably
flat. I just see what we already have commonly named it: sea level, horizontal horizons. That's why it's called horizon, because it's horizontal. I see flat level water. And this is what the Earth is representing itself to be. That's what I see with my eyes. Then someone like you, like Auburn, okay, I'm gonna pretend I'm you right now. No, actually, Clay, what you see, it is not flat horizontal sea level water. The Earth actually is bending 360 degrees in every direction to actually be a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying to an ever-expanding void of darkness.
I didn't see that though. I see the Earth.
And one second. Then Clay is like this, right? And then I'm like this. Okay, that's cool. Like you see the complete opposite to what I see. How about you just explain yourself so I can relate to what you're seeing, dude? Because we kind of see the complete opposite to each other. You know?
Wait.
And mostly what people like you then do is like, ha, you flat earthers never explain.
Anyway. Sorry. Yeah, that's exactly what I do. Also, anyways, I have a question. Do you sincerely believe that the Earth is all that there fucking is? Because a flat Earth, in any technical sense, means that the Earth is just everything ever.
Sir, I don't. With all due to respect, I don't need to believe anything. I accept.
Well, then
reality.
what the hell are we standing on?
I accept reality for what it represents. Represent itself to be, golly.
So do we.
And that's it. That's it, right? So if you want to impose, if you want to impose something that is the opposite to what I can see, experience, or measure, then it's your burden to prove that opposite.
Clay.
Wait. Before you ask him, I have to ask him a very simple question. Clay, what color is the sky?
Blue.
How do you know this?
Because I can see it.
How is the sky blue?
How is the sky blue?
Polarization.
No, explain to me how the sky is blue. And
That's
how
the way
you know this.
it appears.
No, let him answer. Don't.
Clay,
You're not a moderator.
I know, but you're being rude, bro.
I will moderate you.
Why is a banana yellow?
That's not my question.
Barama wanted to jump in this. Go ahead, Barama.
Well, it's
where the problem is, you're doing something.
Okay,
you
Clay.
know,
Clay. It's like you can't control yourself, Clay. You can't.
What are you? What? Dude, just because I'm asking the questions doesn't mean I can't control myself. What? Like
he wasn't talking to you, dude.
Oh, I thought he was talking to me.
No, you jumped the gun.
My bad.
Now, apologize.
Clay. Explain to me. If you don't know, just say it. Just say it if you don't know.
Apologize.
I
want to eat him.
Okay, since I'm not, I'm a bit confused right now. I was told I can't control myself. I don't know why I can't control myself.
Yeah, I thought he was talking to me. What?
Because someone was speaking and you started speaking on top of them. That's why.
Oh, it's cool. I was just going to say the sky appears blue and the banana appears yellow, so it appears that way. But
wait, no,
so
that's
that leads into what Clay is saying because the Earth appears to be flat.
No. But we have we have explanations for these things. In fact, I actually have some.
Explanations are nice, but it doesn't stop the appearance of a flat level plane. And because you referenced an infinite plane or some ideal to the infinite plane theory, doesn't stop the ideal that you have your local observations are in a flat plane, and it's observably true.
He got muted.
Well, the reason is why I didn't answer his question is kind of because I asked him questions. And he just refused to and tried to, answer my question with a question. But I don't see that there's a requirement for me to entertain his questions if he can't even entertain a question that is on the topic of this room. That's why I throw in why is a banana yellow, because I just did the same he done to me. Anyways, I just wish you would talk about the topic at hand instead of asking me what the sky is.
Okay. I am talking about it. I am talking. Hold on.
Oh, got muted again. The thing is, you guys just mute these people, and then you chat amongst yourselves, and then you think you win, but you don't.
Yeah, why do you care? What if that's the case? Why do you care?
It's unfair.
Okay, so you care if you really worry about unfairness. You might want to look up a court case in Florida where the executive branch, the same branch of government as NASA, convicted a guy of DWI after the police officer emptied a bottle of alcohol and put it right back in his car.
I'm talking about Discord. What are you on about? That does not apply.
If you're very worried about
I'm not very
unfairness,
worried.
if you're going to Karen about unfairness, then there's enough unfairness on the globe to keep you Karening for the rest of your life. You could Karen your way about how things are unfair.
But listen,
Life is unfair. Get over it.
I have heard these guys spend 2 hours having.
I literally just said, you guys just mute him, and then you think you like win the argument.
No, they don't mute him. They
And then you
mute
go
them.
into this whole.
Okay, you're trying to explain something inside your worldview, and they can't even figure out what you're talking about to begin with.
Why
do you know what waste breath?
What are you
It's okay. I apologize for my son here. He gets like this. He calls everyone Karens, and then he says that, yeah, we're just like, I don't know, fucking retarded or something, because, you know.
Yeah, are you worried about something being unfair or not?
No, I'm not worried. This isn't about unfairness, and this isn't about.
Well, there you go. So now your little buddy that you called your son, he's all worked up over what he feels.
Oh no, I was talking about you. I was talking about you. I know. It's okay. You get confused sometimes. But on that side note, I actually have
no one cares, dude.
For
even you don't care. That's the best part.
Can I please go back to my conversation with Clay before you just so rudely muted me?
You and him go to a different room.
Huh?
Just take it to a different room.
Crit, what's going on here, buddy? I wasn't even talking to you. Why are you so angry at me? I mean, we can have a conversation if you want to. I mean, that's what I'm here for.
So you're just going to add in whatever you want to add in, like
I'd
angry
rather
or
kick
whatever
it with your mom. She's
We've been going on. We've been going on for this for like weeks now. Like you might as well. You keep sending me these links from fucking Yahoo every single day that have no correlation to an argument at all. So you might as well explain yourself right here, right now.
Yeah,
just
it has been explained.
Putting it out there because it makes no sense. You don't ever make your point across. So you might as well just get into it and start explaining because you're very confusing.
Auburn.
Yeah, right here. The main idea is
Your mom's
twofold. The
still
claim
single?
that the flat earthers are nothing but entertainment. Yet the globalist has seen the same episode for years and years. So let's change it up.
How is it entertainment? No, that's literally how you review. When did I ever say that's entertainment for me? How is that entertainment?
Yeah, a lot of people say flat earthers are entertainment. They're entertainment value.
Yeah, I never said that before.
This is for you then. For B, offer the globalists something other than flat earth to think about in hopes of breaking this downward spiral they have about flat earth. A topic you can't even tell what it is from a starting point.
Why do you guys get to do that? Why do you guys think you're special?
Use any answer you need. It's a malformed question. Who's talked about special?
You do it all the time.
When
look at our messages. You do it all the time, bro. You
talk about being special?
Yeah,
you think because you're going to college, like somehow that means something, dude. You're brick, man. There's no way you're gonna make it through school.
Pause. What?
If you can barely get through even a simple conversation.
What are you talking about?
You are.
I can't. Should we show this?
Yeah, look at it. You see the spaz, the freak out?
Golly.
When they're told the truth, then you really get to see what's going on in there. That's going to be a good clip for later. Do you want to try again? Pretend you're in a college classroom.
By the way, you muting me is...
Look at that. I'll worry about getting muted again. Do you talk when the teacher's talking in a college classroom? When you're listening? We're supposed to be listening.
You're a little fucking pussy now, huh?
Yeah, look at there it is.
What's going on, bro? What's happening with this guy?
Can you moderate the moderator and the other guy, man? Auburn, hold on, man.
When you're muting me, that's a freak out. That's a freak out. When you're muting me, that's a freak out. So you're just as bad as me, okay? You are just as bad as me. We are both freaking out right now.
Yeah, because you're
muting me. I'm getting mad at you.
Hey, listen, can we just go back to the conversation we were having, please, and thank you? Somebody's got to be the bigger man, and I guess I'll take the role. Can we just move on and have a productive
something?
Yeah, let Batamor cook. Let
you want to show this entire server what we've been talking about?
Talk to Batamor. You have
you can do whatever you want to do. See, this is why you're so dumb. If you do something, you think you didn't do that.
I was actually trying to afford Clay the opportunity to finish his conversation because I like Clay.
It's okay, man.
Okay, Clay can do it.
Listen, it is okay, but bro, you know how it is. I like to speak out against what I think is wrong. You're just interrupting Clay's conversation, and we should just let him get back to it. Would you please unmute Auburn and let us finish?
Blue light is scattered more than other colors because it travels in shorter, smaller waves.
So Auburn,
There
where
you
were
go,
you?
Clay.
Where were? Okay.
Hey, now we know. Now that we can take that information and we can put it together, it goes to show that the sky isn't just blue because it's just blue. End of discussion.
Okay. It's amazing. I appreciate it. I appreciate
Also,
it.
let's refer to page let's see here, 23 in the
Oh,
600
so it was
page science book.
polarization. Is that what you were saying?
Red light is seen as the longest wavelength, which is why when we look into the night sky and we peer at galaxies that are extremely far away, they appear as red because it takes longer for it to get to us, and the longest wavelengths are fucking red.
Well, the funny thing is, it doesn't get that red color until it's polarized by the atmosphere. Until it's polarized by the atmosphere, like you just explained. It's the same way the color of the sky comes from the polarization of light to the atmosphere, so does the red streak you see.
Guys, can I Oh no, I can't. Fuck.
Well, hold
wait.
on, man. You want to cover this subject, or is my mic working?
Your mic is working. I think he's a bit
Okay.
aroused.
Just blowing it. So
blowing
redshift
it,
is
make
due
sure-
to polarization. Distance. That's where we're at.
It's kind of silent in here when I'm muted. Oh, I'm unmuted. Okay. Well, this is very abusive power here. This is fun.
So, Alburn, do you want to go back to the topic at hand? And my initial question that would be
I just
how you
finished the
figured-
topic at hand.
Oh,
Mhm.
cool. So, can you go back to answering my question how you figured out that the ground is bending 360 degrees in every direction?
The same way I just told you that blue light is scattered more than the other colors because it travels in shorter, smaller waves. The exact same way.
So 1 second, you initially asked me a question, then you read it off from Google.
Actually, you know
the
what?
answer.
I'm being retarded.
That's okay.
How about let's do something so simple. How do you know an apple is nutritious? No, you think it's a joke? Answer the question. How do you know it's nutritious? You think it's
Because when you eat it, your taste buds say yummy.
No, not delicious. I'm saying nutritious.
Same thing.
Yeah, and I want to say something. Listen,
No,
we
not
haven't
taste buds.
we haven't established that an apple actually is nutritious.
Okay.
I got an apple orchard out here, and I'm here to tell you it's not the healthiest
Okay,
thing
so
you're gonna
you
eat.
just okay, so
Is this
you just
the leap
spoke
you
for
do?
him, so this is
So
this
is 1 second.
Okay, this is wow.
Okay,
It
Alburn,
is,
you
but
asked
we
me a
don't know
question.
that it's nutritious. So
Okay,
One
so
second.
you're gonna deny that an apple is nutritious.
So
that
Alburn,
means
listen, I'm
Alburn.
not denying that it has certain
I think
nutrients
this guy
in it.
might be
No,
on
but
drugs.
to say
So-
that it's nutritious in a totally healthy meal, that's
What if-
debatable.
what if we compare the nutrients of an apple to nutrients of other healthy fruits, and we figure out that the apple is healthy?
Well,
Is
we
the
can put
apple
all
healthy or not?
those in our hand. We can break them down and test them right here on Earth, can we not?
Yes, we can. Everyone get an apple. Let's get to
Yeah,
testing.
but Belmont, do you see the coping that he needs to do? We're going
Yeah.
from the initial point of the surface
No,
of
no, no, no,
Earth
no, 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 no.
Yeah,
to
he's
blue
in heavy
sky,
cog
What
to
you're
blue
doing right
sky,
now-
and then to apple.
Yeah,
To
now he's
apples and
he's
nutritions.
Newtoning it. He's
No,
trying
no,
to
no.
Newton
What-
us. He's
what
going to
you're-
the apple.
No, what you're doing right
Golly.
now is exactly what you
Next,
just
you'll be
explained I'm
telling us
doing.
one apple attracts another apple.
I'm using simple logic and applying it to something that should be simple, but you see it as complicated. I can bring up another example. I've brought this up before.
Is this how you know? 1 second,
Yes.
because apples, therefore ground is bending. Apples
Okay, no,
are
no, 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 no.
nutritious,
Scratch that,
therefore
scratch
the
that.
ground is bending. That is
Globe
very
Earth
interesting.
people who globe Earth theorists.
Yeah, get to the water bending part.
No. What? Sorry.
Probably
Listen,
water is bending because apple.
why do you think globe
Listen,
Give me the simple
listen,
answer.
we know
Bro,
damn well
please,
that an
please.
apple's nutritious because we can
I'm not
put it in
talking
our
about an
hand
apple. I'm not talking about an apple no
and
more.
run tests on it, but we can't put
This
your
is different.
colors, your light. We can't
I've
put
been-
the colors
I've been
or
using
the light
shitty-
in a test tube or a jar and then test it. So they're not analogous.
Okay, Clay, I get it. I was using the wrong analogy. Okay. Not Clay. Sorry, not you, Clay. But anyways, I'm gonna use this example. Clay, how do you think globe Earth? Why do you think globe Earths believe the Earth is a globe? Just give me your general opinion. Like, what's the most obvious factor why they believe it's a globe? Because they see what?
Photos from space.
Because they have seen it on TV.
Okay. Now I'm gonna use that
why
same
would they
logic.
lie? And then minority opinions are stupid.
Yep.
And then if you show
Understood.
them anything flat Earth related, they tell you it doesn't matter. That's actually proof of the globe.
Okay, so now I'm going to use that logic and I'm going to simplify it so that way you can see it better. If on the news, for example, on the news, we saw that a boat crashed. I've used this example before. We saw that a boat crashed into the Baltimore Bridge. Are you going to sit here and tell me that news isn't true because you weren't there and you didn't see it for yourself?
So where is Baltimore?
Hold on. It's not the same because we can go and verify it.
How? No, and we can go and verify that the Earth is a globe by going to space. So tell me how that is different.
Okay, let's go.
I will.
Hold on. It is different.
I'll spend 10 years in college to go to space. It's
just write 10 years in college isn't going to get you there, buddy. You got to get accepted.
Yeah, just write down that
I was in the
volunteer
military.
to go
I
as
know. Don't give me this
biomass,
bullshit.
undescript biomass.
Yeah, no shit. You have to get accepted. It's dangerous.
It does.
It's a lot of work.
So you acted like we can go. Like, come on, pack your bags. Let's do it. Money's no issue.
Okay, so my point is proven. I'm done.
You're never.
It wasn't proven. Other than you can't make a good analogy.
Just because you can't do something doesn't mean it's not real.
You can't do it. You could get to Baltimore.
Dude, you
it's
can't
possible.
even make a good analogy.
What if an astronaut came in this Discord channel right now and told you that he's been to space and told you that he's seen these things? What are you gonna say to him? Like, he shows you the papers. He shows you the papers that he's gone fucking the fucking travelogue. He's showing you everything.
Listen, just because the priest said he never raped that child didn't stop any fucking court
that's irrelevant. That is irrelevant.
Sentencing his ass to prison when the evidence was showed. So it's all about the evidence. It's all about the evidence and nothing about the assertion.
Yeah,
are you religious at all? Are you religious at all?
Yeah, this was very easy. Bart Sabel said the only proof he needs is for these high-grade military officers to put their hand on the Bible and swear that they went to the moon. And none of them would do it.
Why'd he get muted again? He didn't even say anything. What? Yo, unmute my man.
Why did who get muted? Who cares?
How about this? Hey, if you tell anyone to unmute anyone again, I'm just going to DC them. They can come back in 30 minutes.
You're going to say what? What? Say that again?
Listen, hold on, bro. Don't kill the only fish yet, man. We're still playing with
this they're coming around like in pairs, thinking like they're
You know what, Crit? First of all, we're not coming around in pairs. Second of all, if you want to do that, go ahead and mute me and fucking get rid of me for 30 minutes. You're obviously fucking angry at me.
I agree with
go ahead.
I agree with you in pairs, because you guys got partners. Isn't that what you call your gay your partner?
Yeah, but stay away from that.
You brought your partner, your co-pilot, or
what they want to do is disrupt.
Can your co-pilot make a better analogy than you?
Yeah,
dude,
disrupting.
Isn't you muting and fucking removing people and threatening to move them? Isn't that just disruptive?
No, that's order in the court.
Like your mom sucks on this. You suck at analogy.
How is that a bad analogy? How is that a bad analogy?
Look, you're getting feedback right now. You're high-pitched screaming.
You know what? What if
it's a bad analogy because you can physically lay your hands on one thing, but you can't
and then what if
lay your hand on the other thing and you're acting like it's true of both things.
So what if I don't have a car? What if I don't have a car and I don't have anything and I can't go to the Baltimore Bridge?
Motherfucker.
I'm not fucking walking to the Baltimore Bridge the same as you're not fucking walking to the college to go get a fucking degree. The fuck? It's the same fucking logic.
I don't know what the fuck. I walked into Baghdad, motherfucker. Listen, I'm not lazy like you. I walked into Baghdad, motherfucker.
This is pointless. It's like
because the Humvee got blowed up. It is
so
pointless.
can we just chill for a second?
I will walk to the college. It's not that far from my house.
The fuck you won't.
Let's just relax for a second.
With me.
All right, let's go. What about that? Let's hold fucking hands. And let's go get
but no Diddy, man. No Diddy.
Shit.
I'm not your partner.
Relax, take it easy for a second,
Listen,
and
hold it.
let's recap. Let's recap real quick
Yeah,
how
just
far
leave
we
that
have
Diddy shit where
moved
you
in the
live.
past 20 minutes. So
Can
if we
you guys hear
recap the
me?
past 20 minutes, the Earth is bending 306 degrees in every direction because of blue sky, apples, and nutrition.
That's not what I
Okay.
said at all. So you're
It's a very represented argument.
okay.
by
So you're
Carmen
really
Sosa
shit at
Moore.
having arguments now. Okay,
Hey, you
that's
left out
crazy.
analogies though.
That is projection, sir.
Yeah, his analogies were proofs too, weren't they? Throw that.
You
in.
literally just sat here and literally just chose to not understand it. That's literally not my fault.
Wait,
How
not
the fuck is that not my
understand
fault?
proof
It's
for
literally
any
so
ground
fucking
with
simple.
apples,
My
nutritions, and blue
He's
sky.
getting mad now, bro.
my 8-year-old fucking cousin with Down syndrome can understand that shit.
Holy shit,
fuck.
bro! Could you just shut the
God
fuck up
damn.
for a second, bro? Let somebody else talk, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Man, I'm really putting out the worst in people. I apologize for the room if this is
It's
the
not
way I
you,
talk
Clay.
or something. Okay.
It's not you.
I think
I'm trying to be chill. I'm trying to be chill, but this man is like getting all possessed or something.
Yeah,
Can you guys hear me?
That's just fucking stupid.
I can when he's not talking.
Listen, Auburn, all we need is simply to answer the question that Clay asked like 30 minutes ago at this point. It was trying to establish an honest conversation.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I just want to know how he knows that the Earth is bending.
Dude, we literally just spent the past 10 minutes discussing it. So
Yeah,
put
but
your
blue
little
sky, apples.
put
blue
the
sky,
context
apples.
together. Use your brain and realize what I'm saying, or don't.
Blue sky, apples, nutrient, and analogy.
That's not what I What are you doing?
Analogies. Don't leave out the analogies, you know?
Yes, because you're retarded. No shit, I used analogies.
And all that shit you use crash just like you're doing now.
Dude, I literally explained the most simple.
That's a power
You're leaving out the the most simple one I explained is
leaving
the
out
fucking
shit.
Baltimore Bridge. A fucking 4-year-old can understand that. Okay, it's not that hard.
Yeah, he can also understand that you can go to the bridge and say, "Yup, the bridge got hit." Now let's go to space.
Why can't you go to space
Let's you and
then?
I. What? Hey, why can we? Let's you and I just go.
Why couldn't you? Why couldn't you? Explain that.
That's a dumb question in this world.
No, it's not. Just because you're not capable of doing it because you haven't put in the time and work to do it.
We can't go
that's
rent
not
a
my
rocket,
fault.
you fucking moron.
Oh my
I can't get an Uber ride to space, you dumb fuck, man. Why is that even a question?
I have a question.
dumb.
Wait, are you religious? Are flat earthers even religious at all?
You're dumb, man. God
they
ain't
are.
gonna
They
say.
won't admit it, but they are.
Listen, God isn't
Well,
gonna save
everybody
neither one of
is
you
religious.
bitches.
I ain't religious. I ain't religious. So
No,
we're
you're a
throwing
bit.
that out the window.
And you won't find no forgiveness here either. So quit asking.
What is
Wait,
the reason?
Battlemod, are you religious? Are you religious?
No,
What
I
is-
have no forgiveness for you. I just told you that.
Are you religious?
There will be
Red
no
herring.
Christian charity here because I'm not Christian. No.
There
Are
is
you
no
religious?
God damn, it
There
was a
is-
simple question.
There is no such thing as someone not being religious. You defending the faith-based heliocentric belief system
first
is
of
you
all,
giving testimony
religion-
to being a religious person. So what is the
Religion-
reason that you woke up
Listen,
today?
Religion and
What do you
idea.
believe? Why did
Okay.
you wake up today? What is the reason for waking up in the morning for you?
Religion, ideology, and facts are 3 completely different things. We are presenting an ideological viewpoint right now. This is not
No.
religious. Yes,
No, so
don't
far,
try to deny
so
it.
far you have been acting very religious by avoiding my simple
It's
question.
use the
by
correct
inserting
term.
upon my simple question answers that
Alright,
are
I'm done.
non-related to my
I'm not
question,
talking
which
to
would
you.
be the
You're
surface
stupid.
area
You're
of Earth. You have mentioned as an answer blue sky, apple, and nutrition so far. This is not an answer sophisticated enough to give answer to why the ground beneath you is spinning 360 degrees
It's
in
not
every
supposed
direction.
to be sophisticated. It's
I'm trying
supposed
to be
be
very
common
reasonable
sense.
here. You're
Common
trying to be
sense,
not
huh?
very reasonable here.
You already know the answer to these questions.
What?
Common
What
sense
did you just
goes
say?
against. Common sense goes against observable truth. Is that what you're saying?
What if common sense is observable truth? What are you
Well,
talking
then I'd
about?
go out, observe a flat local plane, and common sense would tell me the ground I live on is flat.
Well, I
Yeah,
can
but
go and
if
observe
you
my science book and see what it says and tells me. The fuck?
if you see
one
railroad
is-
tracks going off into the horizon,
Why
it
would it
looks
be
like it looks like they intersect, right? But we know that they don't intersect; that they're actually parallel. So why should you trust your vision? Many
just
things
realized
are
something.
counterintuitive.
I don't know. Listen, do you trust your vision when you read your science book?
Wait, but
So how
I
is
just
that a
realized
response to
something.
what I just
No,
said to you?
listen. No. Because
Listen,
how is that any
hold
different?
on.
How is that any different?
Hold
from-
on. When the
Okay.
entire scientific method starts with observation, we don't ignore it, and
Yeah,
nobody's
but I
telling
just
you.
pointed out if you
Nobody's
observe,
telling you to. Nobody's
if you
telling
observe
you
train
to
tracks going to the
stop,
horizon line, they look
motherfucker.
like they intersect, but we know they don't intersect. So so you understand that things can appear one way and they could actually be the other way?
I do.
So
That's
right,
why we
so what-
ask you.
you saying,
That's
like,
why we ask you for.
How do you explain a horizon
Let him finish.
on the
Let
flat
him
Earth
finish.
when, like, you must be on a sphere
Let
to
him
have a
finish.
horizon?
Let him finish.
A horizon's just a limit. A
Goddamn,
horizon's
let him
just a
finish.
limit to your eyesight, moron. And
That's
second
not
off,
what a horizon is, idiot.
Battle mod.
we don't
How-
stop at observation as a flat
Right.
earther. Listen, you got to learn to let other people in there.
Okay, so how do you explain the
Can
solar
you
eclipse?
stop interrupting me?
You literally don't let us talk, bro.
I don't want. Listen, you two have been doing nothing but yelling. You're the ones not letting anybody have a civil conversation. Now, listen. So we started with science.
This is what
starts
they
with
do always.
observation. We observe a flat local Earth, and then we go out and we test against your model for curvature. We don't find curvature, therefore we trust what we see with our eyes.
Can I?
How do you explain? How do you explain the solar eclipse from the flat Earth model?
I don't need to.
Oh, okay. How do you explain? How do you explain? How do you explain that if you're in a flat area, that the horizon line makes a 360-degree unbroken line around you?
I don't know that it does.
What is it supposed to do
Is
if
that
you're
the
not in
limit
a
of your
flat
eyesight
area?
when you spin in a circle?
No. Because if I raise, I know it's not. Because if I get higher, I could see further away. So clearly, the horizon line isn't the result of like my sight being limited.
It is.
Right? No, because the
How did you
horizon.
figure that
If
out?
I get higher
Listen.
up, I can see further
The
beyond. than if I
closer
was
you
just
are
standing.
to the surface, you have a limited field of view. When you raise
No,
an
but how do you
elevation,
explain? How do you
when
explain
you
me getting
raise an
higher and then
elevation,
being able
you
to see more?
increase your
Battle
field
mod,
of blue.
you're talking
The
over
only
me.
way I can explain it is when you
Bro,
shut the
like
fuck
what?
up.
Bro, you literally talking over him. What the
Right,
fuck
right.
are you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh my.
How do you? So if it's the case that the horizon
When
line,
you
right?
say, "How do you explain that?" I
Yeah,
let me
expect you
finish.
give a
Let me finish what I'm
person
saying.
you give
So
a
if it's
person
the
a
case that
chance
the
to
horizon
explain it.
line, so if it's the case that the horizon line
It's
is as
fucking
far
kitty
as
hour
I
in here,
can
isn't it?
see,
Maybe.
if it's the horizon line is as far
If
as my
it's a
vision
case,
goes, and I get up on a
is it
ladder,
the case?
can you said that right?
Yeah,
You're making-
listen. You said, "How do you explain that?" I was trying
Right,
to,
right.
and then your
No, but I'm
bitch
trying
ass
to. I
interrupted
wasn't
me to
done. I wasn't
repeat it
done. I
again.
wasn't
Shut
done.
the
You're
fuck
talking
up.
over me.
Shut up.
You're
Shut
talking
up.
over me. You're
Shut up.
talking over me.
Shut
No.
up, or you'll
So
get
if I
muted.
get on a ladder, then I could see
Shut
further
the
away. Why is
fuck
that the
up.
case?
You already said if I raise
All right,
an
explain that.
elevation, I'll see further, and I tried to explain it when you said, "How do you explain that?"
I'll
We don't
explain it.
need you to repeat it. Easy. When you're near surface, you have a limited field of view. So you can't
Why?
see as far. But what do you mean why? Because the
What's in my
surface
way?
creates an angle of view. The surface, you're viewing along the surface. Now when you raise up an elevation, you increase your field of view, therefore you increase the distance at what you can see.
Okay, so then I don't. So then
It's all
so
about
the horizon,
field
by
of view.
definition, isn't what I can
Oh,
only
I
see
swear,
far away, then, right?
motherfucker, you don't like to let other people talk, do you?
That's funny because that's what you've been doing to me. So, like, if that's so
No,
by
dude,
that, by
you
your own
asked a
right,
question, made a statement, and then when it was time for me
so
to
by your own
reply,
right, then
you
the
kept
horizon
running
isn't as
your
far as I can
fucking
see, right?
mouth. And now I'm going to do it to you because
So
you
by
get
your
what
own
you
right, the
give.
horizon isn't the limits of my vision, then, right?
No, it is a limit to your vision,
Well,
but
then how could it be then if I step up, like, a couple of feet higher, I
because
can see further away?
when you increase your field of view, you have a greater
How am I
distance.
increasing my field of view by stepping on a ladder?
How are you not? You raise yourself off the surface, you can see further down angle
so, like,
and
an
further
8-foot
up.
person could see further away than me?
Oh, fuck this kid, man.
Because you're just saying stupid things to me.
Listen, bitch, if you keep interrupting me, you're just going to be kicked out of the fucking server.
So can you answer the question?
Repeat. No, I'm not even going to try now because the last 5 times I tried, you just talked over me. You don't want to answer. You want an emotional response. And if we were face to face, you'd already got it and they've been calling for an EMT.
All right, Bellamont, that's...
Oh, so this guy
Fucking little bitch, motherfucking bitch, motherfucker. You heard me, cunt.
Like, he doesn't like what I'm saying to him.
No, I don't like the way you're acting. It's got nothing to do with what you're saying, you little bitch.
Yeah, did you notice I haven't insulted
I don't give a fuck.
Right, so which one of us
Shut your bitch ass up, man.
Which one is
you're
behaving
just a little bitch. What are you going to do about it? Who gives a fuck about your effeminate views, bitch? You can't leave your house with them. That's why you sit on the internet and dude, the only way you can have that bitch ass view, the way you talk to people, is if your bitch ass sits in a safe ass room on the internet. You come out in the world with that shit and somebody will test your fucking mouth.
Oh yeah, because when I come out in the world, when I like,
you won't talk to people like that in real life, but you'll do it on the internet.
I do it all the time.
Because there's no recourse. But when there's no recourse, bitch.
We're done.
Talk this way to people in real life.
We're done.
Bitch, I would smack the dog.
Can we get back?
It's completely devolved. So we're going to try to get back to the topic. Does anybody have any serious questions? If not, I would rather hear dead air than all that nonsense. Okay.
I think that was just in a framework where they're trying to trigger each other, and yeah, that's like enough of that shit. Threats of violence are not tolerated at all.
Yeah, no, don't even allude to it. We're not doing that.
So we're just going to keep everyone on mute for just a couple seconds to calm things down and then start it up again. Unless someone else has something they want to say.
Balls.
Wait, microphone check.
Yeah, Clay, got you, man.
Oh, thank you. I thought my internet crashed. Wait, did you hear my last transmission?
Maybe.
I find it suspect that they don't want to talk about the surface, neither the horizontal water.
So, okay, let's see if Rascal. Okay, so Rascal, did flat earthers make any claims to sky magic?
I don't know. Did they?
No.
Okay, so how does the what do you mean sky magic? What do you mean? What does that even mean? Sky magic.
So if the surface of the Earth is described as flat, and the motion of the Earth is described as stationary, and your question is, how do you explain sky magic? Do you see how that's a malformed question?
How did I ask? How do you explain sky magic? I explained.
You started asking about different eclipses.
How do you explain the eclipse from the flat Earth position?
Yeah,
that's what I'm asking. That's
how is that related to the flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm wondering how the sun and the moon and how eclipses work according to the flat Earth model. That's all I'm asking.
Is that inside the idea of flat Earth, or is that outside?
Yeah, I would imagine that it has something to do with flat Earth.
Okay,
yeah,
so the sky, for you, the sky is the Earth.
You'd have to have an opinion about how the sun and the moon
The
works,
sky.
right?
So how about this? You could completely remove the sky, block it out completely.
I can't. That's a key component of my experience.
No, the ground. The ground is your key component. Down.
No, I
not up.
look at the sky. I experience the sky every day. It's like a key.
Yeah, that's
component
not
of
the Earth.
my
That's the sky. The sky.
I know
How
that,
you're
but I mean,
able to
but the sky
understand?
is part of the Earth system, right?
No, it's
Like,
two
so-
separate things. Up and down.
No, because the sky is the atmosphere of the Earth. So and the atmosphere includes the Earth.
So you think the
So-
sun and the moon are inside the atmosphere?
No, I don't think that. I'm asking you how
Okay.
you guys.
So you think they're
explain it.
outside of the atmosphere then?
Yeah, I'm asking. I
So
know what
not
I
the Earth.
believe about that. You know what I believe
Okay, so
about.
you're looking at stuff that
you
isn't
already know what
related
I
to the
believe
Earth.
about the sun and the Earth. I'm asking
See, your
what
logic
your
is broken
account
because you're stuck because you invoke sky magic. Then when you've seen
I'm asking you about
observations,
your position. I'm not asking about my position. I know what my position is. I'm asking what your position is.
yeah, no one
regarding the
makes
sun
claims
and
to
the
any
moon.
sky magic.
No, I'm asking you what your position is on
Yeah,
on the
no
sun and
one's
the moon.
making any claim to sky magic. Surface of the Earth, down.
Okay, so how does the sun and the moon work on the flat Earth model?
Yeah, the same way it does. The same way, exactly how you see it. That's exactly how it works.
I don't know what that means. I
Okay,
see
then
what
you
I
don't
see.
know. You don't know what it means, so that's fine.
So what does it
You're
mean
completely
for so how
stumped.
does
That
the
you,
flat
that's
Earth
why
and the
you know that you will
sun
never
work?
get back to your globe because you can't even start from the very
I'm not
baseline.
asking about my position. I'm asking about your
Yeah,
model.
I told you. I gave you an answer that you should be able to
You
understand,
said you
but
don't
you can't.
know. You said you don't know, so you don't have a model. So you
No, I
just
said
say
it
these
works
things without
exactly as I
a
see
model.
it. It moves across the sky. That's
I don't
it.
know what that means. What is it? So what does that
you
entail
don't know.
when
You
say
don't
that?
get it. You
How
don't
far
know what
away
it
is the
means, and you
sun?
don't understand. Okay.
How does the solar eclipse work on a flat Earth?
Exactly the way you see it work.
I don't know what that means.
You just don't add in a lava water ball spinning through space with a giant ball of gas and fire. You just don't add the sky magic stuff.
I'm not asking you about. I know what the standard model is for the sun and the moon. I'm asking what your model is. For fuck's sake.
Yeah,
What
and I
is
told you the model is the surface of the Earth.
I don't know what that means. I'm asking you about the sun and the moon. You're just stonewalling.
And that's sky magic. You're asking about sky magic.
So from your opinion, the sun and the moon, according to flat Earth, the sun and the moon are sky magic.
No, according to you, because you don't know how it works.
No. Everybody knows how the moon and the sun work.
Wait. Were you asking about the solar
on the
eclipse?
standard model? I'm asking about your model.
Yeah.
Are you asking about the solar
Which
eclipse?
model? Well, hold on. Wait.
I'm asking how the
don't
flat
try
Earth
to derail
model.
this.
How does
Okay,
the sun and the
ram
moon?
that model in the chat
how do
real
you
quick.
guys
Let's see what you're
explain the
talking
sun and the
about.
moon according to the flat Earth model.
Ram that model in the chat real quick and see what it looks like.
I don't know what you're asking. I'm asking you for your model.
Okay, you're invoking a model. Which model are you talking about? Ram that in the
I'm
chat.
asking you what your model is. The flat Earth model.
The ground is down. The sky is up.
Yeah, I'm asking about how the sun and the moon work in your model.
Can you model that? Are you able to model that at all?
I'm asking
Up
no,
and
'cause
down?
I don't know what that means.
If you're going to make
When
a
you just say
house,
the ground
do
and
you
the
know
sky, I
where
don't know
your
what that means.
ceiling is and you know where the floor is? Can you model up and down?
I don't think the Earth is the same as like the like inside my house. So,
But
can
are you
explain-
able to model up and down?
Sure. What does that
Okay,
have
there
to
you
do
go.
with-
So up and down.
Uh-huh.
The down part is flat and stationary. The up part moves east to west.
What's the up part? I don't know. What is the
sky.
up part? The sky moves east to west.
Yeah.
How does the sky move? What is the sky made of according to the flat Earth?
Yeah, exactly what you see it as. It's lights in the sky.
Nobody knows what the sky is made of. But
So
Lights,
there's like
yeah.
there's like lights in the sky. When you say light,
Okay, so you don't understand what lights in the sky mean. Are they not that? Okay, so what is it then? If it's not
what
lights
is
in the
it?
sky, what are they?
There are a bunch of bulbs up there, like there are sockets. and bulbs.
What are you looking at? Do you see lights in the sky or you don't see lights in the sky?
It's daytime right now where I am, so there's the only light in the sky is the sun. Are you saying it's a bulb?
So it's not a light in the sky? Or is it a light in the sky?
No, I mean the sun is more than just the light in the sky.
It's more than that, but you said it's not that. So it's that and not that at the same time? Is it a light in the sky or not a light in the sky?
Just answer the question that how does
how are you unable to understand this? Is it a light in the sky?
light in the sky?
Is it a light in the sky?
No, the sun.
Okay, so for you, your worldview is that the sun is not a light in the sky. Okay, I'm good. I'm complete. Does anyone have any other questions for this guy?
I just wanted to answer his solar eclipse thing.
No, we can keep that for speculation Sunday.
Okay.
Because
It's
really,
gonna be like
all
one
you can
sentence.
do is just write down what you observe and then try to match that to some sort of conceptual idea. And
That's
he's
kinda
not
what
able to
one
do
is,
that.
yeah.
That's why he can't predict. He can't talk about the different different observations.
Moon appears to move in front of sun. Finished.
Can he deal with water?
Yeah, not even that though. How they only know it's the moon because the moon's not visible the whole day or the whole night. The whole 24 hours. Then the sun, it's solar eclipse, mind you. Then they got even more problems. When they try to explain lunar eclipse. This is the issue. This is why the globe, they'll never come in here and give their explanation to solar or lunar eclipses because they can't. Because they don't have the data set. They don't have the proof. They can't demonstrate it. So they'll come in here and they'll say they know they can't explain it. They'll tell you to explain their sky magic and then think they won something after you told them, I didn't invoke it. That's your problem. That's your fault. You claimed it. You prove it. Let's see if Rascal, if he's good now. So is the sun a light in the sky, or is it not that?
So why did I get muted?
Yeah, because you said the sun was not a light in the sky. That's
Yeah, because I already explained.
Okay, so it's not. Are you back? The way to get unmuted is be at least somewhat reasonable. If you can't even admit that you can describe the sun as a light in the sky, then what's the point of even talking to you? All right, try again, Rascal. Is the moon and the sun lights in the sky?
No, can I finish my explaining what they are?
No, no one cares. No. Until you're able to share some kind of lived experience, there's no point even talking to you. You can try the other rooms too. Just go to the other rooms and tell people the sun's not light in the sky and see what they get a kick out of,
Right, Rascal, why is the sun and moon not a light in the sky? I don't understand.
All right, you want to try Auburn? Is the sun and the moon lights in the sky?
What does that mean?
Exactly what it sounds like.
Are the sun and the moon lights in the sky?
Yeah, are they lights in the sky? Or are they not that?
From the Earth's
No,
position.
they're not. They're not just lights in the sky.
No one said just. Are they that? Are they lights in the sky? Okay, think about it. Pause and think. Is it a light in the sky or it's not a light in the sky?
It's not a light in the sky.
Okay. See, this is why they have this weird sky magic where things are never what they appear to be. You see it as a light in the sky. You could go to a planetarium and have them project it onto a dome ceiling, a light in the sky. But somehow it's not that. It's not what you see. It's not what you hear. It's not what you sense. They got a complete nonsensical world, which is why they have to ask questions and then not understand any answer. Because their worldview is based on a complete lack of understanding. They don't know this stuff. And they never will.
Can I ask him your same question but a different framing? See if he answers.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's see what happens.
Okay. Auburn, from your position on the Earth, when you look up in the sky, when you look at the moon and the sun, does the moon and the sun appear to be lights in the sky?
That's sure, yeah. That doesn't even make sense. What? What are you talking about? What do you mean lights in the sky?
When you look at the sun and the moon, do they emit light towards you?
Everything emits light. That's end of discussion.
I mean, so like a
literally everything you look at emits light. Literally everything.
No, but there's a light beam, a ray of light coming into your eyes from the moon and the sun, right?
Yes, that's how colors work. That's how everything works.
That's all. Great.
Okay.
So now you got your answer, Crit.
There's your answer, Crit.
So is the sun, the moon, the light in the sky?
They are not a light, but they emit light. There's your answer. That's the same. Listen, Crit, listen. That's the same as saying my PC sitting right behind me. It's not a light. It emits light, but it's not a light. I can see it because it's emitting light. That doesn't
That's
mean
fair.
it's a light, Crit. That doesn't mean
fair.
it's a light.
You can say it emits light. That's okay.
It
We don't
literally does.
know. We don't know what they
Literally
are
does.
anyway. We don't know what
Hang
the sun
on a
and
second.
the moon are.
Oh, I need to interrupt.
No, you're good. You're good.
I was
Interrupt
just
all you
saying,
want.
it's fair to say that they emit light because we don't know what they actually are, right? So
I have a question for the gentleman.
Crit,
Did you say every? Sorry, just quickly. Did the gentleman say everything emits light?
Yes,
That's correct.
That's literally how you see. It's
Is that actually true?
well,
No.
like light. Okay, like not like emits. Like it's like I don't know how to like
Well,
like
you
it
said
like
emit.
light like bounces off of shit and then you can see it. Like in that sense.
Okay. So how would one tell the difference between something that is reflecting something that is previously super, super bright, but then you see it bounce off something and then it just being really, really bright as opposed to like as bright as its original source?
Restart that question. I got lost. That was really confusing.
What I'm asking is how would one distinguish a light source that is, say, whatever, X lumens versus a reflecting medium of that original source that is also, you see it also as X lumens, right?
Bro,
what I'm asking is how do you tell the difference
write
between
that out
something
for
that's
me.
emitting?
Write that out for me.
What I'm asking is how would someone tell the difference between an emission of a certain brightness or a reflection of a certain brightness?
I can answer this. So, if you can imagine somebody reflecting a light off of a mirror and then having it bounce back onto somebody else, like light doesn't move in a straight line. It'll cone out from its light source, and so the strength of the light will diminish over a distance. Is basically what I'm getting at.
Okay.
So divergent, not parallel.
Right.
Yeah. Welcome to Flat
Why
Earth.
I'm asking that is because the gentleman said everything emits light, but that doesn't seem to be true.
Why do you keep calling me?
Almost everything reflects.
No,
light.
I said light bounces off. I corrected myself. I said light bounces off of it. That's what I meant.
He did say
okay.
The word you should use is reflect. But
yeah, I am in the wrong for that. You are correct. I meant it like it bounces off. Sorry about that. Choice
Fair
of
enough.
words.
Thank you.
I think that's why I was getting confused. My bad. Mick, whatever your name is. Sorry.
Yes, sir. No problem.
All right. So, Crit, you asked me a question and you left me hanging. So,
No, I don't have any questions for you.
Oh, okay. Easy one. Okay.
Yeah, it's very easy in my epistemology. Once someone deviates from a basic fact, I'm good. I'm
Elaborate.
complete.
Elaborate.
Like you don't know what the sun and the moon are, and you know what they are. But also not what they are. There's something else, and yeah, I'm complete, dude. This is why you're confused about what flat Earth is, and you think the sky. Actually, the sky is the Earth.
So you left me hanging, man.
Wait, no. We're not done.
Yes,
We're not done. We're done.
Indeed.
Crit. Use your imagination here. Explain to me how the sun rises in. Wait, am I being retarded? Wait, it rises in the east, right, guys? Yeah, it rises in the east. And sorry, I don't know why I didn't know that. Sorry.
Why do you have to
rises-
imagine it though? Because that's what it does.
Yeah. So explain to me how it rises in the east and west on a flat Earth, and how the hell that makes any sense at all.
How? What do you mean how? Like a mechanical how?
Yeah, I guess you could. Yeah, how?
I don't know.
How would it?
How do you prove that?
I don't know. You tell me. I'm asking you the question.
Did anyone make a claim that they know how it does it?
I'm asking the question.
No, he just wants to ask questions.
More sky magic.
The answer is nobody knows the actual mechanic of the moon or the sun.
Okay, but you're sitting. Okay, that's just.
We just see
So
it
you're
move.
gonna tell me you don't have the mechanics or the whatever about the sun or the moon, but you have enough knowledge to understand that the Earth is flat? That doesn't make
But
sense.
nothing. Yeah, that's got nothing to do with nothing.
Yeah, what's
How?
the correlation? Can
When
you
you're talking
please?
about
Go on,
the
Tim.
Earth, you're talking about. Sorry, mate. When you're talking about the Earth, you're talking about the Earth. You're not talking about the sun rising and setting. It's got nothing to do with what.
I
How
think
does the sun rise?
that Auburn in general has a problem with understanding what the topic is at hand, because I asked him the question how he knows that the ground is bending 360 degrees in every direction, and his answers to that was so far
That
the
was like
sky
30
is
minutes
blue,
ago.
apples, and nutrition. Yeah, I'm still waiting for. Yeah, I'm still trying to get an answer from you because you seem to avoid answering it. Now, you talked about the sky being blue and apples being nutritious, sir. This is not a
Yeah,
sophisticated answer.
he's making it sound like I made a retarded statement.
Could you explain the
Well, you called yourself retarded, sir.
We're not gonna stray
Go
away
ahead,
from
Woz.
this topic. We're not gonna stray away from this topic. We can get to that later.
I wanna
I
ask
just
you a
want to
question.
know how you are able to observe that the Earth is flat and be set on that. Now explain to me.
Because it's measurably flat.
Okay, well then why can't you you just can't explain how the sun works then? You can't
How are you
explain
gonna?
you
How
can't
are you gonna
explain how the
confirm
days
it?
are shorter in Alaska or the days are longer at the equator. You can't
Because
explain that?
Because the sun moves between the two tropics.
What? Explain. I'm interested. I want to
Well,
know.
that's how it works on the globe too, you moron.
How does that work on a flat Earth? That doesn't make sense.
I can see it.
That doesn't because then the Earth wouldn't be flat if
I'll
you
try to give you a
did it like that.
visualization.
The Earth
Somebody
literally
can
wouldn't be
probably.
flat.
What's that got? You're saying the Earth
can see it
wouldn't be
right
flat,
there.
but it measures to be flat, so it doesn't matter what's going on in the sky.
How am I going to
If
get
you
over
measure the Earth to be
No, I
flat,
can see it right in
it's
front of me.
flat. No matter how.
Like I just told you.
Who knows?
No, I want to ask Crit this.
Dude.
Wait. I'm trying to ask Crit this.
Let go of it.
No, I'm not
Let go of
because
it.
you're not explaining it.
No,
You're just
what are you
giving me
doing?
you're giving me bullshit excuses. That's all you guys are doing.
Excuses,
Bullshit
man.
excuses.
Okay. If something measures and is observed to be flat,
This
is
isn't
it
about
flat?
guys. Why are you making
flat
my
or
question
not?
so
Hang on,
complicated?
dude. Just
You're
calm
making everything
down, dude.
complicated.
Hey,
I'm
just
just
calm down.
asking
It's
you.
not complicated. Listen to this simple question. All right. If something measures to be flat and is observed to be flat, is it flat?
I'm swimming around down there.
Who said it was measured to
Keep
be
guessing
flat?
in there.
Who
I
measured
did.
it?
I
With your
did.
fucking
I'm
eyes?
gonna try from that rock
No
right
shit.
there.
Let's reset. Okay, he missed it. He was not
Well,
able to
good
engage
luck.
the question, so let's try
I don't know
again.
how you're going to get to it.
Thank
It's
you.
nasty.
Okay,
Watch for
so-
snakes and bears.
You're hot micing, says who?
Yeah, okay. So, right, the question, if something's observed and measured flat, is it flat? Just the answer to that. That's all, thanks.
Dude, this is my
If you can't
argument.
answer that question,
Just the
nobody
answer
can
to
talk
that
you.
question. If it's observed and measured flat, is it flat? That's all. Go ahead.
You guys are avoiding my question. I'm done.
Yeah, so that's a weird way to avoid a question.
Buddy.
If something's observed and measured flat, is it?
You are avoiding my question.
That's a really weird way to avoid a question.
That's
so let's just do
projection.
it again. The question, you know what it is by now. Okay, try again.
Answer my question.
Okay, so he did it
Grab
again.
it,
Same question, try again.
Answer my question. Try again.
Okay, so that's
take
all
a
he
shot
can do.
at
He
this?
literally cannot engage with anything we say. So at this point, you've demonstrated there's absolutely no point in attempting communication with you because you absolutely are incapable of engaging with whatever we say. You're just like a deranged schizophrenic detached from reality who's going to go off on his own tangents regardless of what anybody says to you. So why don't you fuck off?
Yep.
Can I
No
give
reason to continue.
This is my.
Can I take a shot at this?
Sure.
All right. I just want to point something out here because maybe this is an element an element to this that maybe is preventing him from being okay with answering the question. Right? Is it if it's the case that like if we show something to be true, right? As in the ground being flat, and it invalidates or I guess I'm guessing here that by showing that the ground is flat, it invalidates a lot of other presuppositions about how other things work. Do you feel comfortable with that idea? With like, as in, I couldn't hear. Can you answer my question?
Like, bro, it
Like,
was
are
literally
are you uncomfortable with the idea that if something is if something is shown to be wrong and it invalidates a bunch of other stuff, can you feel comfortable with knowing that this one thing is true and therefore the other things cannot be true? Are you okay with that to some degree?
Dude, you like talk out of your ass or something.
Okay, well,
Wait,
just try
Mick,
it
let me.
again. I'm just going to mute him every time he fails to
Yeah, okay.
engage with the point. So
All right.
you can
Well,
try again.
if I am coming incoherently, please let me know. I did just wake up, so my apologies if that's the case. But I am trying to point. I am trying to point out the fact that I forget how it was worded in another context where it's number one. You don't have to have the answer to everything, right? And just because we fall, and the other thing is, if we've falsified one thing, we don't have to replace it with another thing. We're just proving something to be not the case that was demonstrated or that was supposed to be previously, right? So, are you okay with that being the case, or do you have to have an answer to everything?
Well, I think that's the most
Sorry
on
about
point
that,
he's
my
been
bad.
this entire time.
So, can we please go back to?
Nope. So, do you want to try again
right.
with him, or
I can try one. I can try one more. Okay. Let me try one more.
I yield. Go ahead.
Auburn. If the Earth is measured and observed as a sphere, is it then a sphere?
What? Say that again. Sorry.
If we observe the Earth as a globe and we measure it as a globe objectively, is it then a globe?
Observe the Earth as flat, but it's measured as a globe, so it's a.
If we
globe.
observe and measure the Earth as a globe, is it then a globe? Is it a sphere? If we measure and observe it.
What do you mean? Define your define. Sorry, I can't speak. Define observe. What do you mean by observe?
See it.
Okay, we see it as flat, but we measure it as a globe.
Okay, so that wasn't the point. It was a hypothetical. If it's observed as a globe, then is it?
No, it's not observed as a globe, but it's measured as a globe. Your point?
What the
I didn't ask you whether it is observed one way or the other. It was just a hypothetical as to whether if it is. So try again.
Wait, restate that again. Restate that again.
I'll
Just to make sure.
I'll let you, Woz, ask your own question.
If we
again.
see the Earth as a globe, if we see the curve of the Earth and we observe it, is it then a sphere? And measure it, sorry.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. If we see the Earth as flat and measure it as flat, is it then flat?
But sure, yeah.
Okay, wow, amazing. We got that. Great.
That took
we got there.
so long just to get there. Okay. Progress.
It's not progress. You just like what?
Do you want to see a measurement?
You're correct.
Hold on, friend. Hold on, friend. I don't want you to undercut your own progress by saying it's not progress. That is progress. Because not 3 minutes ago, you were unable to several the point from the Earth proposition being about the Earth from being about things that aren't the Earth, like the sun, the moon, the sky, and all this. So you actually did make progress, and I heard it with my own ears, so I congratulate you.
What are you talking about? You're just talking nonsense. The fuck?
Yeah, congrats, Auburn. Congrats.
No, friend. Not 3 minutes ago, you could not separate the proposition of the Earth being this or that from the things that aren't the Earth.
Dude,
and then
what the hell
30 seconds ago, you finally conceded that if the Earth is measured and seen as what it is, then it is what it is, regardless of what other things are.
All I asked was how, if you observe the Earth rising in the east and setting in the west, how does that work with your logic? That's all I asked. And then you presented me.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong, sir.
No.
No,
you're
wrong.
You're wrong.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
It was my question. You guys fucked it up. You guys tried to make it your argument. It was my. I just explained
you're
my
wrong.
question.
You're wrong, dude. You're wrong. Look, nobody. Look, if you want to know about other things that aren't the Earth, that's fine. That's a fair question to ask. Don't get me
How is
wrong.
the question wrong? What?
It's dude. No, the logic is wrong. I didn't say the question's wrong. The question's just a question.
Then the logic isn't wrong. What are you talking about?
No, dude. The problem is that you're trying to synergize the Earth and the Sun together when they're separate things.
Okay, but they still like it still works in unison though, so it's a relevant question.
No, not necessarily. That's an assumption, dude.
You have to like it. Yeah, you're right. They're two separate things, but like that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what we're observing here. We're observing two things.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So check this out. The other guy answered your question, though. This is what he said.
No, they didn't.
So I'll just break it down for you. Yes, he did. I was listening.
No,
okay.
they didn't.
Listen, I will tell you what he said.
All right, I'm listening.
Okay, check it out. He said, if the Earth is flat, then it's flat. That proposition stands. If the Earth is flat, and that's a true proposition, then it's flat.
Okay.
We then see things about the things in the sky, and all that we can do at best is try to make up an explanation for why it's happening. That's what he said, and that's a perfectly fair answer.
No, I don't know if we're talking about the same dude here, but what the last person explained to me is if we observe the Earth as being flat and if we can measure as being flat, is it flat? I said yes. If we can observe if the Earth is a globe, if we can and he said this too. He said if we can observe that the Earth is a globe and we can measure it as a globe, then is it a globe? I said yes. They are. That has. Like,
correct. Now that you've agreed to that point,
just because I agreed to the flat Earth,
hold on. You now must concede the third point, which is that the interpretation of what the sun is doing is severable from those two propositions.
No, because those two propositions don't work with what I'm talking about. Because first of all, the Earth isn't observed as a globe; it's observed as flat.
That's your assumptions, dude.
No, it's not an assumption because bro, that's just so retarded. What if I just
it's not.
Okay, so you're telling me that okay, so now I'm going to assume that the Earth can't be observed as flat if it is seen as flat.
That's not even the point. That's not even the point, dude.
All right, bro.
Okay, the proposition that he gave you was hypothetical. His claim was if the Earth could be observed as flat. Now, I would generally say what he means by that, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's seen or observed in a way that's conclusive that it's flat. And it's then measured to corroborate that conclusion. And transversely, otherwise it's measured and seen as a globe. So in those two instances, I'm not putting any economy of scale. I'm not putting economy of perspective. I'm just saying that if the conclusions carry that the Earth is ipso facto flat in itself or ipso facto globe in itself, then those propositions hold regardless of any interpretation of what's going on with things in the sky.
That's not true because that's not the one of those logic or propositions isn't what is actually true. Either for neither of them, either of them aren't true. So I don't understand what the point is.
Listen, pay attention and let's see if you can understand this. Okay, they are hypotheticals. Okay.
Okay.
The image is conditionally hypothetical and given as true in itself.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't claim that a hypothetical is false, dude.
So what does a hypothetical have something to do with what I'm talking about?
Because, dude, for the umpteenth time. Okay, so don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Our conversation here is valuable because it shows the audience how ignorant your position is. So, if you understand that if the thing in itself is the thing in itself, then interpretations of what other things are doing are irrelevant.
Sorry, you actually kind of like cut out for me a little bit there, so you have to repeat that.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. I was just saying, if you understand that if the object itself is determined by the properties of the object itself, however they are gathered, to determine that it is this or that. Other interpretations about what things that are not the object itself are doing are irrelevant.
Dude, I'm not trying to be a dick. I have no idea what you just said in that last part.
I know you don't. That's the problem.
No, like I couldn't understand you. Like I headphones.
Oh, you couldn't make it out? It wasn't clear? Okay, fair.
Yeah.
Can I try it? Can I try a different way, AI? It's the same
Oh,
shit.
you sound better now. You sound better now.
Alright. So if
just real quick, dude. If a thing in itself can be demonstrated to have a particular property by the direct observation or measurement of the object itself, then interpretations of what other things are doing that aren't the object are irrelevant.
Perfect. That was as clear. If you don't get that, then I don't know what you're going to get, because that was clear as day.
I'm really not trying to be a dickhead, but I don't see how you're going to substitute hypotheticals in your quote unquote theoretical world and then say that the fucking hypothetical is fucking.
Okay, what if we can show you that the Earth is measured and observed to be flat? Because you said before it is observed to be flat.
Go ahead. I would love that.
Okay, all right. I'll give you
Show me.
one. Give you one laser test that you can go and look at.
Still doesn't. See, but here's the thing. Because if
So you're
I
not
were to
gonna-
spend. No. I will. But if I present you with an like any other piece of evidence, you're just going to deny it right away. So what's going to stop me?
We can talk about your evidence, but if you want to go away and read this, I just put it in the chat.
A 600-page book right here.
Okay, we can go through it now if you want.
Yeah, let's.
A 600-page book. A 600-page book. Well, who's got a 600-page book? What the heck?
You think it's a joke? I came prepared.
Sorry.
What is it? What is it? Is it Mathematical Theories of Higher Geodesy, Volume 1? Is that what it is?
Hold on, give me a second.
Just FE Core.
Well, I'm just curious because the only 600-page book that I like to throw around is Mathematical Theories of Higher Geodesy, Volume 1 and 2.
Why does my book interest you so much? What is that supposed to mean?
What are you talking about? No, I'm just saying, I know the 600-page book that I like to pull a quote from. That's Mathematical Theories of Higher Geodesy. So when you said I have a 600-page book, I was like, well, is it that book?
Oh, my bad, guys. It's not 600. It's 400 and like almost 500. My bad. I lied. Sorry about that. But yeah.
Okay, what's the book title?
Don't worry about it. Just know it's got all the answers in it.
Oh, man.
Oh, you don't have one. He doesn't have one. Yeah.
What are you talking about? Wait, bro, listen.
So you claim you got a book title, and then you won't give us the book title. Calm down, you little turd.
All right, hold on. I'll read you a random page from the book right now, okay?
Read a page.
Ready? Okay, ready? Hold on. Okay.
From the Book of Auburn.
What's the book called?
During the Cretaceous, plants already made their transition from the Mesozoic to the.
Oh, I got you. Hold on, I know the title of the book.
Angiosperms.
I know the title. Hold on, I know the title of the book. Hold on, I know the title of the book. Hold on, I know the title of the book. It's called the Globe Religion Bible. That's the title.
Nope, it's not the title. Due to the tropical and subtropical
Pay attention now. I don't want to hear you read from your holy scripture, please. I don't want to hear you read from your holy scripture. Thank you.
You're gonna deny science now? Like that's not even.
Hey, bro. Speculations about the past. Listen, friend. Pay attention now.
Oh my god! It's not epiphany.
Yeah, dude. Nobody cares. Pay attention. Speculations.
Nah, fuck you.
Speculations about the past.
He left.
Good riddance.
He's gone.
He finally got religiously triggered. He wouldn't. See, the problem is we shut down his religious freedoms, and that's like immoral, right? You're not supposed to restrict people's religion expression, right?
That was it.
Why is it when I post when I say okay, let's go through the evidence and I post the FE core that no one wants to look at it?
Because he doesn't actually care.
That was literally.
He literally read you. Go ahead, Frank. Go ahead, so we don't talk over each other. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that was literally the spurgiest conversation I've ever heard in this room since I got here, and that's not long ago. Can't imagine you guys putting up with that for longer. But I've been here, 2-3 months or something like that. That really knocked it off, man.
Well, fair enough, friend. Fair enough, friend. See, we want to talk about the flat Earth, globe Earth. We don't want to talk about his religious creation story. Okay, you follow me? Notice how when he pulled for quote from the book, he's just talking about some speculation about things that happened like millions of years ago. It's like 1,000,000 years ago, a fungus decided that it wanted to crawl from here to there, so it evolved legs, and then it saw Mrs. Fungus. And then they had fungus babies, and then the fungus babies had 3 legs. Oh, it's so cool.
For sure.
Some of those fungus were curved.
No, I totally agree. Yeah, he was going to, from what I heard there a little bit there, he was going into, hypothetical, or not hypothetical, but, speculation, right? I was just pointing out that entire conversation I was listening to for the last maybe half hour or so was beyond the top of really poor, poor conversation, and you guys held it up like champs. So good for you.
Was he reading from an evolution book?
Sounded like it. Yeah.
No, like natural science 101.
Yeah, natural general science, maybe, which is full of evolution propaganda.
Yeah, sounded like it.
Look, friends. Let's be frank with each other. These guys don't realize that they come into this venue thinking that they're talking science, and they're actually talking religious doctrine.
Yes. Amen to that one.
Okay, the majority of those narratives. Okay, I'm not talking about the data. I'm talking about the narratives about the data. The majority of the narratives about the data that they offer are on the level of doctrine, on the level of scripture, on the level of prophecy, that they parallel that so much.
Weirdos. Did you hear how he's banging on the table?
Somebody is. Who's that banging on the table?
Oh, guys, you have missed a lot of that part, man. This guy, he got very upset.
It's like his mum took his cookies away or something.
I don't know, man. Like, he at some point got very, very upset where I don't know what he was saying. It was very weird. Very demonic, kinda.
Yeah, I mean, it's all clipped. If somebody wants to grab it, like do a compilation.
Incoherent gibberish from the globe side.
But he will probably be big.
Yeah, so let me break down that conversation since I joined. So he's in the church and he's in a religion, and a missionary comes to his door and says, "Hey, I've got an alternative religion," or at least that's what he hears in his mind. And he goes, "Wait a minute. If I convert to your religion, how do all these cool things from my religion fit in with your religion? I want to make sure that I can mesh these religions together before I switch religions, bro." That's basically what he was asking. It's like, if the Earth is flat, then how does my religious view of what the sun and the moon are doing fit into the Earth being flat? If the Earth was flat, how does my globe priest interpretation of the sky phenomenon, or the angels, or the gods, or the sky magic, as Kurt put it, how does that work?
I don't know, but operators are standing by 24/7 for your health, for your mental health needs.
Yes, and we also accept donations.
24/7 mockery.
Not mental or medical health advice.
24/7 circus.
Did you see Jason Lee Peterson or debate not a Professor Dave?
Nope. Haven't seen that one. What was that?
Yeah, it was on Modern Day Debate.
What's the topic?
Haven't seen that one.
That's because the globe Earth fell flat.
Yeah, it wasn't about flat Earth. I just was wondering if he said that if he watched like not a Professor Dave get roasted again.
Haven't seen that one. No.
Did you watch it, Crit?
Yeah,
How many times did he say beta?
a lot. Yeah, I mean it's pretty interesting how difficult it is for atheists to just navigate spaces like internet spaces. I mean, here not Professor Dave thinks ridicule and mockery are how you win a debate. Here you go. Here's your debate partner, Jesse Peterson. Are you prepared, right, sir?
Well, wait a minute. Are you saying he went up against somebody who can out ridicule and out mock him?
Yes, he did. Yeah, he basically went against a right wing shock jock and went away crying.
Interesting. Yeah, Professor Dave is unfortunately a leftist, but he still speaks facts.
What? What facts does Professor Dave speak that weren't fed to him?
About the globe.
Yeah, his whole shtick of the globe is that he mocks people and ridicules them if they don't follow the same like current worldview. Like he's like kind of like we talk about Amish or a Mennonite. Professor Dave is stuck in like the 1960s space travel era, and anyone who questions that, he's gonna come after you in a real spectacular way.
A great way, man. A great way.
Yeah, by claiming victimhood.
And I love the way he mocked Dave West. That was funny, man. That was fun. They kept throwing shots at each other the whole time, so that was really fun to watch.
Yeah, that debate was hilarious.
It was indeed hilarious.
I think my favorite quote was, "For the last time, you can't detect curvature of the Earth from the surface."
Yeah, Professor Dave said that. He sunk his battleship.
You know what else, Crit? The host, even though the host was kind of leaning towards the Dave side and having an apparent bias, it appeared in the way he acted towards each guy, he did at the end explain the debate tactics that each guy was using, and he basically said Professor Dave was just ad homing the whole time.
Yeah, Professor Dave excused it as like the flat earthers are an insult, so he feels justified. He's going to out flat earth the flat earther as his proof that the Earth is actually a globe.
Oh yeah. Look, the host didn't say what I said verbatim. That's why I said he basically said, right?
Okay, well,
to give myself
he basically said
wiggle room.
Not what he said.
Yeah, dude, that is what he basically said, right? The host.
Okay, what did he actually say? What did he actually say?
He said these guys are using different debate tactics. One of the tactics that's heavily being used is ad hominem. If you want to know about that, you can check this link out and just some different other fallacies, et cetera, et cetera. He was clearly highlighting that one of the members that was engaging was heavy on the ad hom, which is obviously Dave for anybody who has 2 open eyeballs. What?
How do you know which member he was talking about?
Because I'm not retarded, dude.
Okay, so it's an assumption.
No, dude. Okay, listen, if you want to go into that la la land, you go ahead.
That's definitely an assumption. I mean, I'm gonna assume.
Yeah, look, that's fair. That's fair that it is classically an assumption. Okay, but it's a well-informed assumption that basically goes to an almost nearly certain necessary inference. Okay, I don't need you to try to parse it out philosophically. It's obvious on its face who he was talking about to anybody that could fog a mirror and draw with crayons.
Not to me.
Well, yes, because you're not intelligent enough. You're not intelligent enough to fog a mirror. I would agree.
No, I don't think you're intelligent at all. You're a grown man who thinks you're at this class, so you're probably not the intelligent one. But I'm assuming if he was biased towards Professor Dave, then he was talking about Dave West. That's just logic, right?
Oh my, no, it's not, dude.
Not.
Dude, you could be biased towards somebody's worldview, but still critique their delivery style adequately. For goodness sakes, dude.
Well, I mean, we can sit here and just make assumptions all day, but I take it that
Dude, I don't need to. I don't need to. Okay, if you think he was talking about Weiss, then you're clueless.
I still think so. So
He thinks he's on the
Yeah,
globe,
of
so
course.
he's clueless.
We know
anyway.
you. We know you think so, dude.
He thinks he lives on a globe, so he's clueless anyway.
You think bias is saturated backwards and forwards, top to bottom, and you're exemplifying that because you're projecting your bias.
I would say that if someone is biased towards you, even when you do something like, or you're ad homing or whatever, they're gonna most likely lean towards your side and things.
Yeah, cool story, dude. I can prove my point right now. I'll prove my point right now. To the flat earthers in this room, I'm biased towards flat earth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, to the flat earthers in this room who know me, do I not rip flat earthers limb from limb on the regular for their stupidity?
Good job. You're gonna ask the flat earthers. You're gonna ask the
all
flat
the
earthers.
all the time.
Hey, dude.
I took
Hey,
I
listen,
took a few.
friend. Yeah, exactly. He took a few. Listen, I have 7 years of recorded audio to back my claim. Okay? So I'm well in my rights to make this claim. Okay?
That's fine if you want to ridicule your own buddies. Although
No,
you're still biased
dude. The point is that bias doesn't saturate all your faculties, dude. For goodness sakes. You can be gleefully, listen. You can gleefully listen.
Like it's universal. You're saying
You
it like
can
it's universal.
gleefully, dude. No, I'm not. I'm not saying that, dude.
You
Not
said
about
bias
that.
doesn't
It's
indicate
about
this.
him. Shut up
when
for a
it's-
second,
when he
dude.
didn't say, "Oh,
It's about him.
my goodness,
It's about
dude.
him
What I'm
correcting
saying,
the truth. Yeah, the truth.
It's
what
you.
I'm
That's
saying,
not everybody. You're not everybody, dude.
what I'm saying is, it's obvious that the host had a bias to favor Dave's point of view, and by Dave I mean Professor Dave, while simultaneously being astute enough to point out that Dave was primarily using add-ons as his main argument tactic. For goodness sake,
Okay, well,
dude,
he did
not
say
that hard.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that. So.
Dude, you know what else? He didn't say I'm extremely biased towards Professor Dave's position. He didn't say that either, but it was clear.
Extremely. I didn't see extreme bias. I saw a little bit of bias because he's a globe earther. He's a normal human being. He was laughing because it was funny. I mean, we're insulting each other.
Dude, there's all kind. Yeah, dude. You could tell by his body language every time there was a jib coming out, but it's fine. Look, you have your opinion. You have your opinion, and I have my right. So there you go. Now, if you say I'm wrong, I'll just say it was a Mandela effect, and then I'm still right. So I win no matter what.
I mean, it's just your opinion. I mean, there's no facts behind anything.
Wait, what happens if the Mandela effect gets Mandela affected?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Matt, what do you mean? There's no facts behind anything. What do you mean by that?
There's no fact behind who he was actually talking about. I mean, you can use. There's some key pointers, right? But we're never gonna hit fucking conclusive about it anyway.
Okay, good.
Just wipe away the Mandela effect, so there will be no Mandela effect.
I know the host at one time kind of like interrupted a little bit when they were talking about the midnight sun in Antarctica. He was like, "Well, I've seen that plenty of times. I've seen plenty of documentaries about that." And Dave was like, "No, that's fake.
Oh,
That's
that's
fake."
it changed the story. It changed the story mid sentence.
Seen it on TV. Yeah?
This is how it often goes. I've seen the 24-hour sun. I've seen 24-hour sunlight. I've seen 24-hour daylight. I've seen it on video. That's the devolution of the proposition. Usually how it goes.
Yeah, unfortunately, what is it like? 80% of the population lives in the northern hemisphere, or above the equator, something like that.
I mean, I could care less. I could care less. That's an accidental fact of the matter. It's irrelevant. The point is that people come in with these brass tacks claims, right? That there's a direct line of sight to the sun circle 24 hours a day from certain positions. And then you ask them for the evidence, and what they present to you is a sky that's not fully darkened. And they call that seeing 24-hour sun.
The sun's up for 24 hours.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Imagine giving these people, imagine giving people stories about the sky that they can't prove, neither know if they exist, and then they get confused about the ground, and then they get confused about the surface area because of the stories of the sky that they can't prove that exist.
Yeah, fair enough, Clay. But think about it this way, Clay. I said, think about it this way, Clay. I said direct line of sight to the sun circle versus just some ambient light in the distance. Those are two different things. That kid, without even batting an eye, just immediately said, well, the sun's up for 24 hours.
It is, and it shouldn't be on your model. Fuck is the sun 24 hours up for?
Dude, listen. I know it's hard for you to think outside the back box because you have a lack of imagination. But your concept of quote unquote your model is just imposing your limitations onto others. Kind of like an Apple phone.
Well, we have a flat horizontal disk world. That has to be a thing in your world. Right? We have the sun that hovers above the earth. That sun has to go to the other places, right, and give them sun. So how is someone in Argentina getting 17 hours of daylight?
Okay, so dude, listen, Fred. I'm not even going to answer this question. I'm just going to ask you this: why do you have such a limited imagination?
Why would I be imagining things? I want a fact.
Oh, dude. You can't even imagine any reason at all that this could happen. None. Zilch. Can't come up with a solution. Okay, so I'll be fair. To be fair, okay, I know some of the answers, but I'm not going to give it to you because I just want everyone to know how much of imagination you lack.
Well, I shouldn't be imagining anything about things that we should be able to prove.
Prove what? Prove what, dude? Yeah, seriously, prove what?
Because all I have to take is basically what you say. The Earth is flat, and the sun is the one moving, and the sun isn't dropping.
Yep. So what? So you're
in
leaving
your
out a
model
plethora
also-
of options.
In your model,
The problem is that you're isolating this. Hold on, you're isolating this to only two factors and leaving out so many possibilities. Like your imagination,
You
dude,
tell
is
me the
just
possibilities.
stifled.
You tell me the possibilities. Because in your world,
it doesn't matter, dude. You don't have a sufficient imagination to waste my time trying to fill it with possibilities.
you want me to just imagine things, okay? So in your world, when the sun goes away, it somehow causes, it somehow like the sun sets in your world, but it goes away to set, right, to the other location to give it sun. But when you have 24 hours of the sun not going away, there is a problem.
Okay. No. You have 24 hours. Just listen for a second. You're saying you have 24 hours of the sun not going away. What I said from the beginning is there's a difference between the sun itself and light. Correct? Just because you see light, one, doesn't necessarily mean it's coming from the sun, but let's just say for sake of argument, it is. The sun is the source. Let's say that's true. Okay? Now we know, secondarily, that you don't need a direct line of sight necessarily to receive light from a light source, correct? The answer is obviously correct. I could show you a myriad of physical examples of the truth of that statement, right?
Okay.
So you've left out that critical detail, right, which could at least, in principle, offer a possibility for a differential between a physical location and an assumption about straight paths of light in an open free space with no impedance or variable mediums, right? So if I throw in at least those three factors, I have at least, in principle, a possible, not necessarily plausible, don't get me wrong, but at least a possible explanation, right? And to be fair, that's all I need.
Okay, but the only issue I have with that is we know that daylight comes from the sun, right?
Yeah, prove it.
Prove it. What do you mean? When the sun is up or when the sun is coming up, that's where daylight is. What are you talking about?
Hey, dude, listen. Look, I recognize. Look, to be fair, sir, I recognize that you're affirming the consequent fallacy is sufficient to you, but it's not to me. Now, I could grant you, and I did earlier. Just listen. I could grant you, and I did earlier, that let's just assume the sun is the source of the light you're seeing. However, okay, if you're going to claim that all the light that we see during the day, or before the day, or after the day, comes from the sun, then that's your burden to prove. So why don't you prove it?
I'll clarify this for you. There is lightnings, right? There are other sources of light that might come up during the day, right? But or during the night, whatever it is. But daylight, right? Daylight comes from the sun. That is the source of light that we have.
Yeah, no, look, I'm happy to accept your proposition. I'm happy to accept your I'm happy to accept your proposition. Where's your proof?
Outside is my proof. Are you
okay? So you have nothing, dude. You have
Oh, I have everything. What are you talking about?
No, you don't, dude. So far, you have two logical fallacies. Good job.
Where are the logical fallacies?
Okay, first you have affirming the consequent. If daylight, then sun, therefore daylight. Okay, that's an affirming the consequent in the classical form. That's a logical fallacy. It does not carry the conclusion of a necessity. Yes.
No. Sun equals daylight. Sun equals daylight. Simple as that.
Dude, now you just have a bare assertion. Now you just have a bare assertion.
You have another source
so
of
now
daylight.
You have three fallacies, Holmes.
You're just making up fallacies. What's your other source of daylight?
No, listen, friend, pay attention. When you have a bare assertion,
telling me daylight does not come from the sun. You're not serious, dude.
Hey, listen. Look, it's not my fault that you've never thought this out logically. Okay, it's not my problem. Okay, you have three fallacies on the table. You have yet to provide me any proof, substantive in any way. So when are you going to get to that, please? You know, I have a finite. Listen, friend. Hey, just chill for a second, friend. I got to appeal to you because I'm a man and you're a man, and I have a limited lifespan, and I'd like the answer before I die. So please, for the love of God and all that's holy, where that proof?
Okay, I'm going to show you probably a time lapse of the day, since you've probably never seen one. I guess since you never went outside, to show you that daylight comes from the sun. Okay.
So what you're going to show me is a sun present while daylight is present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, does correlation prove causation? No. So one more time.
It's not even just a correlation. It's something that's directly inferenced. It's direct evidence, direct physical evidence.
No, it's not, dude. It's simultaneous presence, and in fact, listen, friend, it's not. Listen, it's simultaneous presence at best. Okay, and it's not even that because you actually see daylight before you ever see the sun, and you see light after the sun is long gone. So your corollary isn't even true.
Doesn't the sun rise in the east and set in the west?
Irrelevant.
It's totally relevant. That's what we see every day. Isn't the
light? All that does is strengthen that the two things are simultaneously present during the times of simultaneously present. which we already agreed.
Okay, and
that's not the same thing as proving that the light is coming from the sun, dude.
wait, okay, is the sun physical? Is the sun a physical object?
It's irrelevant.
No, it's totally relevant because it must be a physical object because it emits light.
Hey, listen,
All
friend,
physical
I
objects
didn't
must
ask
emit
you.
light.
Listen, dude, that's a cool story. That's a cool story.
No,
but
that
I
is
didn't
not a cool
ask
story.
you.
That's
I
basic
didn't ask
physics.
you. Hold on, chill, bro. I didn't ask you to ask me. I asked you to prove your proposition. Okay.
I am by asking you some basic questions, actually.
Dude, even if you prove without a shadow of a doubt that the sun does emit light, that does not mean ipso facto that it's responsible for all the light that we call daylight. Okay, those are two severable things.
Well, all the light, by the way, I posted the video up there for you, but all the light that we call daylight, not just light, comes from the sun. That's why we call it daylight.
Yeah, prove it.
I just posted the video to prove it.
Yeah, we already talked about what your video would prove. And it's not sufficient to prove that all the light comes directly from the sun, so you're wrong.
What would be sufficient for you? What would be sufficient for you?
What would be sufficient? Let's see. Proof. How about that?
What?
Yeah, proof, proof.
You see how when I actually asked you the question, what would be sufficient, you kind of pause there for a moment because you don't really know what you're asking because this is a big problem for you.
No, I do know what I'm asking, dude.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah, it's called dramatic pause, Holmes.
So when the sun isn't there, there's no light.
No,
When
see,
the sun comes
the
up,
problem is, friend, that you don't realize how hard of a burden this is to bear. That's the problem. You think you could just say, I see light, the sun's out, therefore all this light came from the sun. Necessarily so.
It does.
And I don't need to prove it any further.
It does every single day. That's objectively what happens.
Dude, what objectively happens every single day
Any different?
is light appears, the sun comes later, the sun and the light are out at the same time, and then the sun goes away and the light recedes later. That's what happens.
How much is there less light before the sun? Is there like really just a small amount of light in the sky before the sun comes up? Is that usually what goes on early in the morning?
Well, yeah, it fades in, fades out.
So
sure.
That shows that our big light source is coming up slowly and surely, even in your model, and then it finally arrives.
No, friend. What it shows is that light is coming, and the sun is also coming. That's what it shows.
Yeah, from the light is coming from the sun.
Well, dude, you can make that leap of logic. You're just making that leap of logic, dude. What I said is
example,
what you said.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm deadly serious, Holmes.
For example, how do you know that the sun isn't an object which is reflecting light itself? Like you claim the moon to be.
Reflecting light because it's emitting a strong amount of actual.
A
strong amount.
Well, the sun, in their view, the sun is alleged.
Unless there's an abstract entity.
Yeah, fair enough, friend. But the problem is that the sun is alleged to be a black body.
The sun's still a physical object.
Okay, that's a cool story, but it's a black body.
Okay,
yeah, but how do you verify that?
I don't know. You just write it in a textbook, dude, and then 2 months later you speak your own textbook.
It's a very easy question to answer.
Right.
The reason we know that the sun is a physical object is because all things that emit radiation or like light must be physical entities. They must be either reflective or just by their singularity independently. So that's with everything. Everything that you see that emits light must come from a physical source. Must. No doubt about it.
Right.
Okay, so what?
A hole in where there's light source shining through the hole. Hole's physical, right?
The hole is not physical. I mean, the hole's still physical.
Yeah, but
the
what
sun
about northern lights?
or the light is
What
still
about
physical
northern
that's
lights?
coming through the hole.
What about northern lights?
What about
Listen,
the northern lights?
listen. If the Earth was flat, if you went too far, you would fall off.
Physical? I just asked you, northern lights. What about those?
What about the northern lights?
Are they coming from something physical?
Well, it's either it must be. It's either reflective
No,
or it's just.
prove it.
Prove it.
Physical.
Prove it. Northern
It's
lights.
light.
Prove that they're coming from something physical.
It's light. It's light. That's why. It's physical.
Yeah, where's the physical at?
I don't.
Fair
We don't
enough.
have to find it.
Yeah, you don't know. Look, you don't know what. Look, fair enough, friend. All you have to say is, I don't know about the Northern Lights, so I'll reserve making an answer until I know. There. How about that? Is that beyond the scope of your tool set? Here, watch. Let me do it for you. I don't know, so I'll reserve answering for now. How about that?
I thought that's what you were telling yourself. I didn't know what you were talking about.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
we were talking
giving you
about
an
the sun, so
option to not make claims about the Northern Lights. But listen, we're not talking about what the nature of the sun itself is per se. We're talking about the concept that you can see light for a durational period that doesn't actually change the surface of the thing you're standing on. That's what we're talking about.
What are you talking about? I didn't even hear you there.
Okay, let's be clear, friend. What we're talking about is you think that if somebody sees light in the sky for a certain amount of time, then the Earth can't possibly not be a globe. That's what you think.
Okay, that's just a big straw man. That's a big fallacy.
Yeah, look, you can cry about it all you want, dude, but that's what you said, dude.
Light and the sun. No, that's not what I said at all. We were talking about
That's
light.
that's your gambit from the. Okay, hold on. We need to listen. We need dude. I'm talking about you, dude. We need a third party. So anybody in the audience listening, just chill. We're gonna ask the panel. Does anyone remember his claim in regards to the 24-hour sun?
Well, yeah, I did mention the 24-hour sun.
That's how this whole conversation began, dude.
Explain it in your model. I try to explain it in your model. I didn't mention the globe. I try to explain it in your model.
Okay, so that being said, let's be clear. Do you, at present, think that the light phenomena in the sky of seeing lights for a durational period of 24 hours in a certain physical location on the Earth means that the Earth must necessarily be a globe? Yes or no?
Yes, of course it is.
Okay, so I'm right. Thanks. I mean, good grief, dude. You see how easy that was for me to prove that my inferences about your position are necessarily the case just based on your rhetoric? So, as usual,
All I'm gonna say, there's no need to like get like a little rage about proving the flat earther wrong, you know, because it's obvious, right? Like, there's no need to get like, you know, it's silly, right? Like, yeah, you can do it. You can explain it to him calmly, and you're always gonna be right. You know what I mean? You're always
who's going to be right?
You will always be right.
You are correct. I will always be right. And if I'm ever wrong, it's a Mandela effect.
Yeah, like if you're not, yeah. Wait, you're the flat earther?
Oh, he is. That other guy is.
Dude,
oh shit! I'm opposite. My bad. No, flat earther.
Yeah.
Fucking no.
Well, dude, look, that's great and all, but the point was.
That's why
even
you're so. That's why you're so like giddy. Yeah, you're really trying to push.
Giddy.
Yeah, you're trying to push your. Can you not hear it in your like how you're like pushing it in your voice? You know.
Dude, I'm pushing my voice. Let me teach you something about physics, okay? I'm pushing my voice to increase the amplitude to my microphone so you can hear me. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, because you think we can't hear you over
Yo,
the.
Ether, shut up, dude. We don't want to hear you.
Can't,
We
dude.
want to hear the argument. Shut up.
Listen,
You
I'll make it very
man.
clear.
You were the same guy that was in the other one.
Yeah, you're worthless, bro. Thanks for contributing nothing. So you can just go on mute. How about that?
Yeah, flat Earth.
Yeah, flat mute. There you go.
AI is projecting his voice so we can hear him, therefore globe. What a great argument.
I do it all the time, and my friends know why, because my truck is very loud. And one, you have a natural instinct to force your voice to be able to feed back into your own ears, right? That's the one autonomous response that you have with your voice regulation. Very
Plus,
hard
you
not
have a
to do.
third party here like us telling you many times, like, hey, can you speak a little louder, bro? Because we can't hear you. So now you're adjusting to that feedback.
Exactly. I would just like the guys who know what happened there know what happened. But I'll just explain it. Is I made a claim earlier on that this particular person was doing a particular thing based on some inferences about their behavior. Then I demonstrated to this guy by taking him down a railroad tracks into a collision course with the conclusion that I demonstrated in spades. So I rest my case on that one.
Yeah, you took a very devastating loss today, Overload. But
I
you did make a correct assumption. You made a correct assumption that I would believe that the 24-hour sun is proof of the globe because I'm a glober. That's not really like.
Yeah, so fair enough. So why don't you elucidate for the audience what loss I took, Holmes?
Oh yeah, you took the loss when you said that daylight doesn't necessarily come from the sun. That was a big loss since you've lived probably like 2 decades.
Hey, that's fair, dude. Look. In your view, that's a loss, and that's just your coping mechanism with the fact that somebody would disagree with something you think is so obvious. Anybody worth their salt in logic understands that everything I parsed out was correct.
What exactly was correct about the daylight thing?
Dude, every single point I made, okay, about that was correct.
Oh.
What you presented was fallacy upon fallacy upon fallacy. Now, I could care less to explain it to you till you agree with me. You don't have to agree with me.
Never will.
Yeah, you never will, is right, dude. Because you're so ignorant that if you're explaining what fallacy you're using, you'll just say it's not a fallacy because it's so obvious. But it doesn't change the fact it's a fallacy. But let me give you a caveat of grace here. Just because you use fallacies does not mean your claim is wrong. Don't get me wrong there. I'm not saying you're wrong because you use fallacies.
Well, then I'm wrong on what point then if I'm not wrong because I use fallacies?
You're wrong on the substantive support for your claim by using those fallacies. So you, as to four, do not have a necessarily supported claim.
Well, I actually just supported my claim for like the past 20 minutes, but
no, you didn't.
You didn't hear me. Yeah, I kind of did.
Well, look, I'll give you another moment of grace, which is this. At best, you've presented a possibility that your claim is correct. So with that, you did at least support it to the point of possibility. So fair enough.
Well, I guess I'll take that.
Hey, don't get me wrong, dude. A lot of people in this arena, flat versus globe, make that mistake of making claims definitively that are not definitive logic strings, so where the conclusion doesn't necessarily follow. And when they do that, they commit the fallacies. If they just left it as a possibility, and then they say with all these possibilities, this is like a very reasonable inference that this is the case, then they'd be completely in sound logic territory. But they take it that extra step of saying, all these fallacies that I've grouped into this bucket must be the case that this conclusion is necessary. And that's when they screw themselves.
Anyways, any other Globers want to lay out some facts to Overlord?
I got you, Chief. I've been waiting.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's still just baffling that somebody would even ponder the idea that sunlight doesn't come from the fucking sun.
Oh, yeah, cool story. Why don't you prove it?
I can. I can put things in the way of the sun, and then I don't see sunlight anymore.
You don't see sunlight anymore. Like what? When? When do you do that?
When do I do that? Like when a cloud passes overhead, like a thick cloud, or my fucking hand, or when I look at the sun. You know, you're not supposed to look at the sun. I wonder why you're not
Everything
supposed
goes
to look
pitch
at the
black.
sun. Now, I wonder why you're not supposed to look at the sun. Is it because the highest point
Okay,
of
fair
intensity
enough.
is coming from that point? Why is it that
Yeah,
I can
fair
look ever
enough.
so
No.
slightly to the left of the sun, but then when I look at the sun, Like all of a sudden, too bright, too bright.
Listen, fair enough. But I just want the other guy to take a pause and notice how quickly this guy was able to imagine a scenario that seemed to be more conclusive than what you had to offer. Okay, what this guy just offered is way more compelling than what you had offered prior.
I was actually kind of like starstruck that you would even question that daylight comes from the sun. So I'm still kind of recovering from that.
I'm not the only one. Did you know that there are people in academia in the past that posited that same idea? There's all kinds of theories about the ambient daylight versus the direct sunlight.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it seems like we're interchanging sunlight and daylight and using those two terms as the same term. That's what it sounds like to me.
Well, look, if your Cubanite was listening earlier, this is how this began. So I'm not sure. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. Is that if there's light in the sky, like an ambient glow or a general not darkness in the sky, then that means that what?
Already starting off bad. If there's the sun in the sky or the sunlight.
My goodness,
right?
dude.
Why are you saying any glow? You're just trying to straw man.
I'll tell you why. No, I'll tell you why. Because many times when it's presented as if it's 24-hour sun, quote unquote, I can see the sun, quote unquote. A lot of the evidence that presented is actually just a lightish glow in the sky. You don't actually see the sun surface. You just see light. That's why.
I don't know what videos you're watching. Yeah, it's hard for us. You can continue with this guy.
Yeah, it's funny because like when the sun goes down and you see that light in the sky still, that whatchamacallit, twilight, and then you raise your elevation again and you see that sun still, it's kind of like taking a lamp or a flashlight and just taking it into the hallway. It could still light up the room a little bit, but you know, because you have object permanence, I hope, that the light is still coming from the fucking lamp. Unless you don't have object permanence.
Oh yeah, fair enough. The difference is that I can directly manipulate. The difference is that I can directly manipulate the lamp on and off. Right?
Sure, you can
to prove that it's the source of that light.
Or you could just point, like, I don't know, a 255 reader, like, around and at the sun and see where the most, like, intense point is. And when you find that at the sun it is reading the most, like, intensity, like, that is essentially just proof right there that, like, the light is coming from that source. Unless you want to say, like, there's something behind the sun that's actually casting the light and, like, we're just seeing an illusion of that sun. Which would be, like, a bizarre thing to claim.
Why would it be bizarre?
Why would that be a bizarre thing to claim?
Because if it's something behind the sun, then two observers looking in it's not opposite, like looking towards each other's direction at where the sun, like if the sun is between two observers, the source of the light, the true light, can't be behind two opposite points.
Okay, fair enough.
Why not? Because listen, do you hear yourself? Why not? Why can't like the source?
Yeah,
of light
I'm asking why not. I heard myself ask you why not. You don't have to be a
because
fucking
at that
dick.
point, because at that point you are accepting.
You don't have to be a dick.
Because at that point you'd be accepting infinite.
I started out this conversation just asking you some questions, and you start being a dick. I'm not going to talk to you anymore.
That's fine. I'll just keep talking to the other guy.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right,
fair
cool,
enough.
bro.
So, all right, let's evolve the conversation. So, is there any way that you could imagine a flat surface? Let's just call it a territory. You could draw on it. You could draw, let's just say you draw a make-believe map on a flat piece of paper, okay? And you have a single light source above it, okay? Is there any way that you could conceive of where the single, okay, let me caveat that. The light source is smaller than the overall territory of the surface of the paper. So let's say you have an 8x10 paper, that's pretty standard. And then you have the standard 2-battery pen flashlight, right? Just that standard, a 5-inch long flashlight. It's about as thick as a finger. You know that little bulb at the end,
Yeah.
right? So is there any way you could conceive of that single light source being above the paper could shine at differential parts of the paper rather than just evenly all over the paper?
Oh yeah, I could imagine like me with my little Duracell flashlight, like shining down on like the carpet and only like lighting up that part of the carpet.
Sure. But I'm talking even more local than that, right? So even with the surface being over there, like you might not get a circle. You might get other shapes. Like let's say this area is really bright. This area over here is really dark. Even though they both have direct lines that you could draw to the light source. Is there any way
I'm still trying to
there
like
could be that type of differential?
I'm still trying to like understand your question because like I'm bringing up like a light source that only illuminates.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. So let me caveat this with the quote unquote observations that people claim is 24-hour sunlight, right? So they're in a location of the Earth, and in these particular spots, don't worry about the other spots, just these spots. What they see is just light. They don't actually see the circle of the sun, right? So they don't see the source that they think is the source, but they see ambient light in the atmosphere. It might be up high in the sky, it might be out towards the horizon, whatever, but they see that light for the whole day, right?
What if they
Through
see
the night.
the sun for the whole day?
What's that?
So what about the ones where they see the sun for the whole day?
Okay, that's fine, but we're just talking about this for a minute. This was the only point that was in contention. If you're seeing the sun circle for the whole day, that's a totally different thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're seeing this light, and one person may assume, and it's not unreasonable, that because I see this light, that means that towards that direction is a direct line to the circle of the sun. That's kind of a, that's a pretty decent inference, right?
Yeah.
Right, but what if it wasn't a direct line at all?
Like some bendy, warpy light going on. I mean, with refraction, maybe. With some
Yeah, sure. There you go. So I'm glad you figured that one out very quickly. I just want to submit to the other guy that when I challenged him that he lacked imagination in this vein, he was unable to think of a way in which this could happen in a practicable sense. Now, I would submit whether or not you can analogize this to the Earth doesn't matter. But at least in principle, you could take a piece of paper, literally print out a map on it, of the Earth, let's say an azimuthal projection, and you can put a mag dome over that piece of paper. So you have a flat territory. Okay, now you do have a curved media in between the territory and the light. The light is above the mag dome, and you can move that light at various angles and distances from the mag dome, and it will create semicircular crescents, areas of darkness, areas of light, areas of bright shine where it looks like you're seeing the circle of the flashlight when it's not actually where it should be. You can do all of that, right?
I don't know about that, Chief.
You can.
I don't know about that. That has to be really demonstrated and like have a demonstration that actually like is representative of reality. Because I've seen that one like cracked in one where they took like those three little LEDs above like that little like glass dome, and they were trying to say, oh hey, look at these LEDs that we put at the top of the dome, and it's having like an inverse reflection on the side of the dome to try and explain like stars like all looking the same when people are looking quote unquote south. But that's a poor representation whenever the stars up top are not being reflected on the stars on the side in reality.
Yeah, that's a fair point. There's more advanced versions of that, by the way.
I would like to see it.
So the guy that has the most advanced version of that used to go by. Let me think of his title. I could probably find that video another time. So yeah, he used to go by Flat Earth Philosophy. Now he goes by Tomb of Illumination.
Jesus Christ, self-conceited much.
I mean, dude, what's wrong with flat Earth philosophy for a title?
No, I'm talking about like the Tomb of Illuminate, whatever his fucking name is. That's
It's a play on words. Look, it's a play on words. Okay.
It's kind of much. I'm not gonna lie.
Are you aware of a thing called astrotheology?
Astrogeology, I am not.
No. Theology.
Oh, astrotheology. I think I probably heard like a chick talk about concepts from it a time or two.
Yeah. So for the audience, it's basically this concept that the sky is for signs and seasons, and a lot of the theology and gods and stories and everything is just personification of what the sky is doing, essentially. And so by understanding what the sky is doing, you understand these stories. Now that doesn't make the stories true per se, it just makes them linked in a way, in a narrative sense. So that is why he named his channel Tomb of Illumination. Because he's using that play on the phonics of illumination was spelled with an E, which is EL, which means, God, theology, etc. So he's trying to explain all of these stories from a narrative sense, but also in a quote-unquote practical, flat Earth quote-unquote model sense. And so his idea about the stars, like you just described, is an idea of a reflection or an inverse. But it's not just a singular plane. It's two planes, not planes even. Hold on, let me think of the word. Two toroids, an inner and an outer. Basically, you could think of it like on top of the azimuthal map. You could think of it that way, where the circumference of the equator would be the boundary between the two toroids. You have the internal one being the quote-unquote northern hemisphere, and the external one being the quote-unquote southern hemisphere.
I don't know, Chief. I mean, it just makes more logical sense that like all this light is just coming from the thing that we know casts the light in the direction of the thing that's casting the light. Because again, whenever you take a look at like 0 to 255 readings, you can see that the light intensity is coming from the direction that you would project the sun to be. Because you can take a look over there at the sky and turn around and take a look over here at the sky, and in the direction on a globe model, one would say, it would say, oh hey, the light is more intense in this direction on the globe model. That is also where the sun happens to be. So even if the entire sky is lit up around like twilight, you can still get a reading on where the sun would be.
Oh yeah, look, I don't disagree that the sun is giving out light. That seems obvious.
Hey, AI, are you driving?
How'd you guess?
That's probably your seatbelt your buckle on your seatbelt maybe rattling or something.
What?
Is that what that is? The seatbelt buckle, is that rattling?
Dude.
No?
No, dude, that's my spikes on the side of my tire to mow down pedestrians. Holy moly, bro!
Oh, it's the spikes. Oh shoot. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know it was spike season yet.
Listen, friends. The sign clearly says no hiking on the highway. I'm just enforcing it.
Well, I guess some people might not see any harm in that. I don't know.
Nah, who am I kidding? I don't murder random pedestrians. I would more likely drive them where they need to go. Right, so we got a contention on the table. The sun does this, the sun does that. And therefore the earth is what or who? I don't know. Curved? That's the claim? So then the next logical question would be, well, then that's easy. Just prove the demonstrable surface curvature. That would be the open question to the panel at the moment. Now, of course, there's going to be champions that want to step up and answer that question. So by all means, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused because like I'll talk to Globers, I'll talk to loads of Globers. 50% of them will tell me that you know, a model is just an idea, and then the other 50% will tell me no, a model is more than an idea. So I feel like they need to kind of get their script straight a little bit, and so we can actually like move forward with that. Any ideas, guys?
Yeah, exactly. So I make observations. I make geometric claims and conclusions based on these observations. I do some math. My math balances out. Therefore, I have a quote unquote model. Then you must escalate it to therefore I have a quote unquote effective model for what purpose. You then define a purpose that this model is effective for. And because it's effective at that purpose, you can then retro-engineer your claim to this model, and the claims within it accurately represent the spatial relationships between these objects. Necessarily so. Now, some might accuse you that you're committing a reification fallacy when you do that. And the globe, like you said, some of the globers would say, "Oh, this is necessarily the case." And others would say, "Oh, no, it's just a useful model for predictions." Right?
Yeah.
Almost like they're throwing away that certainty under the bus. Or the other guy's like, this model being effective at this purpose means that ipso facto, it's necessarily the case that the claims about the physical world are true within the model. You remember this quote? All models are wrong. Listen one more time, friends. All models are wrong, but some are more useful than others.
I would have
Famous quote.
I thought you would have had to test the model, like test it to see if it is correct, right?
Well, that's the problem. You got to define what you mean by correct. Does correct mean efficient for this purpose, or does correct mean accurately describe reality itself, or objects within it, locations within it, et cetera, et cetera? You have to parse that out. Which one you mean?
Wouldn't a model just simply be like a postulation of why you think X is occurring? Then that's basically a hypothesis, right?
Well, let's use one. Let's use a practical example that's a hot button contention within the community. Okay, bridges. So Globers will provide quote unquote models of what a bridge construction should be based on the equipotential of the vector of what they call down being gravity, right? Splayed out radials to the center of a giant ball, and alongside which the towers of a bridge would orient themselves, right? That's their claim. They model it out, they do some math, they find out that their math is correct, and that if it was the case that the Earth was a ball with said radius, and that if it was the case that plumb lines were splayed radials, which they aren't, by the way, but if it was the case, that this is what the towers would be if all the other things were true, out at the tops versus the bottoms, right? And they model that out, and they say this is what it would be. And then you ask, well, who's ever measured a pitch doing such a thing? And who's ever validated that the measurement gotten was actually engineered in or actually taken into account for the curve anyway and not just variance in the construction? And then you'll never get a solid answer back. You will get an accurately quote unquote modeled mathematical construct and drawing about what it would, should, or could be. That's about it. You'll get a paper, you'll get a citation from a paper that says they have sensors on the tops of these towers that measure the sway between the towers, which, by the way, is greater than the variance of the alleged off angle that would be necessary to even prove that these towers were out because of any alleged differential plumb line. So even that isn't sufficient. And it says so right in the citation, yet they post that as proof that somebody measured the towers being out. Or they'll take a flat earther to court to collect money on a open challenge to prove in practical reality that a structure is necessarily taking the earth curve into account, and they'll bring their model projection of what it would do, and it'll be rejected because a model projection isn't tangible proof of something existing in reality.
It's a shame though that the reward money had to go on the board expenses. A win still, a win. It would have been even funnier if the court had ruled that opponent had to pay for our mate's court expenses.
Do we know that they didn't?
No, I don't know. It could have been the case. Rodriguez, wasn't it? The whole yeah. Who was it? Was it I don't know. I get them mixed up. Was it? No, it wasn't Mez. Was it Yakub and I mentioning like when the clouds block the sunlight? I got to thinking about the eclipse. You know, like they claim that that's the moon obstructing the sun, and so it's curious. Like if that's the case, and people like are in temporary darkness as if it's nighttime, right? They see stars and everything, right, during a solar eclipse. And well, cloud blocks the sun. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, it does. Just on a smaller scale.
Oh, I don't see stars. It's not like nighttime all of a
Yeah.
sudden.
Well, it does get darker. Because remember, clouds are kind of
Yeah.
transparent. The sun's a fucking rock.
You definitely. Yeah, I've seen cloud shadows. Right. So yeah. But yeah, it's just interesting. Like, what's the implications there with all that? I don't know. Like, because I can imagine like setting up in a dark room, setting up a little light source, right, and then like covering the light source like right, in front of it. It's gonna, the room's gonna almost be as if there is no light source in the room again. If I try and cover it from a distance, like and cover it from my vantage point, then I'm still gonna see a lot of the room, right? Still gonna be illuminated. It's just it's just got me
Well,
thinking about it.
you gotta consider that a lot of illumination isn't direct illumination; it's secondary or tertiary. So the light comes from the light source, hits a wall, bounces off that wall to another wall, right, and then illuminates.
Right, but on a smaller scale, if I wanted to achieve what they claim, right, is happening during a lunar eclipse, I'd have to be really, really close to the light source, right?
Yeah. So
block it.
Doesn't the lunar eclipse require a particular set of arrangement between the three bodies that include spatial and distance relationships?
What?
What? I don't know. Is that too
size
simple?
and
Too complicated? Yeah, they have to be a particular size and a particular distance and a particular orientation relative to each other, right?
Yes.
One has to be in front of the other one, in front of the other one.
Yeah. So the moon has to be where it is, basically, right? So I don't know. Well, I'll just put this out there. Has anyone seen Quantum Eraser's presentation called Bad Moon Shadow?
No.
What?
Yes.
Nobody?
Yes, I have.
All right, so one person at least. All right.
Yes, I have. I've seen that.
All right, two people. Okay, so
I've heard a song called Moon Shadow. It's pretty awful.
yeah, that's what he named it after. So why did he call it Bad Moon Shadow? Well, in this presentation, supposedly there's a thing called a moon dial, right? Which operates similar to a sundial. Now, in the presentation, it's stated that the moon dial angles match the sundial angles. Okay, so let's just assume, for sake of argument, that they do match. What would be the implications of that?
That they're the same size and distance away from each other.
They
As each other.
have a similar path as each other as well.
Right, so vast differentials in distances and sizes, okay, would not result in the same angular relationships, right?
Right. And crap, but it does go away for 3 days a month, so I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying, if this eclipse requires that the sun and the moon and the earth be particular sizes and particular orientations at particular distances, and this other thing, if true, draws into question the distance of the moon, well, then you got a problem you got to reconcile. Maybe it's completely baloney sandwich, right? Maybe it's not the case that the moon dial has the same angles as the sundial. But if it does, then that's a thorn in the flesh of the globe paradigm, would it not be?
I would say so. I've thought that for a while, actually.
So anyone interested in that, they could just go to Quantum Eraser's channel, look up Bad Moon Shadow, watch it. Make sure you give me my 5% cut for that advertisement, and then we'll all be good.
I gave him a $2 super chat today, so you'll get a nickel. Wait, does he sing "On to the moon shadow"?
Excellent. So your $2 is in, so you'll receive your dose of the antidote this month.
Because isn't it claimed that the sun's light reaches us like virtually parallel, and that the moon's light reaches us divergently?
Well, let's see. The moon is what, 250,000 miles, and the sun is, let's just say 100 million for easy math. So 400 times differential, right?
That's right.
So if it's 400 times differential, how are you getting the same angles? If it's the case that the moon dial and sundial perceive with the same angles. I mean, maybe there's an explanation, but if that's true, I don't. Off the top of my head, it doesn't seem like that would make sense.
And does it have implications also about the surface of the Earth, the quality of the surface of the Earth?
Maybe. Why don't you go down that logic train and see where you arrive? Oh, speaking of that, where's the two suckers who are supposed to simulcast, one glober and one flat earther? Moonlight being read with a infrared thermometer, a regular liquid thermometer,